Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Uncovered Quirk Science. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Reign of Sins. Arc start, prologue. The world is a harsh and unforgiving place. The people who inhabit it can be even harsher. To hold dreams in such a world is dangerous, to hold them out in the open infinitely more so. This is a lesson a certain Izuku Midoriya has learned many times from many different types of people. His doctor. Kid, you have a second pinky toe joint. It's very unlikely you're ever going to get a quirk. His bullies. The quirkless kid wants to be a hero, what a joke. His childhood friend. Listen nerd, I'm the only one from this school who's hero material, you got that? His mother. I'm so sorry sweetie. His idol. No. A quirkless person can't be a hero. That last one hurt the most, or at least it would when it sunk in. Right now he just felt numb. Today had been a long day for him. First he got pointed out and laughed at by the class, then his notebook got burned, then he got attacked by a villain, then got saved by All Might, then he found out All Might's secret, and then, last but not least, he had his dreams torn apart in front of his very eyes. All of these had piled on top of one another until Izuku's brain just shut down and led to his current situation. Absent-mindedly drifting along the streets, relying on his feet and muscle memory to take him to his destination, which was still undecided. He couldn't let his mother see him like this, so home was a no-go, but he didn't want to think of somewhere else to go. He didn't want to do much thinking at all right now. The atmosphere wasn't doing his mood any favors either, a cloudy afternoon sky overhanging a dreary street, empty save for the occasional piece of forgotten trash. The only noise to be found was an old crow on a telephone wire and his own thoughts. Maybe he should have listened to Kaken and just given up already. It would have saved him a lot of trouble. Hell, if he had listened he wouldn't have run into All Might in the first place. Who would have ever thought that would be considered a good thing? The green-haired student was shaken out of his thoughts by the sound of familiar explosions. Those were Kaken's explosions. He had been hit with them too many times to not know what they sounded like. Thankfully, Izuku has had plenty of experience with what to do in these situations. He turned around and started walking in the opposite direction. He was quirkless, not suicidal. However, he only made it a few steps before something stopped him. Are those screams? Turning to look did nothing to assuage the pit forming in his gut either. Wisps of black smoke were creeping above the building skyline like dark skeletal fingers. Instinct carried his feet forward before freezing in place. A quirkless person can't be a hero. The words bounced around his head with the weight of a freight train. He told himself as he forced his legs to move, I'll deal with that later. Reign of Sins. It took a while for him to get where the explosions were coming from, and the closer he got, the louder the screams and explosions became. It was only when he rounded the last corner did he realize how bad the situation really was. A crowd was surrounding the scene, only held back by a few police and a handful of pro-heroes. Intense flames burned and lapped at the surrounding buildings, and at the center of it all, Kaken. The blonde in question was in the center of the alleyway, blasting explosions in every direction and at every available opportunity, but that wasn't really anything abnormal. What was out of the ordinary was the giant sludge villain wrapped around said mini pyromaniac. The same villain, Izuku noted with dread, that had attacked him not an hour prior. He escaped. But how? His mind was running overtime trying to think up a solution. All Might had him contained in the bottles. He showed me and then put them in his pocket. His eyes widened in understanding and his stomach tied itself into knots. It's my fault. I grabbed onto his pockets when he jumped. They must have torn open or at least been jostled enough so the bottles fell out. He looked to the people screaming, the fires still billowing smog into the sky, and his friend fighting for his life. This is all my fault. All of this is because of me. It's my fault and I can't even do anything to help yo dash. He clamped down on his thoughts, closed his eyes, and forced himself to take a deep breath. Later, he told himself, I'll think about it later. Right now I need to focus on the situation at hand. He waited a few seconds to calm himself down before opening his eyes and observing the situation again. It's just like every other villain attack you've watched, but you need to get closer if you want to see anything useful," he told himself as he nudged his way through the crowd. He nearly had a heart attack when he saw All Might's deflated form out of the corner of his eye, before passing it off as his already worn-out mind playing tracks on him. Pushing the last few people out of the way, he finally got to the front of the crowd. 3 heroes present with empty lady on the way, he observed. "It's okay, Izuku, this is just a standard hostage situation. The pros have trained for this 1,000 times before, just calm down. Calm down, relax, and watch how they take care of it." Except, as he watched with bated breath, they didn't. "Fire is my weakness, I can't get too close," Kamui Woods yelled. "You have a water hero with you. Have you never had a campfire? Wetwood doesn't burn, have him blast you, then speed forward a branch arm, grab Kaken, and pull him away. Even if you can't get him entirely unstuck, he's aiming the villain, you'll be in the opposite direction he's aiming. The explosions are too intense, I can't reach them." Death Arms chimed in. "Pick up one of the many large pieces of rubble surrounding you, use it as a shield to get close, and grab him. If he knows you're there to help, he won't shoot you. How dumb do you think he is? The villain's liquid, my punches wouldn't have any effect." He continued. "Excuse me? Can you not see correctly? He has eyes, and those are quite obviously not liquid. Or better yet, don't go for the villain, go help Kaken, the hostage who's in danger." "I can't get through, the streets are too narrow," a lady proclaimed from the street over. "Then shrink down, get over here and resize. Even if you can't grow, you can still help with the crowd. We could really use some high-powered water right now." Death Arms yelled. "I can't, I already have my hands full with these fires." The Water Hero responded. "Those buildings have already been evacuated, and actual firefighters are almost here. You're not even doing anything, because Kaken is the one causing the fires. Every time you put one out, another starts. Save him instead of the empty building, stop more fires from being started, then with the help of the fire force put the rest of the fires out. We don't have the right quirks. At least you have quirks." As the aspiring hero watched the scene unfold, he sank to his knees. He's going to die. He's going to die because no one did anything. He's going to die, and it's all my fault. Please, he begged, anyone please help. All might help. But as the seconds ticked by, Izuku learned something very important. Something that, looking back, he should have realized in the doctor's office all those years ago. The world doesn't give a f about him. It doesn't care if he becomes a hero or jumps off a bridge, it'll just keep spinning as it's always done and will continue to do. Blinking away unshed tears, Izuku forced himself to look back at his friend, fighting for his life because of his mistake. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, caught himself from falling and moved. Rain of sins. Izuku numbly trudged his way through the alleyway that led to his apartment. It wasn't the stereotypical dark alleyways from movies with drag dealers and gangs. No, these were just normal, well-lit-ish, urban alleyways, and the most dangerous people that prowled them were the occasional elementary school bully. Speaking of bullies, Izuku knew this area like the back of his hand because he had been using it to dodge bullies that tried to chase him after school ended. Oddly enough, these alleys were one of the few places Izuku could honestly say he felt completely safe, the other being his home. Which in and of itself was ironic, considering he had been completely terrified of them when he first got chased into them by bullies back in kindergarten. Half an hour of crying and a friendly stray cat later, younger him had mustered up the courage to find his way out. "All might wouldn't be scared," was the phrase that he had repeated to himself over and over as he wandered in the vague direction of his home. And when it was all said and done, he had found a direct route from school to his apartment complex that shaved off a good 15 minutes off walking. All Might wouldn't be scared, huh? All Might was the reason he was walking this route right now. It turns out he hadn't hallucinated All Might in the crowd. He had swooped in to save Izuku from the sludge villain after he had rushed in like an idiot. Then immediately after that he had to sit and be scolded by 4 different pro-heroes for what was best summed up as being an idiot and even worse, being a quirkless idiot. All Might had even tried to walk over before he got swarmed by reporters, looking like he really wanted to say something. Izuku already knew what he was going to say though, so he ran away. He ran into the alleys he used to hide, but this time it wasn't from his bullies, it was from the person he looked up to the most. He ran and hid because after everything he had been through that day, he couldn't be sure he could hold himself together. You didn't listen to my advice and put yourself in needless danger. But All Might was too kind to get angry over something like that. No, he wouldn't be angry at him, and that's what made it so much worse. I'm not mad at you, I'm disappointed in myself for my failure to convince you to stay safe. Wiping away tears that threatened to spill, the green-haired boy, sore, beaten, and exhausted, continued to push himself forward. Later, he told himself, I'll deal with it all when I get home. So instead he tried to distract himself with positive thoughts. He had aced that biology pop quiz in second PRD. He got All Might's autograph, and could show it to his mom. And Kaken? Izuku couldn't help the grin that slowly spread across his face. He had done it, he had saved his friend. Even if nothing had gone to plan, he managed to be a real hero and, do you speak of the devil and he shall appear. Turning around, Izuku came face to face with the exact person he had been thinking about just a second prior. Leaning on the ally wall, panting, out of breath, and looking overall worse for wear. He did just almost get eaten by a giant slime after all, stood the one and only Katsuki Bakugo. Kaken. Midoriya smiled as he jogged to his friend, exhaustion forgotten. Can you believe it? I finally was able to be a hero. I was Actua Dash. The loud crack of an explosion rocked the alleyway, jostling Izuku out of his cheerful thoughts. The explosion wasn't aimed at anything, being set involuntarily by an overflow of emotion. A quick glance to Bakugo's hands, clenched so tightly they were turning white with small pops going off around them every few seconds, proved this theory. His expression as he looked up proved it a second time. Blazing red eyes accompanied by a sneer that practically oozed malice did very little to lift Izuku's fast-plummeting spirit. You little sheet. Most words were spoken. These were spat and dripping with anger too. How fun. Bakugo pushed himself off the wall and stood to his full height, standing over Izuku as the poor boy tried to make himself as small as humanly possible. Being overly cheerful when Bakugo was angry, by general rule of thumb, was a bad idea. Bakugo was fuming. This whole day had just been one giant clusterfuck. First he bombed a pop quiz, then he found out that Deku of all people was trying to mock him by being the only other person to put UA on his high school recommendation paper, then he got attacked by a FNG villain of all DMN things, got held hostage, and worst of all was useless the entire time. He had to play a damsel in distress, and sit there like a sack of potatoes while Deku of all god-demed people saved his butt. And while All Might watched too. But that's not all. No, when he saw him following him, Deku had the effing audacity to try to run away after all that shit he just pulled. So long story short, Bakugo was said, did you really try to run away from me? Why don't dash? You really think you'd be able to pull that sheet, make me look like a demon fool in front of All Might, and then run away from me? No, that's N not WH what I dash. Bullshit. Katsuki's yell was accompanied by a pair of explosions. I can handle my own god-DMN problems. If I get myself into a shitty situation, it's my own effing responsibility to get myself out. But then you came in, made me look like an idiot, and then instead of facing me like a man, you ran. His eyes were practically glowing red in the shadows cast by the setting sun. No, I wasn't running far from you. Oh. Bakugo stilled, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Then who? Izuku gulped, his answer feeling pitifully weak even as he said it. All Might? Boom. He fell to the ground. The explosion that rocked the ally, even though it wasn't aimed at him, was powerful enough to have his ears ringing. First you make a fool of me, then you run, and now you're lying to my face. Bakugo was shaking at this point. Who do you think you are? Izuku only had a second to register a pair of hands gripping his collar before he was hauled to his feet. Well, I do don't you indy dash. Answer the goddamn question or I'll blow your head off. I couldn't you just watch why you did I ha had t to dd do so something. Izuku stuttered, practically shaking like a leaf. So what? I got myself into that shitty situation, it's my own FING responsibility to get myself out. And no it was my FFA fault. Cut the bullshit. I don't need your pity. Bakugo pushed Izuku away, the green-eyed boy managing to catch himself before he fell. Absent-mindedly, he noted that his shirt's collar was burnt and lightly smoking. Pi pity? Wano. I was helping you out a friend in need. For 5-10 seconds, the ally was completely quiet. No yelling, no explosions, not even any wind, just pure silence. This is such FNG bullshit. The tension that had filled the alley disappeared not with an explosion, but with an exhausted sigh as Bakugo stuffed his hands in his pockets and turned around to walk away. What Ash? Don't play dumb with me, nerd. Friend? I'm not your friend. You've always looked down on me, ever since we were little. No matter how hard I worked to get to the top, you always acted like I needed help, always thought I couldn't handle anything by myself, always mocked me, one day I'll be just as strong as you Kaken. You were quirkless, useless in a fight, I was on the top. And after constant practicing, after training till I dropped day in and day out to get to that spot, you, a scrawny nobody who hadn't put a day into training, hadn't gone to the gym even once, acted as though I was still on your level. At the very bottom. And no matter how many times I pushed you down to prove that all my effort had paid off, you continued to come back. I don't want your friendship. I don't want your pity. He paused mid-step and Izuku's hope, formerly smashed, soared. And quit with the Kaken thing, it pisses me off. Only to be smashed down once again. And he walked away. Just like that. Izuku stood in the alley for a while, just staring off into space, his mind trying to sort through everything. He stood in the alley for a bit longer. Then just a bit longer. Then a little longer still until he could form a coherent thought. Later. I'll deal with everything later, when I get home. And so the green-haired hero admirer turned and walked towards his house, the opposite direction of where Bakugo went. Both of the students had been shaken by the conversation. As one-sided as it was, it had been the first real conversation between the two in years. Unfortunately, as bright and flashy as it was, none of the really important things that really needed to be said were spoken of in any detail. And while neither of them knew it yet, that lack of communication in this conversation would come to cause many things to happen later down the line, many regrettable things. And as a pebble kicked off a ledge turned into a landslide, this too was perhaps the most regrettable mistake of all, because it was the only avoidable one. Reign of Sins. A certain deflated number 1 hero walked through the streets, his time limit having expired almost an hour ago, and his sense of direction failing him horribly. The kid was standing right in front of me. How did I manage to lose him? He had managed to take about 5 or so steps before he got flocked by reporters, and by the time he got away from them the kid was long gone. The symbol of peace had tried to track after him. He had tracked down many dangerous villains in his time as a hero. What was the difference? The difference was that the child was apparently far more capable than the supposed top villains, having not only spotted the pro, but given him the slip multiple times before finally managing to lose him. After 20 minutes of chasing dead ends, Toshinori had attempted to ask to see if anyone else had seen where the boy ran. Unfortunately, he hadn't taken his appearance into account. A tall, gangly man in his 40s, asking around for the whereabouts of a teenage student who he wasn't related to, didn't know the name of, and who was currently running from him. Not his best moment. He cringed as his phone rang, silently cursing when he saw the time. He had a scheduled meeting half an hour ago, about him teaching at UA, with Principal Nizu, who was currently calling him. He could only sigh as he accepted the call. Even though he was quirkless, the boy had had an incredible drive to be a hero. So strong that, even though he almost certainly wouldn't pass, Toshinori knew he would attempt the UA entrance exam anyway. He would be able to find the boy then at the exam and make him his successor. No. A quirkless person can't become a hero. He would attempt anyway, right? Nana would be so disappointed in him. Reign of Sins. Izuku laid in bed, staring at the ceiling. It was well past sunset, but he was still wide awake. He was too busy unpacking the day's events to be tired, but it was just so much. Bombshell after metaphorical bombshell had been dropped on the poor teen, so you had to forgive him for being a bit stressed. Said stress had bled over into other things, like his attitude towards the pros at the rescue scene. His thoughts had been jaded and a bit cold, and while they were all technically right, that didn't mean they were deserved. Or his conversation with Kakin, he stuttered normally, but it wasn't usually that bad. He could barely get out a single word for heaven's sake. He swallowed. Not Kakin. He had made it very clear how much he hated that name. I don't want your friendship. Deep breath. He told himself, of course he wasn't my friend, the evidence had been there in spades, I had just been too stupid to realize it. He wiped at the tears, born of stress and emotional overflow, that were threatening to stream down his face. He's basically the school celebrity while I'm the bullied loner. It doesn't matter that I have the best scores in our grade, our teachers still constantly pamper him while making things as hard as possible for me. He has an incredible quirk while I'm just a quirkless nobody. His quirk put him on the top of the world since the moment he first got it, while my lack of one. He rolled over, desperately trying to get away from that train of thought, only to find himself face to face with one of his All Might posters. No. A quirkless person can't become a hero. The words echoed around his head with the force of a freight train, and the only thing that came to Izuku's mind was, why? Why does everything come back to me being quirkless? A quirkless person isn't favored as much as someone with a powerful quirk. A quirkless person can't be a hero. A quirkless person gets scolded for running to help while Bakugo gets unbridled praise. It all comes back to quirks. Everything is about quirks. Quirks run our society. Quirks are... They wait. Izuku blinked. What exactly is a quirk? The question, blunt as it was, brought his mind to a screeching halt. Scrambling for an answer to such a simple question, his mind turned to his classes. Quirks are a genetic mutation in the human genome that allow for the use of incredible powers. He muttered to himself. These mutations can be passed down genetically, and first appeared over 200 years ago. The first known case was a light quirk. Simple question, simple answer, straight out of the textbook. Except, that didn't really answer the question, did it? Quirks were a mutation to human DNA, but what type of mutation allows its user to do things like spontaneously grow taller than a building? What about mutation-type quirks? Having a tail or wings might make sense if you stretch science, but how did human DNA suddenly start mimicking lizard DNA so closely as to allow a person to share almost every trait with the animals, all the way down to behavior patterns? Speaking of animals, Principal Nizu of UA was an animal who had a quirk, so quirks weren't just exclusive to humans. Izuku pushed himself to sit upright as his brain tried to comprehend how his simple question had turned into a labyrinth of mysteries. Now that he was thinking about it, every history book he had ever read claimed quirks just appeared one day and became more common as time went on, and left it at that. For what? Every quirk biology book claimed quirks were the ultimate form of evolution, but that didn't make any sense. The theory of natural selection takes place over hundreds of generations, taking millions of years to make any major noticeable difference. Quirks, meanwhile, appeared seemingly overnight. And even if that was the case, how did it explain quirks that were based on human technology? The hero Ingenium was a great example of this. His mutation-type quirk manifested as engines in his elbows. That's mechanical machinery, it doesn't have DNA. Izuku stepped off his bed, made his way over to his school bag, and fumbled around in the dark for a few seconds before he managed to successfully pull out his biology book. He set it on his desk, turned on his table lamp and started flipping through the pages, hoping to find an explanation to his increasingly complex query. What could possibly cause such an extreme shift almost overnight to not just the human population's DNA, but the animal populations as well? Some claimed that quirks had always been around, saying the witches and their magic that were burned back in medieval times were just people who had quirks, but that explanation fell short too. If they actually did have quirks, they would have been passed on to their children, and what was the possibility that every quirk manifested before 200 years ago was an emitter quirk? Ancient mythical creatures like mermaids and minotaurs maybe could be explained as mutation-type quirks, but again neither of those theories explains the sudden boom in quirks almost 200 years ago. He finally arrived at the section on quirks, only to find a half-page paragraph. That can't be right, he thought while rescanning the page. There has to be more. But there wasn't any more. Just the singular paragraph that, after reading through it, barely contained any information at all. Most of it was just the author bragging about his other works. Meanwhile, the actual information provided could be best summed up as, "Quirks appeared, so now we have them." The book was closed with gritted teeth and tossed back in the general vicinity of where his bag was. The aspiring hero turned off his lamp and booted up his computer, the same computer he watched All Might's video on every day as a kid. A quick click and his browser popped up. "Too cluttered," was his first thought upon seeing the multitude of open tabs left over from his previous uses, ranging from online games, hero news boards, and school research assignments. Normally he would be more than capable of sorting through them all, but he was already exhausted from the previous disaster of a day, and now with this rabbit hole of a question eating at his mind, he just really didn't want to spare the mental effort. So with a few more clicks, he had closed all the excess tabs, and was on a blank search page. The screen was completely white save for a search bar and the company logo. Just a few keystrokes and he'd be done, then he could go back to bed. Go to bed and finish thinking about everything that happened. But first he needed an answer. You see, the funny thing about life is that, for all the incredible things that people do, the things that end up changing the world the most are almost always done on complete accident. In his clearing of tabs, the young man who in another life would have become All Might's successor not half a day prior, had closed a tab he first opened nearly over a decade ago, and hadn't closed since. A tab with a very certain video that had inspired him to become a hero all those years ago. A tab that like a door of destiny had been closed to make room for a question. As the clock struck midnight, Izuku took a deep breath and typed out his question. "What is a quirk?" And outside his window, a butterfly flapped its wings. Kurogiri had been having a good day, he really had. The sun was shining, the next episode of his favorite TV show came out, no fights had broken out in the bar, and he had even gotten an abnormally high tip from one of his regulars, not that he really needed it. It had just been an all-round good day. So of course it had to go horribly wrong. Let it be known, Kurogiri liked his bar quite a bit. It was his work, his hobby, his passion, and his house all in one, with the first story being the bar, the second being guest rooms, and the third his own private suite. His bar was his own little place in the world, and over time it had become something of a staple in the criminal underworld. It was the place where everyone could come, enjoy a nice drink, play a game of darts, and just relax and unwind, far away from the hardships of life. Mobsters, gangs, murderers, thieves, anyone and everyone was welcome as long as they didn't disturb the peace his bar offered, not that anyone ever did. His bar was full of the type of people who you really wouldn't want to run into in an alleyway, and these people were more than happy to, let's say escort, any troublemakers away from their leisure spot. So you would think that with a small army of thugs, mercenaries, and killers, no one would be dumb enough to barge in and try to take over his bar. Except of course, someone was. And even worse than that, they somehow succeeded. The warp quirk user placed the glass he had been polishing back in its freshly cleaned cabinet, and took a glance at the bar's only other current occupant, Tamura Shigaraki. The light blue-haired man had barged into his bar covered in hands, and flanked by 10 black armored men. He had brazenly declared the bar was now under his ownership, and that all the customers needed to get out. What happened next was predictable. Everyone laughed at him, and the biggest guy in the room, a friendly mercenary everyone nicknamed Big Bob, had gotten up to throw him and his lackeys out. They quickly stopped laughing after Tamura turned Bob, the man who had been gushing over how he was going to be an uncle not a minute beforehand, into a pile of dust. That's when it all went to shit. His customers all jumped to their feet and pulled out a myriad of weapons, knives, pistols, crowbars, etc., and rushed to avenge their friend. The armored men pulled out rifles, and Tamura dashed forward. A minute and a half later and his beloved bar was covered in layers of blood and dust, his customers all either dead or fled. On the bright side of things, 6 of the 10 men Tamura had brought were dead, with another seriously injured. Kurogiri could thank David for that. His very first customer and most active regular had drawn his revolver, a gift from his grandfather. He would often brag, the moment Tamura opened his mouth, and managed to take 3 of the bodyguards down on top of putting a bullet to Tamura's shoulder before being dusted. After the gruesome spectacle, Tamura had sat down at the bar to nurse his shoulder, close enough to grab the warper if he tried to use his quirk, and the remaining bodyguards had brought in and hooked up what appeared to be a vintage TV. The men had then picked up their fallen comrades and left. Before Kurogiri could say anything though, the TV flickered on. On the screen a masked man had appeared. He introduced himself as Tamura's teacher, giving a name to the red-eyed man who had done nothing but glare at the bartender since he sat down. Oh, how Kurogiri was so sorry for Tamura getting shot in the shoulder. It's not like the idiot had decided to take on an entire bar full of set-off thugs and mafia members with only 10 men as backup. This teacher had gone on to clarify a few things. He explained that those were his men, that he had a lot more of them, and that Kurogiri was to listen to Tamura's orders from now on. When he had questioned as to why he should listen to the man who had killed his entire customer base not 5 minutes prior, the TV man simply laughed and calmly proceeded to give a very vivid description of what would happen to him if he failed to comply. Now Kurogiri was a reasonable man, and while he could firmly say that he had no qualms with tweaking his daily routine for the foreseeable future in order to not get killed, he was still under the opinion that he should have had at least 5 minutes to gather his thoughts on everything before being hauled off to have his quirk examined by a doctor named Doraima Ujiko. A doctor, mind you, who had lost his license a few years back. After only a few minutes with the man, Kurogiri could honestly say he understood why he had lost it. To put it simply, the doctor was he sounded like a mad scientist out of some fantasy book. Your quirk is far too fascinating to not research, the man had explained. If I can find out how it works, it will bring me one step closer to creating the perfect masterpiece for my master. What Kurogiri found the oddest about the man wasn't the way he worshipped his master, but instead his willingness to answer all of Kurogiri's questions. He loved to go on and on about the artwork that his research allowed him to gift his master, and how he hoped to one day create the perfect masterpiece. The doctor had then gone on to inform him that Tamura was the man's successor, and how powerful this all for one was in physical strength as well as political influence and sheer cunning, terrifying the mist-made man to the core in the process. After all the tests were done with and all his questions were answered, the ones he had been willing to ask at least, Kurogiri was allowed to return home. Well, perhaps allowed to go home was too kind of phrasing. One of the doctor's assistants had broken something and Kurogiri had been kicked out so the mad scientist could yell at them. As he walked back to his bar, far too mentally exhausted to use his quirk, he realized something. The doctor, obsessed with his work and slightly off-kilter he may be, was actually the nicest person he had met that day. He hadn't killed his customers, pointed a gun at him, or threatened to string him up by his intestines. If that didn't say how bad his day had been, he didn't know what would. Kurogiri let out a sigh and could only hope that someone out there was having a better day than he was. Rain of sins. Izuku was not having a good day. 3.5 weeks had passed since he first asked his question, and he hadn't found anything. Websites were just as bad as his biology book had been, vague at best and purposely misleading at worst. Social media and hero threads had proved to be even more useless, the results ranging from people brushing his question off and telling him to not worry about it, to openly laughing at him. A week in and he had finally gotten fed up enough to start messaging actual doctors about it, but that plan of action had lost its footing almost as quickly as it had gained it, with most not bothering to respond and the few that actually took him seriously clamming up when they realized he didn't have a quirk. He had emailed college professors, scientists, and head directors of several research labs, his sheer number of emails sent guaranteeing him at least a few replies, only to meet the same result. They didn't take him seriously because he was quirkless. His latest reply from a doctor of St. Luke's International Hospital seemed to sum up all their thought processes. Why bother with wanting to learn about quirks? You don't have one and aren't going to develop one. The only thing I can think of is that you want to see if there's a way to give you one. If this is the case, and I highly suspect it is, then I'm going to have to ask you to stop wasting important people's time with your childish fantasies." Izuku gave out a tired sigh and sunk into his textbook. Finding a way to gain a quirk would be wonderful, it really would, but that wasn't even what he was asking, he just wanted to know what a quirk even was. At this point he would take literally any answer he could find. How hard was it to explain what caused such rapid genetic mutation in the human populace, how it affected animals as well, how it happened everywhere on Earth at the same time, how it incorporated artificial technology into these mutations, how it seemingly fused different species' DNA at random, how it was able to break quantum physics at will, nullifying gravity for example, and how it was able to do all of this with a time frame of a week at best and over one night at worst. Okay, so maybe it was a little difficult to explain all that, but explaining how nuclear fission worked was also a little difficult, and that didn't cause people to brush it off and go, "Oh well." The poor boy, after having realized he wasn't going to get any answers simply by asking around, had decided to start doing his own research. Was it a good idea? Kinda. Pros. He was now much more knowledgeable on the subject of genetics, would probably never have to study for another biology class unless he majored in it, could pick out what type of quirk a person had by looking at a graph of their DNA emitter, mutation, or transformation, and had memorized the entire human evolution chart. Cons. He had now gone 10 days without a full 8 hours of sleep at night, his grades were slipping, except biology, and he may or may not have developed a slight fondness for coffee. Results: lots of cool knowledge, but still no answer. Unfortunately, it was that second one that Izuku really cared about. Now that's not to say everything had been for nothing, far from it, he might not have had an answer quite yet, but he was much closer than before. He could feel it. His new knowledge had put him on the right track, and while it wasn't on par with any actual scientists, it was far above anything he was going to learn at his current school. Though he didn't realize exactly how far above the standard curriculum he was until he took a biology test 2 days ago. A 96, the highest grade in the class by an entire letter grade, and when he looked to see what he got wrong, well, on the back there was an 8-point SAQ that asked how quirks were passed down from parents to children. Most of the class had gotten the question right, simply copy and pasting the 2-sentence answer they got in class the day before. Izuku, meanwhile, may or may not have gone a bit overboard. An hour into the test and his entire page was crammed full of giant paragraphs detailing how different types of quirks pass on differently, examples of how 2 parent quirks can fuse to create a child quirk of the 2, quotes from several different studies and scientists, a graph of probability chances, and several of Izuku's own hypotheses on the subject matter, all in tiny handwriting. His teacher had put a big question mark on the page and given him half credit. Izuku shook his head, trying to get his thoughts back on track as well as fight off the drowsiness that had snuck up on him. Coffee was a good substitute for sleep, but it wasn't a perfect replacement, and the teacher's mundane droning wasn't doing him any favors either. His research had given him answers, but not the ones he needed. The 2 main problems he found in his methodology were A, his lack of access to any form of information that wasn't either on Wikipedia or a study interview he could find online, and B, how every time he found something that seemed it would lead somewhere, it turned into a dead end. At least until last night. Last night, when looking for some more obscure researchers who would be more likely to at least send him a response email, he stumbled upon a scientist who had immediately piqued his interest. He was a well-learned geneticist who had also been through medical school and was a certified doctor. But what really caught Izuku's attention was his work. The man had focused solely on better understanding how quirks worked and how they affected the human genome. Further research revealed that many of the more advanced theories on quirkology were first written by him. Granted, how do quirks work is slightly different from what is a quirk, but hey, it had been almost a month and Izuku was just taking what he could get at this point. Besides, the fact this man was actually looking into the mystery of quirks instead of just brushing it aside, like everyone else, was more than enough for the exhausted teen. But there was a small problem. The short list of information he had on the man was all there was. No date of birth, no pictures, and no records that the man even existed besides the 2 research papers Izuku had found, The fact his name was credited in small text on the newest renditions of Quirk theory, and an old news article saying the man had somehow lost his doctor's license. Of course it hadn't mentioned why he had lost it. No, that would be too helpful. The man was practically a ghost. And as Izuku drifted off to sleep, he was at least able to take satisfaction in one small victory. He at least knew the man's name. Ujiko Daruma, the creator of the Quirk singularity theory. Reign of Sins. Bakugo was thinking. Despite what most people assumed from his personality, Bakugo was more than some brainless brute. He might not be the Einstein of his generation, but he was definitely more than a few steps ahead of the extras he was surrounded by in class. He had to be if he wanted to be number one. Brawn without a brain is like a car with no engine, while brain without brawn is like an engine with no car. Neither will move alone, it takes both to get anywhere in life. His mother had told him some variation of that when he failed his first test back when he was very young, but he hadn't listened to her first lecture. 2 weeks later and another F, she had tweaked it the second time around to the one he remembered today. She made it appeal to his dream of being the best. He knew this, knew she was trying to manipulate him, but even then, it worked. He hadn't failed a single assignment since, and his average for any class never dropped below AB. He was going to be the best, he was going to be number one no matter what it took. Which was why it was always so infuriating that no matter how long he studied or how hard he tried, when the end of the grading PRD rolled around, he always came second in his grades ranking. Right behind Deku. Single. Goddamn time. Which was why he was thinking. He had gotten second place ever since they first started ranking the students, all the way back in the end of elementary. Always FING second. Always behind FING Deku. It was one of the reasons he hated him so much at times. Deku was smart, really FNG smart, but he didn't try to expand beyond his intelligence. And despite the fact he was an engine with no car, Deku had managed to beat him every semester. It was like a broken record that kept repeating itself over and over. But not this time. When they had gotten the results back this morning, he was on top, not Deku. Normally this would have been a time to celebrate, to rub it in the loser's face that Bakugo was the best. After all of these years he had finally won, finally proven that he deserved to be number one. But it was all wrong. This wasn't the glorious victory he imagined, this wasn't a triumph. No, this past semester had been his worst semester in years, barely scraping by in history with a B-, but that wasn't even the worst part. Deku, the quirkless nerd who he had lost to again and again for years, wasn't in second place, wasn't even in third. Deku was sixth. And so Bakugo was thinking. Deku had started coming to school with bags under his eyes, started missing homework, and started sleeping through classes. Deku was FNG sleeping through class. Something was wrong with the nerd, he was starting to act like an extra, which Bakugo knew he wasn't. He didn't like Deku by any stretch of the imagination, but the wannabe had beaten him, even if it was only in their grades, that automatically put the nerd above the sea of extras. What would cause the idiot to nosedive so suddenly? It was almost like he wanted Katsuki to beat him. The explosion quirk user pushed his thoughts out of his mind. Just thinking around in circles wouldn't do anything. UA's entrance exam was in 9 months and Bakugo needed to start doubling down on his training. If Deku wanted to become an extra, so be it. Katsuki Bakugo was destined to be number one. Deku never had any part in that. Reign of Sins. Izuku groggily opened his eyes to find an empty classroom, lit only by the evening sun. No teacher, no students, no Bakugo. A quick glance at his phone informed him that his face hadn't been written on, and that class had ended half an hour ago. Of course they didn't wake me up, was the first thought to run through his mind. I'm just a nobody to them. But I can change that, he mumbled through a yawn. I'll prove I can be just as good of a hero as anyone else. No. You can't be a hero without a quirk. But how could he? How could he even hope to be a hero when the number one pro, the man who had inspired him to become a hero in the first place, blatantly told him that he couldn't? How could he help anyone when he couldn't even save his childhood friend from a villain he helped escape? How could he prove to his mother that he could be a hero without her worrying? How could he? His downward spiral was interrupted by his phone buzzing. Later, he told himself. One step at a time, I'll find an answer, then I'll think about everything. Just not right now. His mother was messaging him asking him where he was and if he was okay. After school study group. He texted back, it would let her know he wasn't in any danger, and get him out of any trouble at the same time. Izuku wasn't a compulsive liar by any means, in fact the phenomenon was quite rare, but everyone lied every once in a while. Izuku was human, and as such was no exception. But as he started typing his reply, two very different phrases echoed through his head. Everyone can be a hero. No. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Liar. I fell asleep in class, just woke up. He typed out instead. The green-haired boy didn't want to think about All Might right now, but one thing was for sure. I'm not lying to anyone like that. A few minutes later, and he was walking to the grocery store to pick up food for dinner tonight. His mom had chewed him out about sleeping in class, and tossed on his slipping grades as the metaphorical cherry on top, to drive the point home. Halfway through her rant she stopped herself, told him to go pick up groceries, and said that they would finish their chat when he got home. At first glance from an outside perspective it seemed a bit harsh of her. Izuku had been at the very top of his class since elementary school, now one bad semester and she was freaking out. But Izuku knew she wasn't trying to be mean, she was just stressed, and more importantly, she was just worried. Izuku knew from a young age that his mother worried about him, and when he got a bit older he realized how stressed she was, but it wasn't until a few years ago that he realized how bad it really was. When her husband first got sick, she picked up a job to help pay bills. After he died she had picked up another. When Izuku had come home one day and innocently asked what college was, she picked up two more. When Izuku was declared quirkless, she dedicated almost all her free time to being at home for Izuku, pushing away all of her friends and related family to make time for her son, only staying in contact with Bakugo's mom because he was friends with him as a kid. She cooked, cleaned, worked 4 jobs, and desperately tried to pay bills that always seemed just out of budget, often going entire weeks just eating scraps so Izuku could have full stomach. This transitioned into the stress eating that had destroyed her figure when their budget became more stable. The problem wasn't that she didn't care about Izuku, it was that she cared too much. And now his grades were slipping for the first time in his academic history and she went full mama bear mode, worried something was wrong, and angry at herself for not preventing it. A sad smile graced his face. He'd have to calm her down when he got home, maybe even cook dinner for her so she could relax. But that was later. Right now he had to pick up some groceries. Rain of sins. Kurogiri was not in a good mood. Not only had he lost his bar that morning, but when he got back from the DR's lab, an old warehouse down in the middle of nowhere, Tamura had complained about all the blood and dust everywhere and told him to clean all the filth up. Well, excuse him, but that filth was his former customers. It wasn't Kurogiri's fault they were all dead. No, the blame for that lied on another person's head. The same person, might he add, that was telling him to clean it all up. But that wasn't all. No. Tamura just had to make everything more difficult. When he had gone to simply warp everything away into the ocean, Tamura had flipped out. You can't use your quirk yet, he had yelled. We're only on the starting level, we need to keep all out secret abilities hidden so the bosses can't prepare for them. A few things. 1. What the F dash? 2. This was Kurogiri's quirk. He was the one to decide how he used it. 3. His quirk was already on the quirk registry. It was registered when he first developed it as a child, so the pros and law enforcement in general already knew about his quirk. It was why he had never used it to steal anything or do anything criminal with it. For what the F dash? So now here he was, browsing the cleaning section of the supermarket because the anti-vacuum cleaner decided to put dust everywhere and make him clean it without his quirk. Kurogiri didn't even have any cleaning equipment besides the sanitizer he used for his tables and alcohol glasses. He had always just warped any mess away, but not this time apparently. He had table polish. Did that count? Did Tamura want him to just polish the dust away? That's not how table polish worked. That's not how any of this worked. Kurogiri let out a sad sigh, as he came to terms that the stress from all this may have been impacting him a bit more than he would have preferred. And even if it wasn't, he wasn't usually this negative, but today was proving to be an exception for basically every rule he had. He started counting up how much everything would cost while double-checking his small basket as he turned a corner, only to drop said basket when someone ran straight into him. The bartender just stood there for a few seconds trying to understand what happened, his mental math now floating around his head like a puzzle that had fallen and smashed itself to pieces on the floor. Looking down, he was greeted by a groaning teenager with a mop of green hair spiraled out on the ground. His cleaning supplies were on the floor, mixed with a large array of various ingredients such as carrots and onions. Kurojire's first instinct was to scold the kid for not looking where he was going. No, he scolded himself. I was the one who turned the corner so suddenly, there's no way he could have seen me coming. No one is at fault here. Just because I've had a shitty day doesn't mean I have to make someone else's day shitty too. Reaching down, he grabbed the boy's phone, which had landed next to his foot. He was about to hand it back when something curious caught his eye. On the phone, several news articles were opened. 2 were articles on Quirkology, the rest. Kurojire's eyes narrowed dangerously. Why is he searching for information on Dr. Ujiko? It was a very good question, one that required an equally good answer if the kid was to stay out of any trouble. He cast another look at the young man who was picking himself off the ground, this time looking for clues. His eyes caught sight of a book that had fallen from the boy's backpack. Advanced Quirk Theory Vol. 5, by Stephen Joseph, the book read. Now Kurojire knew something was definitely wrong. That book was far beyond the reading level of just any random student. He hadn't even understood half of what the first volume talked about when he read it a year or 2 back, and now some middle schooler comes by, just casually reading highly advanced material while searching for information on Dr. Ujiko. Something was up, but what could it be? And then it clicked. Dr. Ujiko had spoken at great lengths about his several assistants, and how he hoped they would one day help him create his greatest masterpiece. Now, the doctor was a bit odd at times, but even then, wasn't this kid a bit young to be an assistant? And why was he in the grocery store of all places? You would think an evil genius would have better things for his great assistants to do than run errands. Wait, was the kid lost? The lab was in the middle of nowhere, and the doctor seemed like the type of person who forgot to give out directions every once in a while. Combine that with the fact Ujiko had said he had multiple labs around Japan, and often had people moved between them, and well, Kurojire may have had a bad day, but that didn't mean everyone had to. The rain of sins. Oh. Izuku mumbled as he pushed his way to his feet. He had known running through the store to get home quicker was a bad idea, but he had wanted to get back home to his mom as fast as he could. He had gotten all the ingredients without any problem though, so he figured he could try to multitask, looking up some info while he ran to the checkout line. It obviously hadn't worked. Looking up, he was greeted by a strange sight. A man seemingly made completely of mist was holding Izuku's phone out to him. Thank you, he said as he grabbed his phone from the man. No problem, young man. I'm sorry I caused you to drop your things. Please allow me to help. Sure, he responded, not really sure what else to say. A minute later, and Izuku, with the help of the man, had collected all his stuff and put it neatly back in his basket. Deku was about to thank the man again before he broke the silence. By any chance, would you be looking for Dr. Ujiko's lab? I mean absolutely. He hadn't been, but now he knew about it, he most certainly was. The man gave a good-natured chuckle. I thought so, wait just one moment. He spread out his hand and opened, wait, was that it? Portal? Izuku didn't get the chance to observe anything more, because after a second the man pulled out a pen and a small scrap of paper, closing the portal afterwards. He jotted down something on the paper before holding it out. Here, he said, offering it to Izuku. It's where his lab is, I was there earlier today. Looking at the paper revealed an address that Izuku wasn't immediately familiar with, he looked back to the man to thank him, for the 3rd time, only to find him walking away. Wait, he called, what's your name? Kurojire, the man answered as he turned around. Yours? I Izuku am Midoriya. Well then, Mr. Midoriya, it was a pleasure meeting you, have a good day. Kurojire said with a small bow, before turning back around. Izuku stood there, watching the mist man as he walked away, before finally dragging his eyes back down to the small scrap of paper in his hand. A grin spread across his face. I have a lead. The butterfly had flapped its wings, and now the storm was brewing. Izuku was nervous. Okay, maybe that didn't really do the situation justice. Izuku was, and always had been, a tad socially awkward, as well as being an individual who naturally shied away from attention. Unfortunately, it wasn't until he was practically a block away from his destination that he realized how much his plan went directly against both of those things. It sounded fine at the time. He reasoned, just go up, knock on the door, ask if Dr. Ujiko worked there, and if I could talk to him. Yes, walk up to an unknown door, knock, put all attention on him, and ask a complete stranger if they knew if another complete stranger worked at the building, and then ask if he could talk to said stranger. All perfectly normal and easy for someone like Izuku to accomplish, especially at midnight of all times. He was really starting to wish All Might hadn't saved him from the sludge villain. After he got the address from Mr. Kurojiri, Izuku had gone home, gotten scolded by his mother, gotten cried on by his mother, and then made dinner for and ate with his mother. His original plan had been to get a good night's sleep and then go in the morning, hopefully well rested enough to not make a complete fool of himself. 2.5 hours of tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, and he had decided to just get it over with, throwing the address into his phone's map, only realizing what time it was when he did all the other problems with his plan. When he was cold, tired, and less than a block away from his destination. Izuku let out a sigh bordering between exhausted and exasperated. His determined, or hero, mindset and his normal mindset were very different. Anyone who had seen the two could attest to just how different he acted when he flipped between the two. A bold young man, determined enough to run headfirst into danger with a smile on his face, became a stuttering boy who couldn't so much as talk to a girl without dissolving into an incoherent mess. Needless to say, they didn't always work together the best. His current situation was a fine example of this. Plans made when he was in hero mode didn't tend to work that well after it wore off. Come on Izuku, you can't give up now, you'll never be a hero if you can't even knock on a door. The quirkless boy steeled his resolve as he turned the corner, preparing to face the place that could very well hold the answer to the question he'd been chasing for over a month now, only to find. Is that an old warehouse? He asked no one in particular. No, I must have put in the wrong address. It was one of the only logical conclusions his worn-out brain could come to. Why would the scientist who had almost single-handedly created the basis for modern-day quirk theory be working out of an old abandoned concrete hut in the middle of downtown? But as he checked the map, then the address, then pulled out his scrap of paper to double-check, hit his phone a few times, checked the map again and then re-entered the address in his phone, another logical conclusion came to him. Did Mr. Kurojiri lie to me? He wondered, but no, that didn't make sense either. What would he get from sending Izuku on a wild goose chase for a made-up lab? Plus he had referred to the man as Dr. Ujiko, not Scientist Ujiko, meaning he had to have some previous knowledge of the doctor, which supported the theory he knew him. You've come too far to chicken out now. Izuku scolded himself as he forced his feet to move towards the door. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? The rain of sins. Daruma Ujiko was an oddity of a man. If you were to ask his assistants or anyone else who worked for him, they wouldn't say anything downright negative about the doctor, but they would definitely make it known that he had his issues, just like everyone else. He was overbearing, constantly checking on the various projects he had given to his employees, and critiquing them as they worked. He liked to micromanage, seemingly determined to have a hand in everything that was going on, all the way down to walking around and testing various appliances to make sure they were working and well-stocked. He was unempathetic at times, uncaring for reasons or excuses for missing deadlines, unless it was a really, really good one. But one word seemed to come up much more than any other in the hushed conversations in hallways. He was a perfectionist. Now that last one seemed a bit unfair. All the other ones, sure he could totally agree with, but he wasn't a perfectionist. No, Ujiko knew that not everything could be perfect, in fact very few things ever could. This was why he put so much time and care and effort into his creations. They were his artwork, they were his children, they were his gifts to his master, and one day he would create his magnum opus. His true masterpiece. There would be no flaws, no errors, it would be what so few things could ever achieve. Perfection. However, just because he didn't expect perfection from his assistants, he most certainly expected them to do their jobs right. This lab was supposed to be completely set up and running 3 days ago, Izuku growled. So can anyone explain to me why the security system hasn't even been started on yet? Well sir, we were running perfectly on schedule, even ahead of it actually, until a few weeks ago. Oh. The doctor paused, turning to the brave worker in a lab coat who had interrupted his. He sent a quick glance at his watch, now 25-minute rant. Well then why didn't you say so sooner? It's not like that. Doesn't change the fact you are now behind schedule. He swatted at her with the small stack of papers in his hand, growling when his height caused him to miss her head and lightly whack her shoulder instead. Sir, we can explain. Well then explain. Now. Heroes. A woman from the small group of workers he had been scolding for the past half hour stepped forward. He recognized her as the scientist he put in charge of this, very unfinished, lab. A string of robberies took place and hero activity skyrocketed. We had to slow down everything to avoid detection. She said with her hands clasped firmly behind her back, "It was my order, sir. If you're going to punish someone, then I'm the one at fault." The doctor gnashed his teeth and turned away from the group to find something to punch. The closest potential victim was a cardboard box lying on the ground, which soon became a very dented box after a quick kick to its side. It's always heroes this, heroes that. They don't even know the lab's here, and yet they still seem hell-bent on causing me problems. The short genius grumbled some choice words under his breath before spinning back around to his people, jabbing the lady with his papers. Fine, I'll let it slide. But just this once. The crowd let out a sigh of relief. Now what are you all still doing here? Scram. Back to your stations. I want this lab up and running by Sunday, no, Friday. And if it's not DMN sparkling when I come to check on it again, I'll have all of you scrubbing toilets for a year. He yelled as they all ran off with relieved smiles on their faces. With a toothbrush. The doctor took a moment to compose himself, panting slightly from all his yelling. Feeling a hand lightly pat his head, he swatted at the offending appendage with his trusty paper stack. Thank you for your understanding, Dr. Izuku. Yara Ito, the lab's head scientist, said as she calmly walked past him, a friendly smirk on her face. The doctor growled as he attempted to put his imaginary hair back in place. Stress and age did terrible things to one's style. I would fire her and her sassy but attitude if she weren't so demon good at her job. He complained to no one in particular as he watched her walk away. He sighed as he rubbed his temple and ran through everything in his head, trying to figure out how far back this would push his plans, when a light knock echoed from the door. The mad scientist raised his head, about to yell at someone to answer it, before pausing and letting out an annoyed huff when he realized he just sent them all off. I swear to God, Kurogyri. He complained to himself as he marched towards the door. I know I said, come back anytime if you need anything. But I figured it was implied that anytime didn't include the middle of the DMN night. What do you want now? He yelled as he swung the door open, only to find, that's not Kurogyri. His sleep-deprived mind noted, it's just a kid. And indeed there was, in fact, just a kid standing at the door. A few moments passed with the two both staring at each other, but just as the green-haired boy worked up the courage to say something, Izuku came to a conclusion. Not my kid, not my problem. He told himself as he shut the door. Wait. He stopped a few paces from the door. There's a kid at the door. He blinked behind his goggles. There's a kid at the door of one of my secret labs. Sheet. He made a 180-degree correction to his course and flung the door open. Kid. He yelled at the teen who appeared to have been dejectedly walking away. Get over here. The kid scrambled back towards the door, his face seeming like it couldn't decide if it should smile in joy or cry in terror, or do both at the same time. What the hell are you doing here? The boy tried to respond, he really did, but with the traits of bad at talking to people, bad at talking to strangers, and bad at talking to angry people, forming a metaphorical bingo, all that came out was a noise that most closely resembled a porcupine dying in an echo chamber. What? Spit it out, boy. I am L looking F for Dieter Yiko. The scientist's eyes narrowed to a dangerous degree as his left arm slipped under his lab coat and thumbed the pistol that sat at his side. He was a scientist, a doctor, and his quirk wasn't combat-oriented, but that didn't mean he was defenseless. Any villain dumb enough to not carry any form of protection wouldn't be a villain for very long. You're looking for Daruma Ujiko? Why you know him? Ujiko took a moment to better examine the boy. His green hair was disheveled as if he had just crawled out of bed. He was wearing blue jeans, sneakers, and a white t-shirt with the words "T-shirt" scribbled on the front. On top of that he had a jacket haphazardly thrown on to protect him against the night's cold. His jeans had small pockets, too small to be concealing any guns, but still able to fit a pocket knife in each. His shoes, again, too small to carry a gun, but small knives could easily be slipped beneath the soles. No bags that could be explosives, and his shirt lacked any sort of carrying capacity. The most dangerous variables were the boy's jacket, which had big enough pockets to hold a small gun or large knife, and that the kid was scrawny enough to have knives or even a small handgun strapped to his chest, arms, or legs without causing any real displacement of his clothes. There were no signs of a mutation-type quirk, which meant the kid most likely had an emitter or transformation-type quirk. Those were the most annoying because they were the hardest to make educated guesses about from appearances alone. Combat analysis. The kid couldn't be armed with anything more than light weapons, but had an unknown quirk which could prove to be very dangerous. Ujiko, on the other hand, had a heavy pistol, a not-set-up security system, a small squad of guards patrolling the building, and a handful of Nomu that had been transferred to the lab yesterday, although it would take time for either of the latter groups, his heaviest hitters, to get to his location. He brought a hand to his goggles, making a show of adjusting them, as if to see the kid better. He's here alone. The doctor observed as he scanned the courtyard and adjacent abandoned warehouses with the infrared vision he had enabled on his goggles. He's either really confident in his abilities, or he's an idiot. Well, of course I know him, he said, deciding to take a risk and gauge his opponent's reaction. He's me. The kid's eyes grew to the size of saucers and his jaw dropped. Why you're? Yes, I am Dr. Ujiko. Might I ask who you are, and more importantly why you're here? My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I. Stop stuttering and spit it out, boy. I need to ask you a question. Oh really? Ujiko leaned forward slightly to disguise the motion of him pulling the gun out of its holster and bringing it up to his chest. And what question would that be? The gun's safety was flicked off with an inaudible click. Because, well, let's just say, I do hope it's a good one. The gun was now aligned with the boy's head, hidden perfectly behind Ujiko's lab coat. A bullet hole in his coat wouldn't be that big of a deal, it could always be replaced. The boy's head, on the other hand, the kid tracked down a disgraced scientist. A man who had his entire presence practically erased from the world, every book he had ever written, either burned or in his own possession, the internet scrubbed of his existence by all for one's top hackers. A man who only ever left the safety of his labs when traveling between them, and even then only traveling via a Nomu with a warp quirk. A man who was one of the very few to work for all for one directly. Learn of his existence, pinpoint where his hidden labs were, pinpoint which one he was at and when he was at it, because he never stayed in one place for very long, and then corner him at midnight when no one was around, all to ask a question? It better be a very, very good question. The boy clenched his fists and took a deep breath. The scientist steadied his gun and prepared himself. What is a quirk? Ujiko wasn't drunk enough for this. Did Yuyara need a live body for experimentation? No, wait, this lab was to see if there was a way to add quirks to Nomu after they were created, not for making the creatures. But she could still use one, right? Meh, it didn't really matter. He'd hand the kid off to the lab head, and then finally get some sleep. Despite what the outside of the building implied, the inside was very much not abandoned, full of people in lab coats running around doing various tasks. Izuku wore a gobsmacked expression on his face as he was led through the stale white hallways of the lab by Dr. Ujiko. It wasn't a grand tour of the facility by any means, he didn't even know where he was being led to, but even just the things he could glimpse through cracked open doors and clear windows had him speechless. Whoa, is that a DNA sequencer? I almost didn't recognize it due to how advanced it looks. Are they setting up a cryogenic storage facility over there? Holy crap, that's a CRISPR machine. I thought they stopped developing that tech back W-. Wait, what are those giant glass tubes? The green-haired teen had his eyes opened as wide as they could go, determined to see as much as possible in the underground lab that looked like something straight out of a sci-fi film. Of course, the irony of this was, despite how determined he was to see everything, he didn't notice the giant metal door locking behind him when he entered the building, the small squad of guards that had fallen into line on either side of him, or the giant lizard-like creature with an exposed brain stalking him from the air vents, ordered to pounce if it sensed the boy activating his quirk. Ironically, the scariest of those three was also the least dangerous to the very quirkless Izuku. Despite the amazing situation, or perhaps because of it, Izuku's curiosity was still strong enough to rear its head at the worst of times. Excuse me, Dr. Yuujiko. He stuttered. Are they working when the lab eyes, well, why no? Izuku had been lead down to the third level of the lab, and while this floor alone had enough machinery and scientific know-how to put most professional institutions to shame, the second had been filled with half-done wiring, partially set up lab equipment, and various machines covered in plastic tarps, and the first floor. Well, there were enough boxes that Izuku hadn't realized he was being led into a lab until the second level. They're behind schedule on getting the lab completely set up, but they still have the common sense to get started on their other projects. The scientist huffed. They just missed one deadline, they're not suicidal enough to miss two. Now be quiet, we're almost there. Now Izuku didn't exactly know where this there was, but his social anxiety assured him that he didn't need to ask, so instead he focused on observing the man in front of him instead. People always say that when you meet a celebrity in real life, they're almost always shorter than you imagine them being. Izuku had never really believed in those sorts of myths before, but Dr. Ujiko was, well, he wasn't exactly what you would call a tall person. From what the teen could tell, the man was standing somewhere around 5 feet tall, 1.524 meters, not a midget, but considering Izuku, a middle schooler, had to look down when talking to him, it was definitely a noticeable factor. The man had a fair amount of weight, an amount that would usually look relatively normal on anyone else, but that was further exemplified by his short height, giving him a slightly egg-like appearance. The man hadn't a spare hair on his head, it had seemingly all migrated to his very bushy and very unkempt mustache. Toss on some steampunk-esque goggles and a lab coat to top it all off, and you have the very unique appearance of the famous Daruma Ujiko. A man who, Izuku could firmly vouch, had no right being so intimidating when he looked like a mini Dr. Eggman from the Sonic games. Approaching the end of the hallway, a large metal door slid away to reveal what appeared to be a break room of sorts. Crisp blue cushions covered couches that lined the sides of the room, a microwave with several fish pastries in it sat in a corner, and in the center of the room several metal chairs were strewn around a coffee table, all angled so that they were facing the TV on the wall. Ujiko nudged Izuku into the room and gave him a shooing motion. The boy took this as an invitation to sit down on one of the couches. "Stay still and don't touch anything," the doctor said as he fished his phone out of his pocket. "Don't be loud either, I'm making a call." The guards that had been following them took positions on either side of the door, and the doctor grumbled something along the lines of, couldn't get the lab ready in time, but of course they got the break room done, as he started pushing buttons. With armed guards standing around menacingly, and his host, of sorts, impatiently tapping his foot as he waited for his phone call to connect, Izuku was left to his own devices. Looking around the room, what else was he gonna do? The teen was greeted with two people he hadn't seen at first. Two lab employees had been on their break when Izuku and Ko had entered. They had piqued up in interest before quickly agreeing that it was above their pay grade, and quickly went back to their conversation. "I'm telling you, man, All Might's quirk has gotta be a mutation type. There's no way a normal human could ever punch that hard. No way, it's definitely a transformation type quirk. Think about it. In all his years of heroing, we've never seen him without a full body suit. I guarantee you that whenever he activates his quirk, don't give me that look, Fred, we've had this conversation before, he yells out his smashes as a way to activate his quirk. When he activates his quirk, I guarantee you it does something to his muscles, kinda like a turbo boost of sorts. Excuse me. The two friends looked up from their small debate to the source of the disturbance. All Might's quirk I is actually an emitter T-type. Izuku nervously stated while scratching his neck. Look kid, this isn't a playground, the adults are talking now shoo. Oh come on Fred, don't be such an but, the kid's only trying to give an opinion. The second scientist motioned to the green-haired boy. Now you said an emitter quirk? Why would that be? WLYUC, if you look at when All Might does any of his smashes, you'll notice they all share one key detail that most people tend to overlook. Fumbling out his phone, he started to flip through various photos, looking for an example to use. Here. What do these 4 pictures have in common? He held out his phone which showed All Might using various special moves in combat. He's punching? Yes, but that wasn't what I was talking about. Here, look closer. Zooming in on the photos, he showed them again, this time even bringing up a video for reference. Look kid, I really don't dash. Steam. Fred was cut off by his friend. Fred, it's steam. Look, he's making steam. Fred leaned in closer, squinting at the photo before his jaw dropped. Holy shit. Exactly. Izuku was in game mode, stutter completely gone. Every time he attacks he gives off steam. I don't know for sure, but I believe that, since he's never shown any form of heat-related abilities, it's a byproduct of his quirk. And what's the type of quirk that has been scientifically proven to have the highest chance of giving off a byproduct? Emitter quirks. The two men responded, their voices a whisper as the realization dawned on them. Exactly. Izuku answered. At first I thought it was a transformation type. He reflected. After that show on the roof, how could I not? But he said he's been deteriorating since his fight 2 years ago, meaning the difference between his two forms must not have originally been so drastic, if there was any difference at all, but now that there is such a big difference, he's pushing his quirk the extra mile to save face and keep the public happy, which would also explain why his time limit is so short. A rare frown graced the boy's face as he thought back to the roof. I know he said it's for the best, that he's doing it to keep society stable, but he's lying to millions of people. Has been for years if he's to be believed. Kid. Izuku was snapped from his thoughts by Dr. Ujiko, who had walked over at some point during the conversation. A cautious but undoubtedly curious look filled his eyes, his phone held closed and forgotten at his side. Come here. He gestured for Izuku to follow, and led him out into the hallway, out of hearing range of the two employees. All right, kid. The doctor turned to the boy. You show up at my lab in the middle of the night, ask a stupid question that even a kindergarten teacher could answer, and then immediately afterward proceed to run mental circles around some of my best employees as if they were children. His eyes narrowed. You have 30 seconds. Explain. IIWLYUSCII. No stuttering. It wastes time and is incredibly annoying. 25 seconds left. Izuku opened his mouth to speak, paused, closed it, took a deep breath, and began again. I am quirkless, sir. Ujiko raised an eyebrow and motioned for him to continue. I'm quirkless. I'm quirkless, and I was born into a world where that's seen as a disability. He clenched his hands. No matter how hard I try, no matter how hard I work, no matter what I do, it always comes back to quirks. The things he had been pushing off, the things he didn't want to think about, were coming back to him, but this time there was no, I'll deal with it later, to help him. It doesn't matter if it's authority dash. Kid, you have a second pinky toe joint. It's very unlikely you're ever going to get a quirk. Friends dash. I don't want your friendship. Family dash. I'm so sorry, sweetie. Or even if it's the person I always wanted to be. No. A quirkless person can't be a hero. Faces flashed through his mind. Dismissive, angry, sad, disappointed. It doesn't matter who, it doesn't matter why, it doesn't matter where. It always comes back to me being quirkless. It always does, every time. And so I just want to know. Tears were streaming down his face, the emotions he had been bottling up, finally spilling over. Just what it is that makes me so worthless to everyone? His cry, filled with years' worth of emotions and grief, seemed to deafen the entire lab. For a few moments everything was perfectly quiet. Then Izuku fell like a puppet with its strings cut, just barely managing to catch himself on the closest wall, silent sobs racking his entire frame. Ujiko watched the entire ordeal silently before checking his watch. 30 seconds exactly. As he glanced at the boy. He has a good head on his shoulders, is plenty knowledgeable, a quick thinker, and from what I can tell, has a decent grasp on Quirk theory. A crash followed. A muffled shout from the construction on the floor above had him internally cringing, and considering the lab was supposed to be at least operable a week ago and most likely won't be for another 5 days, I'm behind schedule, a few weeks at best and a month at worst. It would definitely be helpful to bring on some more hands to help speed everything up, especially someone who has shown they can outdo my current employees, and outdo them by quite a large margin. With a bit of training. All right, kid, you've earned yourself a single shot. A chance at a chance, if you will. Wadash. But I ain't handing out charity here. You gotta at least know what you're doing, and I don't have the time to go interviewing every nut job who has half a brain. The doctor pulled a small towel from his lab coat, the kind used to clean up spilled chemicals, and handed it to Izuku. You need to prove that you deserve it, he continued as the aspiring hero wiped the wetness from his face. So I have something to determine just that. What's that? Izuku managed to get out between hiccups. A question. One question here and now, no preparation. If you get it right, I'll answer your question. Izuku's eyes widened. But there's no partial credit, either you get it right, Ujiko crossed his arms, or you don't. That's unfair? Unreasonable? Life doesn't care about any of those things. It doesn't care if you're ready. He looked Izuku in the eye, and it doesn't care if you're quirkless. So, do you accept? Aye. Midoriya gulped as he straightened himself and finished wiping away the last of the tears from his face. Yes. He answered, pulling his emotions together as much as possible. Yes, I do. All right then. Ujiko stroked his mustache in thought. Let's see, you clearly know your stuff when it comes to quirks. Let's work with that. As the elusive scientist was thinking, Izuku was scrambling to prepare himself. What is a quirk? He had spent a month searching for an answer to the question. He had spent a month writing letters to anyone who would listen. He had spent a month constantly being laughed off by people. He had spent a month researching countless articles only to find nothing. He had spent a month trying to answer the one annoying question, only for it to all come down to one single shot. Call it petty, call it him being overly persistent, but he was getting an answer demanded. What? Ujiko started. Here it comes. Is the most important part of any quirk? What? Did he mishear him? That was it. No. Izuku cut off that train of thought as quickly as possible. What is a quirk? Was also supposed to be a simple question, and look where that led him. There's definitely something deeper at play here. Most people would respond with how powerful it is, its usefulness in combat, or even how heroic it was, but those views were all based on how society views quirks, not quirks themselves. Its usability? No, that's too vague. Its uniqueness? Water quirks are relatively rare and are highly sought after as firefighters. Meanwhile, strength quirks are a dime a dozen, meaning only the extremely powerful ones ever really make a huge name for themselves. Izuku opened his mouth to give his answer, only to snap it back shut. No, that can't be it either. The question specifically states, any quirk, not just specific types. He gave a quick glance back towards the doctor, hoping for a hint. The man instead huffed, pulled out his phone and set a timer for 20 seconds. Crap, that just made it worse. He squeezed his eyes shut and tried to forget about all the stress that had just been put on him. Think, Izuku, think. What's the most important type of any quirk? You've been researching quirks for a month now, surely you've read something about this. The timer was now making audible ticks as it counted down, signifying that it was almost done. Hey, calm down, you can do this. Work backwards. 11. All Might's quirk is one of the most incredible ones out there. What's the most important part of it? Its power? Its limitations? The way he uses it? Think, think. You've literally have done nothing but look at quirks all your life. Why can't you answer the question? Wait. His eyes shot open as inspiration struck him like a bolt of divine lightning. What if it's not about quirks? The alarm went off and Ujiko sighed. Times you dash. I've got it. The answer I mean. Izuku clarified, I have an answer. Well, what is it? The scientist asked, a bit off-put, how the previously quiet boy had suddenly gotten very loud very fast. The most important part of a quirk isn't the quirk at all. A smile spread across his face as everything started clicking together in his head. It's the pastry. Ujiko blinked as Izuku continued. Quirks are like a microwave, and the person is like a pastry. The two scientists on break weren't the only thing he saw when he was looking around the break room. No, off in the corner was a microwave heating up some pastries. And that was cause for his sudden inspiration. Microwaves heat up a pastry, just like how quirks power up people. Izuku, not realizing how odd his analogy sounded, as per usual, was at this point making hand gestures to help visualize it. If it works out well, you get a heated pastry, just like how heroes get an awesome power. But if the pastry can't handle the heat, it blows up. And you can't have a person blow up because of their quirk, so the most important part to any quirk is the pastry. Ujiko, seeing what Izuku was getting at, kinda, grinned and started to say something. Because it's actually a super pastry. Only to be interrupted by Izuku's rambling. Think about it. The microwave makes pastries better by heating them up, but in order to handle that, they already have to be super. Like the pro hero Edge shot, his reaction time is unparalleled in the world of heroes, but his quirk has nothing to do with that. Or heroes in general, they're thrown through walls and hit with tons of blunt force almost every day, but if you look at medical textbooks, that sort of force should kill people almost instantly, but heroes can get up without anything worse than a few bruises. Even heroes without fire quirks for heat resistance have taken blasts of fire that should have roasted them alive, and while they were hurt, that's still a far cry from being dead. He paused for a deep breath. So, the most important part to any quirk is that just by having one they automatically boost a person's natural limits. Izuku looked, with a confident grin covering his face, to Dr. Ujiko, whose face was about as blank as they came. The construction seemed muted, scientists weren't running through the halls, everything was silent. Then Dr. Ujiko started to chuckle. Then he started to laugh. Yes sir. Pasties? Wow. You know. The doctor said through the glove he now had covering his mouth, that wasn't what I was going for at all. Izuku's stomach twisted. Had he really gotten it so wrong to be laughed at? I was thinking of the built-in mental barriers. What's the point of having a fire quirk if you snicker if you fry yourself by burning hotter than your quirk's heat resistance goes? So I was wrong. From the rules I set, yes. Izuku suddenly felt like he had swallowed a lead brick. His head fell. But that's the thing, your answer was so much better. Only to shoot back up in surprise. It's a proven, if obscure, fact that humanity's newest stage in evolution has given us much more than flashy powers. Ujiko stated, in order for people to use these powers, human bodies have to be able to adapt to the extreme forces they create. This adaptability works in conjunction with mental barriers to keep people with strength quirks from blasting their own arm off every time they throw a punch. However, very few people actually realize the extent of humanity's new adaptability. Get punched enough and you'll adapt to become more durable, get burned enough and you'll adapt to have basic heat resistance. People go to the gym quite often these days, but they don't realize their true potential. They stop lifting weights when they feel fatigued, but if they instead keep going, keep pushing until their muscles are ripping themselves from the bone, and then do it again every week, the body will be forced to adapt to the training just like it would be forced to adapt to a strength quirk. Now you'll never get to the level of someone with a strength-enhancing quirk just through training, but... He grinned. Several of my experiments have shown just how close you can get. This is why schools like UA have so much of their curriculum based around physical fighting. He held up his hand. The entrance exam, hero classes, the sports festival, final exams, He listed off on his fingers, even the hero licensing test. All of these have students beaten down to become more resilient. So yes, your answer was much better than the one I expected. He let out a laugh. And your passion, Ujiko's smile slanted at an angle that just seemed wrong. It reminded me of myself when I speak of my art. Talent is a dime a dozen these days, kid. People pop up with some quirk and suddenly they're a prodigy, but it's so rare to find true unbridled passion. And passion, he shouted as he threw his arms in the air, is the most important part of art. So I did it? I won. If that's what you want to call getting the question right, then sure. Izuku couldn't help the small smile that came to his face. Sure, saying, I won, after getting a question right did sound a bit dumb, but now he'd get an answer to his question, and that was a victory. A small victory for sure, but when was the last time he really had one of those? When he was diagnosed quirkless. When he lost Bakugo as a friend. When he made his mother cry. When he met All Might. No, he answered himself as he wiped away the small amount of tears that were stinging his eyes. Getting his question answered was a very small victory, but after a lifetime of failures, it felt like it was as big as a mountain. Izuku couldn't help but laugh when he thought about his situation. He had purposely thrown himself into trying to answer his random question of, what is a quirk, as a way to distract himself from his meeting with All Might on the roof, but his horrible way of coping had actually wound up giving him exactly what he needed. A spark of hope. If he could learn an entire field's worth of material that was way above his head, contact scientists from all over the globe, track down a ghost of a man in the middle of nowhere, all to get some random question answered, and all in a month, then what was getting a 70 on the UA entrance exam? He didn't have to get the highest score after all, he just had to pass. It was a small victory, but that was all he needed, small victories, because with enough of them, even small victories could change the world. 3 days. Izuku looked up in confusion. 3 days? 3 days. Ujiko repeated, I want you back here at 5 p.m. sharp in 3 days. But why? I don't have to tell you why. He said as he started pushing Izuku towards the nearest set of stairs. I'm the genius of the century, you're just some random kid who turned up on my doorstep. I don't have to tell you anything. But MIQ question. Your question is why you're gonna make sure to come back. You don't come back, you don't get an answer. Capiche? But you dash. I said I'd answer it, I never said when I would. They passed floor 2 and continued upwards. Learn to read the fine print before you go making random deals, especially with shady people you met up with late at night. Boo dash. Now go home, get some sleep, etc. etc. I don't care, just be back here in 3 days. He pushed Izuku through a set of double doors, into a hallway filled with boxes, and pointed down the hallway to a large steel door. The same door Izuku first knocked on. And stop stuttering. He yelled as he gave the boy a small shove to get him moving. It's annoying. Rain of sins. Ujiko stood in front of several large monitors, and watched the green-haired boy walk off into the night, the freshly installed cameras finally doing what they should have been doing for over a week now. The stakes of that question had been riding a lot higher than he had let on. After all, he never said what would happen if the kid answered wrong. He had expected the kid to get it wrong. But the kid hadn't, instead he had overperformed to the extreme. Super pastries? Really? He chuckled to himself. I was the one to prove how humanity's new adaptability was crucial in the use of quirks, and I was also the one who later proved just how much potential humanity's new adaptability had, although I had lost all my credibility at that time, so no one really took me seriously. He frowned and thought that PRD of time had been an especially low point in his life, if his master hadn't found him when he did. But much more pressingly, that second bit of research was all erased when master erased my presence from the world. He couldn't have found anything on it online, he had to have come to that conclusion by himself. But I spent years on that theory, and I was one of the most capable scientists in the world at the time, so for a kid to catch on to it, even if it was only the basics. He's definitely someone to keep an eye. Sir, what should we do? The mad scientist sent a lazy glance over his shoulder at the new head security officer behind him. He had fired the old one back when he was in the break room. What idiot lets a secret lab get snuck up on, by a middle schooler of all people? Focus on getting the security system completely set up and running, but other than that, nothing for now. What about the intruder? The kid? What about him? Sir, he found the lab. Are you really just going to let him go? I hardly think putting 3 different trackers on the boy, each with a microphone to let us listen in, and having several teams ready to be deployed to take him down at any time, can be considered letting him go. But what if he was working with the police or a villain group? Shouldn't we have killed him? You're thinking too short-term. Ujiko responded flatly as he brought up a new screen, this one a map of the city with 3 dots on it, one for each tracker put on the boy. If he was working for someone and we killed him, it wouldn't solve the problem. They would still know where the lab is, and even worse, they would have known it was one of mine just by the question they had the kid ask. Does DDR Ujiko W work here? He mocked the kid's stutter. Killing him was a no-go. Capturing and interrogating him for information wouldn't have been any good either. He was sent out alone. That means he's expendable, and expendable people aren't kept in the loop. Therefore, the only logical move was to let him go and watch his moves. Sending a team to shadow him is too noticeable a move and would raise immediate suspicion, so by process of elimination, putting trackers on him was the only viable option. But what if he disposes of them somehow? The doctor waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. I put one on his jacket, one on his shirt, and one in his hair. They're microscopic and are sticky as hell. I should know I helped make them. The only way he gets them off is by washing them off with hot water. And the only place he's likely to take any sort of shower or wash his clothes is at home, where the trackers will helpfully show us the location of. And if he doesn't come back in 3 days, or leads us to a hideout? If he doesn't come back, then we send in a team and kill him. If he leads us to a hideout, then we send in a team, shoot the place up, and then kill him. Easy as cake. The only loss for us would be having to relocate the lab, which would put him even further behind schedule again. But that was for later. Right now he had given himself 3 days to gather information and see what was up. Great, now I gotta go get a bunch of info diggers to get a hold of the kid's records, see if he's working for anyone. Then I need to get some form of surveillance system set up outside wherever he leads us to. He sighed. The kid had potential, but the whole DMN thing just screamed of a setup. He hoped the kid's story held up, that he was just some random teenager who wanted his question answered, and even that was fishy as hell. But if it somehow did turn out to be true, it would save him so much work. But if life had taught him anything, the odds of something actually causing him to have less work. I'm not getting any sleep tonight, am I? Ujiko sighed. There have been multiple times in Izuku's life when he could just tell that he was screwed. It wasn't always about something he could see either, such as just before the slime villain popped out of the sewers. It was something he felt in his bones. Izuku Midoriya, Inko Midoriya stood in the living room dressed in her pajamas, tapping her foot impatiently. Where have you been? This was one of those times. Don't just stand there, say something. I dash. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I dash. You don't. Her angry facade had barely lasted 20 seconds before her worry started to crack it from the inside out. I woke up to get a glass of water, only to find you gone. She stepped forward into the lamplight to reveal a face stained with tears and eyes that were red from hours of crying. At midnight, Izuku. I didn't know if you had been kidnapped or something worse. All I could do was sit and pray and think, and all I could do was sit there when I realized and that why. I'm sorry, I dash. Any further thought process on the situation was cut off when his mother smothered him in one of her patented mom hugs, and started sobbing into his shoulder. The living room was dark, only a single small lamp and the light of the moon providing any light. The sobs of a scarred mother accompanied only by the light pitter-patter of newly started rain. A glass of wine laid half empty on the table. I was so scared that why you were gone for good Izuku. She managed to get out through her sobs. Why are all I have left and I thought that you had. Failing to find the mental fortitude to finish her statement, Izuku's mother settled for squeezing him tighter instead, seemingly desperate to make sure he was really there. She had been drinking to try to wash away her worry. They stood like that for a while, with Izuku comforting his mother as she cried into his shoulder, listening to the occasional rumble of far-off thunder. Izuku could only smile sadly. He felt, well, to put it bluntly, he felt like absolute garbage, making his mother worry so badly. It wasn't that he regretted his decision to go to the lab. He didn't regret that decision. He was going to go back in 3 days after all. Instead, all of his guilt was due to how he worried his mother so much in the process. He should have waited until morning like he was originally going to. That way his mother wouldn't have been put in such a nerve-wracking situation. It was, as they say, hindsight is 20/20, but hindsight wasn't helping him in this situation. What he needed to do was simply hug his mom and comfort her. Soon she would get it out of her system, take a step back, wipe her face clean with her sleeve, and start scolding him. It was how it always went. He did something that worried her. She would cry her eyes out, then scold him. Untie. I'm sorry. What? I'm so sorry. It was such a quiet thing, it could barely be counted as a whisper. For a moment the teen thought he had imagined it. I don't know what I did, but sniff. I'm so sorry, Izuku. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. His mom was supposed to get angry with him, not whatever this was. It's because I didn't support you. Isn't it? She sobbed, her voice cracking. It's because I didn't support you. Trying becoming a hero. I just didn't want you to get hurt, that's all. Izuku had no idea what was going on, let alone what he was supposed to say. I'm sorry, I'll support you, I'll cheer you on no matter what you do, I'll do whatever I can to help you become a hero, thus please. She squeezed him even tighter as she broke down. Please don't leave me again. The realization hit him like a bombshell. His mom thought he ran away from home. It was why she had been drinking and crying her eyes out, instead of calling the police. Mom. There were so many things he wanted to say. That he didn't run away, that he would never leave her like that she was an amazing mom, that he loved her. But Izuku was never good with words, and couldn't seem to find a good way to fit it all in, so instead he did the next best thing. He hugged her, and let her cry on his shoulder. All while the rain continued to fall outside. Rain of sins. Ujiko was annoyed. He wasn't mad, he wasn't angry, he wasn't about to go punch something, he was just annoyed. It had been 3 days since the kid had come to the lab, it had been 3 days since he had people start digging for info on the kid, 3 days of consecutive all-nighters and lost sleep, and it had been 3 days of nothing. Well, it's not exactly nothing. He mused as he glanced at the large stacks of paper sprawled out in front of him. Date of birth, blood type, medical records, school grades, home address, family tree, and much more was right there, presented to him in a nice size 11 caliber font, but it was just, nothing. No criminal record, no instances of delinquency, no instances of him acting out in class, no extracurricular activities, he wasn't a part of any gangs, he didn't attend any political rallies, he had no romantic relationships, it was just so plain. He was so unsuspicious that it was suspicious. The kid didn't even attend any after-school clubs. In fact, the only thing that even made the kid stand out was the fact that he was quirkless. He was quirkless, but was somehow still determined to be a hero despite all the bullying he went through because of it. He had even put UA on his high school recommendation paper. The kid's father died when he was young, and he lived alone in an apartment with his mother who worked multiple jobs to support the both of them. No family pets, no grandparents, no cousins, no extended family of any note, and when Ujiko had listened into the recordings from the tracking chips, all he got was a bunch of crying. He was honestly beginning to wonder how he had thought the kid was a threat in the first place. He wasn't threatening at all, just sad and depressing to look at. And it wasn't sad, as in the feeling you get when you hear some random person died on the car radio, but sad as in the feeling you get when you see an abandoned puppy on the street, who was starving, but with no arms or legs. But that wasn't the point. The most threatening part about the kid was the fact he could make you depressed just by telling you his life story. Which kinda played into his favor. Ujiko really didn't feel like killing the kid. It would just be wrong, like kicking an orphan that was drowning and didn't have legs. He really needed better analogies. But that brought him to his current situation. Sitting at his desk with what Yuyara had dubbed the Great Tower of Coffee, sitting to his right, a stack of well over 20 empty coffee mugs stacked neatly in a tower, threatening to fall on him while he was busy staring at and rereading the monstrous amount of papers in front of him. The biggest problem the kid provided was the fact he could reveal the lab's location. The usual way this type of problem was handled was with a specially designed memory-erasing Nomu. It worked like a charm, but the person it was used on, while the side effects were, their mental state was often. He couldn't use it on the kid. Plan B was just to kill whoever it was. It raised police activity, forced the lab crew to lay low until it all blew over, and overall wasn't as good as Plan A. Again, he didn't feel like killing the kid. Plan C was the backup plan. Good old blackmail. It wasn't nearly as good as Plan A or B because it didn't actually fix the fact whoever it was could tell someone, it only lessened the risk. Unfortunately, it was Ujiko's only option left unless he wanted to hurt the kid, which as previously stated, was like kicking a puppy. Unfortunately, the things that made the kids so sad and depressing in the first place also meant there was almost nothing to use as blackmail against him. No crimes, no debts, no skeletons in the closet, no nothing. What about money? He wondered to himself. Everyone loves money. The kid could use it to pay bills, get an actual house, buy healthier food, all sorts of things. That would work, right? He stroked his mustache for what seemed to be the 100th time. It helped him think. No, that wouldn't work either. A family suddenly gaining a massive income of money would draw attention, not to mention the fact that I'd have to dash. Sir. Ujiko was pulled from his musing by the lab's head scientist, who was lazily leaning on the door frame. You told the guards, to tell the security chief, to tell me, to tell you when the green bean gets here. Green bean? Yuyara sighed in exasperation. Fiat boss. You wanted to know when the kid got here. And? What do you mean, and? What do you mean, what do I mean? She grumbled something about old people under her breath. The kid, boss. The kid is here. Ujiko stared at her for a moment, his coffee-fueled brain running overtime trying to understand what she said, before his eyes widened in surprise. He knew he needed to work fast, but had time really gotten away from him that badly? He scrambled to gather all of his stuff while glancing at his watch, and sure enough, wait a moment. Yara, what are you talking about? The kid can't be here yet. What do you mean he can't be here yet? Are you going senile or something? I told him to be here at 5 p.m. sharp. I still have half an hour. Ujiko nodded to himself as if he'd just solved life's great mysteries. What in the world are you going on about? The clock, Yuyara. He held up his watch. It's only 4:30. Well, what do you want me to do? Wave my hand and magically speed the clock forward half an hour? That's not how my quirk works. That's not how any quirk works. No, I'm saying that no sane person would actively want to come to an underground lab disguised as a creepy old warehouse, he said as he turned his attention back to his papers, let alone come a whole half hour before they're supposed to be there. Well then, congratulations, the kid's not sane. Wait, he glanced back up at her with wide eyes. He's actually here? Yes. Yuyara practically shouted, the kid is here. Why is that so hard to understand? Well then, why didn't you say something sooner? Ujiko thought he heard Yuyara swear something about goddamn old people, but quickly discarded it as his sleep-deprived mind playing tricks on him. He grabbed a handful of documents and his coffee mug, before he paused, realized it was empty, and put it back down. Grab the rest. He shouted to Yuyara as he ran past her. Yuyara blinked and looked at the desk that was covered in various stacks of paper as big as her head. She leaned her head back against the door frame and let out a resigned sigh. Guards! A few seconds later, a pair of armed guards sprinted around the corner, guns raised and ready to fight off any threat. Hey guys, Yuyara smiled, the doc needs all that junk taken to the front. She jabbed her thumb over her shoulder. But Miss Dash. Thanks so much, guys. She gave a lazy wave as she walked away. Y'all are a huge help. Rain of Sins. It had been an interesting past few days for Izuku. After he had gotten home and had that whole fiasco with his mom, she had passed out on his shoulder after 30 or so minutes crying. He had then taken her to her room and tucked her into her bed, before going to his room and falling asleep. He had honestly expected to wake up and it all to have been some weird dream, Mr. Kurojiri, the lab, Dr. Ujiko, his mom, all of it. But when he woke up he was still wearing his jacket, still had the crumpled paper in his pocket, and his mom, he had brought up what happened twice, once the morning after, and once yesterday. The first time, she broke down sobbing, and the second, when he tried much more gently, she had immediately shushed him and told him not to worry about it. But while this was important, he had bigger things to worry about right now, mainly the large metal door in front of him. His mother had told him at a young age that he should always be a bit early to important things. Although I don't think she meant this early. He admitted to himself as he glanced at his phone, which was proudly displaying the fact he wasn't supposed to be here for another half an hour. And maybe I should just go home and then come back at 5. He took a step back, no. Only to stop, all nigger, a true hero wouldn't get scarred and run away just because they were a bit early. He took a step forwards. But they wouldn't be half an hour early to begin with. He took a step back. And so this continued for a few minutes before the quirkless boy finally worked up the nerve to knock on the door. This of course wasn't because he had found the courage to face social interaction, but instead because he had found the perfect way to sidestep the entire social problem entirely. I'll knock on the door, and if no one answers, I'll just come back later. Truly it was a genius plan. It allowed him to not have to worry about social interaction at all, unless of course, I can do this. Someone actually opened the door, because then the whole plan went out the window. Just as Izuku raised a shaking fist, the door swung open inward. Standing in the doorway was a young woman in her early 20s. She had light mint green hair that fell down to her lower back, toxic green eyes, and a smirk plastered on her face. She wore a lab coat, custom tailored to be longer than usual, hanging down to her ankles, blue jeans, black shoes, and a light blue armband, signifying her as a person of authority. Well, looky here, it's the green bean everyone's been talking about. II. Izuku stuttered like a broken record, the situation having him frozen in place. His anxiety wasn't helped when the woman started to snicker at his attempts at communication. Sheesh kid, you're shaking worse than a leaf, you catch a cold or something? And no, I am not as sick. Relax kid, she waved her hand in a dismissive motion. I'm messing with ya, it's called sarcasm, you should try it sometime. Sorry. Sorry. She raised an eyebrow in curiosity, before shrugging and stepping aside. Whatever, the boss wants to see you, whether that's a good or bad thing is still up for debate. Bad thing? Izuku recoiled. She sighed and brought her palm to her face. Sarcasm kid. She gave him a blank stare through her fingers. Sarcasm. Izuku relaxed slightly. Sarcasm. He gulped as he took a few hesitant steps past the lab head and into the building. He gulped again as he noticed the 4 armed guards on either side of the door, and gulped a third time when the lady closed the door behind him, locking it with an audible click. Hope you don't mind me being the one to greet ya, she said as she started walking him deeper into the facility. The boss man is busy and I figured you wouldn't want a group of guards showing you in. She glanced over her shoulder at the squad of guards following them and winced. You would want someone other than just a group of guards showing you in. All right. Izuku stammered. The two descended into an awkward silence, mainly due to Izuku's lack of communication skills performing a team-up move with his nervousness around the female gender, to render him incapable of speech. Sue, the lady drawled in an attempt to break the silence. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. He stuttered. What's yours? You want to know my name? She gasped as she pulled her arms protectively in front of her chest. How bold! Much more distressing to Izuku was that this had the unfortunate side effect of exemplifying her feminine assets. Sorry. She went from shocked to trying to hold in her laughter as Izuku found a sudden interest in the floor and turned red as a cherry in record-breaking time. I'm just messing with you kid, she chuckled at him. The name's Yuyara Ito, and you better remember it. She smirked. And speaking of things to remember, here we are. Yuyara exclaimed, bringing their march through the stale white hallways to a close. Drawing his attention back in front of him, Izuku couldn't help but gulp. Nervously. In front of Izuku stood a very intimidating door. It towered over them, by a foot at most. It was a very vile shade of steel gray. It moved by itself, upward because it was an automatic sliding door. It looked just because it looked literally just like every other door in the building, doesn't mean it couldn't be intimidating. Just ignore the fact that everything was intimidating to him right about now. They're leading me to whatever's behind this door. He stressed. Is it Dr. Ujiko? Is he angry at me? Am I in trouble? Did I dash? Oblivious to Izuku's inner turmoil, Yuyara gave a quick flick of her ID across a panel to the door's left, breaking Izuku out of his thoughts with a hydraulic hiss as it slid upward. Izuku gulped as he nervously looked inside. It was a moderately sized room, only about 100 or so square feet, completely empty except for a desk and its accompanying chair in the center. But it being so empty also had the side effect of making the room seem much larger than it was. Or maybe that was just Izuku being Izuku. What are you waiting for? The mailman? A hot date? A good luck card? Go on in. Oh, sorry. The green-haired boy nervously glanced around as he entered the room, but he couldn't see anything else of note. She said to go in, but is this the right room? Am I supposed to meet someone? Am I supposed to be waiting for something? Is there something the dash? Thump. If you asked Izuku later, he would tell you that he most certainly did not jump and yelp like a girl when the door closed behind him, no matter what story, read as gossip, Yuyara told in the break room. Face burning red from embarrassment, Izuku smoothed out his shirt from the jump that he most certainly did not take, and walked towards the desk. As he got closer, he noticed that the desk had a large drawer built into it and that, more importantly, it was open by a few inches. Being the very responsible teen he was, Izuku did what any responsible person would do. Stand next to the desk for a few awkward seconds before giving in, and taking a peek inside. Inside, in organized lines, were 3 pens, 3 pencils, 3 mechanical pencils, a small stack of notebook paper, and a thick stack of neatly printed paper with a sticky note labeled for Mr. Midoriya. Pulling the stack out for a closer look, Izuku was surprised to find it was some kind of written test. His brows furrowed as he flipped through the stack. If it wasn't already obvious, then this proved that this wasn't anything like the tests he took regularly in school. It had well over 300 questions, most of which were free response, and was clearly divided into different sections, each covering a different subject. There was biology, genetics, quirkology, an entire part dedicated to human anatomy and chemistry. Izuku winced as he read that last one. He hadn't studied for any form of test, but due to his research he was reasonably confident in his knowledge on the other sections. And since that research hadn't involved anything even remotely related to chemistry, when he got to the back, however, his frown faded. An almost completely empty page greeted him, with 10 blank pages for work following it. On the page there were 2 things. An open-ended question was at the top, and right next to it in cursive handwriting. Go nuts, kid, we're scientists. We understand a lot more than your middle school teacher. Dr. Ujiko. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the jab at his biology teacher. I must have rambled about it last time I was here. He reasoned as he flipped back to the front of the papers, taking a moment to collect himself and take a deep breath before beginning to work. And as he started on the first question, he was mulling over the final open-ended question in the back of his mind. Q. What do you think a quirk is? Reign of sins. Dr. Ujiko sat comfortably in his chair located in the center of the temporarily repurposed surveillance room. While the monitor-filled room was normally staffed by a team of 15 or so guards, with all the screens displaying camera feeds, local hero activity, police patrols, and such. Today, it was full of almost 20 or so of his top scientists, and the screens were displaying fast-moving data instead of reports or camera feeds. Well, all except for one. The giant screen that took up the entirety of the northern wall was displaying a live feed of a person of very high interest. Izuku Midoriya. Yuyara. He started without looking up. Why were you at the entrance with the guard team? Meh, No real reason, she shrugged while walking through the door. I just wanted to see the kid myself, find out what everyone's been talking about. What do you mean? Boss, you're kidding, right? She stared at him. How have you not heard any of the stuff people are saying? It's like, she gestured weakly, the only thing anyone's been talking about for the last few days. I swear, I can't even wash my hands without someone asking me, is it true a kid got in? Or, why'd they let him leave? Or even, and you're gonna love this one, boss, they asked if the kid was yours. Seriously? Yes, seriously. The lab head huffed as she slumped into the chair next to him. It's like they expect me to know everything that happens here just because I'm the lab head. Yuyara, he gave a sideways glance at her, I put you in charge of both this facility and the research conducted here. The security chief reports to you, the research teams report to you, you have access to the entire building's surveillance system, which I know you watch in your free time for your gossip. He quickly stated, cutting off her rebuttal. And the only person of higher authority in the building is me whenever I stop by. For all intents and purposes, you do know everything that happens. But Boss Dash, now be quiet, I'm busy. He turned his attention back to the screens in front of him, ignoring how one of the top minds he currently had employed crossed her arms, huffed, and pouted like a teenager. The test he had given the kid was difficult, so difficult that it straddled the line between stress hair graying and actually impossible, as if it were walking a tightrope. He should know, he had made it himself, it was made to be hard enough that it made someone's brain work overtime, but not hard enough to make them completely give up, and it was made that way for a very specific reason. It created the prime environment to monitor someone's brain activity. But Ujiko would be a fool if he just used this opportunity to monitor that brainwave activity, heart rate, facial expressions, body language, and even things as simple as which hand he wrote with. Everything was recorded, analyzed, and cataloged. The test itself was just another way to gather info, the most obvious of which was the entire front page, which was a survey page. It asked for mundane things such as your full name, initials, and age, as well as very specific things such as levels of education, jobs worked, social status, medical issues, past crimes, enemies, etc. These questions weren't much themselves, but with his brain activity monitored, not to mention the plethora of Nomu in the room adjacent to him, all with specialized purposes such as being a perfect lie detector, the real gems would come from what he either lied about or didn't feel like answering. But that was just the tip of the iceberg, it went all the way down to the writing utensil the kid picked and how he used it. A recent survey showed kids that most children in Japan used mechanical pencils, however when you broke that up into school regions, the high-end private school had the highest use of pens, usually custom-made. The middle-class public schools tended to use mechanical pencils the most, and the poor schools in the run-down parts of cities used almost exclusively wooden pencils the schools provided. He would subconsciously gravitate to whichever felt more familiar to him, and how he wrote was just as important as what he wrote with. For example, high-class children were taught to hold pens a certain way, and were schooled on their handwriting. Everyone can lie about where they're from, but the things you're taught as a child are ingrained into your subconscious, are much harder to cover up. Professional agents have to go through years of training to achieve their expertise, years of training that the kid most certainly didn't have. One way or another, Ujiko would have all the information he needed to decide on what to do with the kid. All they had to do now was wait. Reign of Sins. Can I just hand this whole thing off to my secretary? No, I don't have one. How about whoever's second in command of the lab? Would that work? Wait, that would be Yuyara, and as such, an all-around bad idea. She'd just do something stupid to annoy me, like dress him up as a maid and hire him to hand her things, so she doesn't have to get out of her chair. Ujiko sighed as he took another sip of coffee, trying to kickstart his brain. The kid had finished the test about half an hour ago, and even though the test was a sham and there was no real reason to grade it, Ujiko had handed it off to a few of his scientists to do so anyway. He was curious, okay? He had honestly expected for something to slip, for one of the brain activity monitors to show the kid had been lying, or for the DNA test they ran on the strand of the kid's hair to show he was related to someone of note, something that let him get rid of the kid with a clear conscience, because he did have a conscience. He was a scientist, not a killer, And while his master was the latter on occasions and Ujiko's morals had slipped a bit over time, the doctor had sworn to follow him as a man of science, not a man who killed innocent children. All for One was the one responsible for the bodies and other less savory paints he used to create his artwork. All Ujiko did was provide his finished creations to his master. His conscience started and ended with his work, where and how his master got him his supplies or what he decided to use the finished product for wasn't on Ujiko's conscience. But the kid's life was. And despite his numerous attempts to get it off, he couldn't. Here was a kid who had been put down his entire life for something he believed in, but despite this he continued to believe in it, even when no one believed in him. And that hit a little too close to home. The doctor was currently leaning against the wall of the break room. He was still peeved about how they spent the time to put a TV up before they finished the security system, and watched the interaction between his most annoying lab head and his most annoying headache. After the kid finished the test, Yuyara dragged him to the break room, hell-bent on interrogating the kid for gossip and the such, and Ujiko had been compelled to tag along. Stupid morals. And of course, his life being his life, almost immediately after the two sat down, their conversation had drifted to things that made the kid such a hard spot to wipe off his conscience in the first place. I know that it may seem impossible, and I know it'll be extremely difficult, but... Izuku looked the lab head straight in the eye. I refuse to give up. Look, Green, that's admirable and all, Yuyara consoled, but you have no idea if it's even feasible. Couldn't you at least take the time to make a backup plan for if that falls through? Ujiko, deciding to give his mind a break from his moral dilemma, pulled his head up and looked at both of them. Yuyara was on the edge of the couch, her head resting on her fist, which was supported by her arm, which in turn rested on the armrest. She was smiling, but her hand was rubbing the bottom of her lab coat, an unconscious action which he had learnt meant she was nervous, and judging by her tone of voice, sympathetic, caring, and worried. He concluded with a slight hum, the kid's growing on her, although from both of their profiles, it's not too surprising. He's shy, but naturally draws people to him, and Yuyara. His mouth thinned to a line. He's reminding her of her little brother. Ujiko filed that away for later, and turned to Izuku. The aspiring hero was sitting perfectly straight in a chair directly across from the couch, his hands here gripping his knees, and his eyes. Determination. Ujiko sighed as he closed his eyes. The kid's got nothing but determination, the kind that doesn't listen to logic or reason. This argument isn't ending until Yuyara gives up. I understand what you're saying, and I know you only mean good, but I can't do that. But why not? The lab head pleaded. I'm not saying to give up trying to be the first quirkless hero. I'm saying just to have something to fall back on if something happens that you can't control. I can't do that. But why not? Because. He gripped his jeans. If I do that, then I'd be admitting that there's a chance I might fail, and I don't have that kind of luxury. If I want to succeed, then I need to put 100% of myself into trying. His eyes steeled. I can't allow myself any doubt. Ujiko's attention was drawn to the opening of the door, though the two green-haired occupants were too caught up in their argument to notice. Through the door slipped a scientist carrying a stack of papers. He made his way to Ujiko, the doctor meeting him halfway, and handed over the now graded test. The test, due to not being intended to actually be graded, didn't have a grade on the front or any form of score. What it did have, however, was a top-of-the-line scientist's opinion on whether or not the kid got the answer right, giving a quick explanation for why he was wrong or why he wasn't entirely right when they had to. A benefit of this was that it wasn't as black and white as right or wrong. There were several questions that the kid had gotten mostly right, but was missing a few details he wouldn't have known unless he decided to major in certain fields. Not half bad, kid. He mused. There's a lot less red than I thought there'd be. Wonder where he put it all. He sarcastically joked before wincing as he passed by the chemistry section. There it is. But all joking aside, Ujiko was honestly surprised. He had expected the kid, a junior high student, to completely bomb it, to have missed the questions so wildly that his scientists would laugh at them. Instead, the kid once again went above and beyond. Now it wasn't perfect by any means, not even close. But if the test were scored by normal standards, Ujiko would wager the kid would be passing. He was impressed. And that was a difficult feat to accomplish. Turning to the last page, he stopped dead in his tracks. He had put, "What do you think a quirk is?" as a way to make the kid really think, really get his brain working to get good readings, and he had expected the kid to go overboard on the question, but this? The scientist could only run his fingers over the page in awe, ignoring the rising shouting of Izuku and Yuyara. For a brief moment Ujiko had thought his men had gotten a group of his own notes mixed in with the batch. There was a huge gap in ability between someone who had no experience with a subject when compared to someone who at least had the basic ideas behind it down. When put up against one another, the one with the basic understanding would win almost 100% of the time. Now compare that to two people who both knew what they were doing, but one was more experienced than the other by a year or two. The more experienced one would be more likely to win, but there's still a reasonable chance that the underdog could come out on top. There are entire movies based off the fact. There is this massive jump in ability when you learn the basics of something, but then everything afterwards is incremental. You can become more skilled by going up incrementally than you ever did from your original jump, but you'll never have a comparable jump in ability like that again. At least most people won't. There was a second jump that came when you thoroughly understood something. Not many people were able to reach this depth of understanding, but it's what sets the Albert Einsteins apart from the rest of the pack. And when you reach this level of understanding, you're able to use what you know to predict what you don't. To dumb this down, it's like if you wanted to know where a ball came from, normally you would just have to guess, but if you know how it got there, if you knew it fell from somewhere, you can make an educated guess instead of a random one, in this case, that the ball came from the roof. A grin spread across the doctor's face as he read through the paper. The kid didn't know everything, and several of his hypotheses had holes in them, but Ujiko could just tell, the kid could make that second jump. And the proof was the large red question mark the grader had put in the middle of the page. It was at that moment that Ujiko had a realization, the same realization All for One had with Tamura all those years ago. The kid's rough around the edges, the doctor conceded. He doesn't have all the education and specialization that I usually look for, but that doesn't matter. Things were clicking into place in the mad scientist's mind. Those can be provided in time. No, the kid has something much more valuable. His smile warped and his eyes darkened. He has the potential to be more than anyone else could ever be, and even better dash. It doesn't matter how many times I get knocked down. I'll always get up and try again. Izuku's emotional outburst deafened the room, his argument with Yuyara reaching its explosive conclusion. He has passion. A chuckle cut through the stunned silence like a metaphorical pen drop. Pfuho. And Mr. Ujiko? Boss. They both looked at him, bewildered. Oh great, Yuyara mumbled, you broke him. And Mr. Udash. Yes. WHWHWHWA. Izuku recoiled. Yes. The mad scientist declared. That right there. He pointed at Izuku. That was the perfect answer. It was. Yes. The doctor exclaimed as he approached Izuku. Never, never give up on your passions. Yes. He looked Izuku directly in the eyes, his grin feral. You have what it takes. You will be my greatest masterpiece. Ha! He laughed, the shadows highlighting his Cheshire grin in all the wrong ways. You are to be my successor. What? Boss? Quick! The mad doctor shouted, ignoring their protests. We haven't a moment to lose. We must start getting you up to task immediately. He began to run off before slapping his forehead and stopping to pull out his phone. I need to make calls. I need to get my other lab heads here to tutor you. You excuse dash. No wait. It's much more efficient to learn hands-on and through experience. Oh, but then you wouldn't learn the theoretical side of things in as much detail. Oh wait. Yuyara. He yelled, pointing at the woman who could be confused with an owl, with how wide her eyes were. This lab is the closest to where my successor lives. You are to provide tutelage when I'm not here, and allow him to watch and help with your research department's work. The doctor began to pace back and forth, his mind going a mile an hour. Excuse me? Oh, there's so much to do. Not to mention this lab isn't even fully set up yet, and that won't do. My successor must have access to the highest end of resources. I'll have to get a construction team out here ASAP to dash. Excuse me. Ujiko stopped, blinked, and turned to his newly named successor. IWW dash. Spit it out, kid. Ujiko barked, still grinning madly. No successor of mine stutters. Wastes time that would be better spent sharing hypotheses or research. Dear Ujiko II dash. What did I just say, kid? I dash. Izuku took a deep breath and steadied himself. What's going on? Well, isn't it obvious, my boy? Ujiko grinned. You've impressed me, and I'm making you my successor. But sir, I can't. What? Ujiko blinked, taking a moment to process what he just heard. What? Why not? I'm honored, sir, but I can't give up on my dream of you, and besides. The boy looked down dejectedly. No. You can't be a hero without a quirk. I don't have a quirk. He clenched his fists as All Might's words came back to him. I don't have an intelligence quirk. I can't make myself learn things at an accelerated rate, or multiply my IQ by drinking tea. So I'm sorry, sir. He closed his eyes as he finally accepted what he'd refused to for so long, but I don't have a quirk, and he never would. A PRDNT pause filled the air, Izuku waiting for Ujiko's reaction with his eyes clenched shut, and Yuyara staring wide-eyed at the two, trying to understand what happened in the last 30 seconds. I really am a Deku, aren't I? Izuku half-heartedly chastised himself. I know I can't do anything without a quirk, but I'm still going to try for you. Izuku felt sad weight settle in his stomach while a much larger one slipped from his shoulders, as he brought himself to accept his situation. He would never truly be anything without a quirk, but at the same time, he refused to give up on his dream. Two unchangeable realities that would forever butt heads, and forever hinder him. For Christ's sake, he was only 16 and look how much their clash had messed up his life so far. So, I'm sorry, sir, he restated and bowed his head, but I'm quirkless. A sad smile graced his face. He wasn't happy with his new realization, but finally accepting it brought him a calming sense of peace. So, only for Ujiko's reply to shatter said peace. What do you mean? Izuku frantically questioned. I mean, does that really matter? Well, of course it matters. The quirkless kid wants to be a hero. What a joke. Everyone is born with a quirk, a power that makes them unique and strong. Listen, nerd, I'm the only one from this school who's hero material, you got that? I was born without one, and because of this no one would believe in me. I'm so sorry, sweetie. But if everyone else is naturally born with a huge advantage over me, are they wrong to not believe in me? Are they wrong when they say that I'll never be as strong as someone with a quirk? No. A quirkless person can't be a hero. A quirkless person can't be anything, he finished in his head. So that's it, huh? Ujiko questioned. Izuku gulped and braced himself. You can't accept it because no one believes in you? I know I dash. Well, that's an easy fix. Using the fact Izuku's bow made Ujiko the taller one, he ruffled the kid's hair. I believe in you. See? Easy fix. Now be my successor. Izuku had only met Dr. Ujiko a few days ago. The man was still a relative stranger, so hearing him say that he believed in him shouldn't mess with him so much, but, I believe in you too, Gria Kidabos. Yuyara chimed in, her shot mental capacity going Ujiko boss. Green Ujiko's successor future boss need good impression. Gee guys. Izuku stuttered, blinking away tears. And besides, Ujiko continued, his grin still in place, who cares if you have a quirk? I mean really, quirks are meaningless when talking about potential. What do you mean, sir? Izuku snorted as he wiped his sleeve across his face. What do I mean? What do I mean? Ha! Ujiko threw the stack of papers up in the air, the binding coming undone and causing it to fall like leaves around them. I'm talking about your question, my boy, he exclaimed. What are quirks? Young Mr. Midoriya, do you know why it doesn't matter if you have a quirk? It's because quirks don't measure what you can or can't do. Izuku felt his chest tighten. It's because quirks don't determine your destiny. He felt his eyes water. It's because what quirk you're born with doesn't determine anything. He felt his hope, beaten and battered as it was, find a small spark. It's because what quirks are, all quirks truly are, is clay. Haha. Ujiko cackled at the heavens. Quirks are nothing more than clay that we scientists must shape to create our art. And so began a story that was never meant to be, a fable that would forever leave its mark on history. A tale of pain, struggles, hardship, growth, redemption, and loss. Say it was fate, say it was luck, say the powers that be had given a hopeless boy the chance he never had, or that it was simply wrong place, wrong time. It doesn't matter how it started, only that it did. And now the world would be forever changed. And it wasn't prepared. Reign of sins. Sir Nighty's eyes bolted open as he gave out a startled gasp. Taking a moment to compose himself and steady his breathing, he tried to gather his thoughts. Sir, are you all right? The pro-hero glanced up at Mirio Togata, the hero in training he had agreed to spar with after nearly a week of pestering. Why, yes, I'm fine. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to postpone this until tomorrow. He replied, running a hand through his hair as his memory came back to him. What? But sir, we haven't even started. Yes, I know, but I just remembered I need to make a call. But sir. Leaving the boy behind in the training room, Night Eye pushed his way out the door and through the hallway, not stopping until he reached his office. He then promptly locked the door and slumped into his chair. Moreau had been pestering him for a true spar for well over a month now, and he had finally relented. He was planning on going all out to show the boy how far he had to go, inspiring his drive to improve while stomping out any overconfidence that might have started forming at the same time. That had been the plan. It hadn't lasted very long. The pro had used foresight on Mirio the moment the fight began. Having patted him on the back right before to meet the requirements, he was going to use it to look into the future for the next hour to predict all the boy's moves. But he hadn't gotten just the hour glimpse he had been expecting. The hero pinched the bridge of his nose as he recalled his vision. A stadium made of solid stone melting, grotesque creatures with exposed brains marched alongside fallen angels with faces of skulls. Raindrops as thick as sludge and as black as oil rained from the heavens, and in the center of it all stood a man. His arms were spread lazily into the air and his face was turned towards the sky, simply enjoying the moment. It was clear, too clear. His visions of the far future were always snippets, brief moments in time with a hazy foam surrounding them, but this was different. He had not only received visual feedback, but audio as well. Night Eye sighed as he fished his phone out of his pocket. He had several calls to make. And as the phone rang, the words of the man rang in head. Revenge? You could call this revenge, you could also call me a villain, but this is so much more. This is justice, and I am the rain that has come to wash away the sins of the world, even if I must purge it in fire to do so. Reign of sins. Arc start. A slippery slope. To 1. The sun was setting, creating a marasma of reds and blues on the horizon. Birds sat on the overhanging telephone wires, singing their pretty songs. Fluffy clouds drifted overhead, weaving together to form beautiful tapestries. It was a nice evening, but despite this, Izuku's mind was somewhere else entirely. As the green-haired boy trudged his way up the stairs to his apartment, his gaze was locked on the small rectangular shape in his hand. Izuku Midoriya. Lab Assistant. ID No. 5280-3 RD level access. Izuku sighed as he opened the door to his home. The last few hours had been mentally exhausting. First there was the test, then his argument with Ms. Yuyara, and then finally his conversation with Dr. Ujiko, although it wasn't much of a conversation. The good doctor had somehow gotten the idea into his head that Izuku would make a great successor, and was hell-bent on seeing this absolutely terrible idea through. I don't even know what it is they do at the lab. All he knew was, from an offhanded comment by Yuyara when she showed him out, that they were researching something about quirks and how they work on a fundamental level. Now it wasn't that he wasn't interested in quirks, far from it, but he didn't have the time to do something as major as become the successor to an incredibly accomplished scientist. The school year was approaching its end, so he had homework galore, and finals coming up. Then there was the UA entrance exam coming up in a few months, which he needed to get ready for the physical portion of, and not to mention that when he got into the school, he wouldn't have the luxury to take a bus out to the lab every day. Unfortunately, when he tried to explain this to the Dr. Ujiko, well, the best way to explain it would be ignored aggressively, although Izuku genuinely wasn't sure if the doctor was purposefully ignoring him, or if he was just so caught up in the moment that he had tuned everything else out. This odd bit of Izuku trying to bring up why he couldn't accept, only to be brushed off, continued for almost 20 minutes before he eventually snapped and civilly told the man. He didn't yell and almost start crying, no matter what anyone said. I'm going to become a hero and save people with a smile on my face. I can't do that as your successor, so I'm sorry, sir, but I can't accept. After that, Ujiko had been forced to listen to what Izuku had to say, and they had agreed to a compromise. No, not a compromise, there's a difference. A compromise is when multiple sides sit down and agree to something that would benefit everyone involved. The compromise Izuku got was Ujiko telling him he could either A. become his successor, or B. become a temporary lab assistant, and be convinced to become his successor by the end of his tenure. Now in a normal compromise, the other side would counteroffer and argue for something more to their goal. But you see, Izuku he doesn't like arguing and he's a bit socially awkward, and well, he chose option B. Oh, Izuku, I didn't know you were home yet. The staring contest Izuku had been having with his new ID card was cut short as he jerked his head up in surprise to see his mother in the living room, who he had completely missed due to being entrenched in thought. I know you said that you'd be gone for an hour or two, but you wouldn't tell me where you were going, and I got worried despite you telling me not to, and the woman pushed herself off the couch and ran towards her son, only to stop when she spotted what he was holding. What's that? Think, Izuku. Think. He rattled his head for an idea. It's a school ID. You can't lie, don't be like him. I got a job. She blinked. What? Awesome, it's not a lie, and it's not a half-truth, you're doing good so far. I got a job, he continued. I wanted to, His eyes widened as a thought struck him. I'm a growing young man, and every day I take another step closer to adulthood. Getting a reliable job is the first step towards the financial independence an adult needs to succeed in today's economy. Izuku had his finger pointed up and was semi-mechanically sputtering out his words as if he were reading from a script, which he sort of was. This was almost an exact copy of one of the many, wildly different and not at all connected, speeches Dr. Ujiko had spouted to him to get him to accept the position. Housing, clothing, food, water, electricity, the basic necessities for living today all share one thing in common: they all cost money. And what is a man? Nay, what is a human who cannot afford access to these things? Why he's not in very good shape. Izuku mentally wiped the sweat from his forehead for dodging a bullet, this one being the danger that comes from quoting Ujiko word for word. The doctor's original version had him yell, "Why he's dead," at the top of his lungs. And that's not all. Every successful adult needs to have a measure of responsibility to achieve their goals. By accepting this position I am guaranteeing myself an opportunity to not only grow in character, but als-. His bootleg speech was cut off by his mother placing a finger over his mouth to shush him, a sad smile on her face. I understand. Why you're not mad? Izuku she sighed. I know I've made a lot of mistakes, both as a parent and in general, and I know that I can't ever undo them, but I think. Her voice hitched as she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I think it's about time I start to at least attempt to fix them. Whatever Izuku was going to say was cut off as his mom pulled him into a hug. I know I was crying a lot at the time, but I said I would support you no matter. What, right? And what mother would I be to go back on my word? Tucked into her shoulder, Izuku heard her sniff and felt drops fall onto his shoulder. Tears, he realized. I said I would support you 100%, so if you want to get a part-time job, then I'm here for you, and if you still want to be a hero, Izuku's breath caught. Then I'll cheer you on every step of the way, because? She sniffed and took a moment to compose herself. B because you are a wonderful and caring and brilliant young man, and you can do anything you can dream of. W. What about being a hero? He choked. Can I be a good of a hero as a all might? Oh Izuku, she squeezed him tighter, you're a bigger hero to me than All Might's ever been. He bit his lip, desperately trying to keep the tears that were welling up in his eyes from spilling. However, this had the unfortunate side effect of making it so he couldn't finish his sentence, so he did something better. He wrapped his arms around his mother and hugged her, conveying his message as clear as crystal without so much as a word. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so they hugged until their arms hurt, and cried until they ran out of tears, until all the sadness floated away and all that was left was a filling warmth of content. Besides, she chuckled as she drew back, wiping a tear away, why would I ever be mad at you for getting a part-time job? It's not like you're working for a supervillain or anything. Reign of Sins. I am a supervillain. No. You're a brat. Ujiko flipped through several reports on his tablet, calmly ignoring how Tamura raged and ranted in response to his, in his opinion very accurate, observation. Now ignoring something is a very useful skill, and while it can help deal with quite a few things, it's not exactly an invincible strategy. For instance, it's very hard to ignore someone when they slam their hands on the table you're sitting at and turn it to dust. You will make me a nomu to my specifications. Specifications? The doctor glanced down at the pile of dust that was once a table before looking back at the self-proclaimed supervillain. That's a very big word for you, Tamura, over 3 syllables. He grinned as Tamura glared. I'm very impressed. You bastard. The rising villain roared. I am the leader of the League of Villains. I am the one who will kill All Might. How dare you talk down to me? League of Villains, huh? I think small group of 2 sort of villains would fit it much better. Ha! Tamura laughed. Only 2? You must be out of the loop. In just the short time since its CNCPTN, the League has gained well over 20 members, with more joining every week. You're right, Tamura, I guess that name was a bit harsh. The doctor sighed. Your group now has 20 bottom-rung thugs who I wouldn't trust with so much as a box of socks. Tamura's daycare for the dumb and desperate fits much better. How dare you insult me? I'm the one who your nomu are for. How dare I? Ujiko's eyes narrowed dangerously as he pushed himself out of his chair. How dare you? My creations are for my master, for the wielder of the all-powerful Quirk, all for one, not for you. He is a genius of unrivaled potential, a man with power unmatched. You are nothing but a spoiled brat. You have no right to compare yourself to him. I'll kill you. Tamura spat, his hand twitching. It'll be easy, like completing a tutorial. Go ahead. The scientist hissed, his words ice cold. Kill me and all you'll never get a single piece of my research. Gentlemen, please. A digitized voice cut into their argument. We're all on the same side here. There's no reason to be threatening one another. No reason. Tamura whirled around to the voice. This piece of low-level trash insulted me. So he did, the voice agreed, but you said that you would kill him. And I will. So you don't care about his life? Why would I? But if you don't care about his life, why then should you care about his opinion? Tamura blinked, raised his hand, stopped, and took a moment to think. But he went and, you know what? He struggled before clenching his fists and growling. I'm done here. I'm done with this meeting, and I'm done with you. He pointed at Ujiko before turning and storming away. Ujiko watched All for One's successor storm off, with a completely neutral face. His emotional mask only cracking to reveal a small scowl when Tamura slammed the door behind him like a little kid throwing a tantrum. He's a brat. Ujiko finally said, as he slumped back into his chair. He's immature, he's petty, he acts like a child, he has no real plan other than disorganized chaos, and he lets his anger override both his logical reasoning and common sense, the doctor concluded with a sigh. I've told you this before and I know you won't listen to me, but please dash, he looked over to the TV. He's not worthy to be your successor, master. All for one mused, an air of amusement floating through the screen. If you already know the result beforehand, why continue trying to change my mind? Because you deserve the best of the best, and he isn't worthy of that title by a long shot. You're right, Doctor, All for one admitted with a chuckle. He's far from the most capable candidate right now, but he'll grow beyond your greatest expectations, and that I'm sure of. And if he doesn't? The television fell silent, and for a moment Izuku worried he might have angered his master, until finally. You found someone you believe to be a better successor. No. Izuku sputtered, his eyes wide in panic as he hopped to his feet. I would never suggest to dash. Easy now, Doctor, the supervillain chuckled. I'm not questioning your loyalty, and I know you only have good intentions. He reassured the man, but we're too far into the game to back out now. Too many plans would have to be reworked if I replaced Tamura. I would have to be impressed to a level I have seldom been before, to change everything now. I wasn't going to say, I wouldn't dare dash, Izuku tried before he sighed, hanging his head in defeat. Yes, Master. I'm sure whoever you have found would be more than qualified to be my successor, but as I've said, I've invested too much into Tamura to abandon him. Besides, he chuckled, if you found someone you believe capable enough to outdo Tamura, I'm sure you've already made plans to use them. Izuku didn't verbally answer, but his silence as good as confirmed it. Nevertheless, don't worry about Tamura. If you can't bring yourself to trust him, then trust in my judgment instead. I haven't led you astray yet, have I? No, Master, you haven't. I will trust in your wisdom, but he gulped and steeled his resolve. I will not. No, I refuse to accept Tamura as your successor. Not until he grows into the potential you speak of, and until then I want nothing to do with him or his band of misfits. That's all I ask of you, to trust me and to give Tamura a chance to grow. You and your art will be kept far away from the conflict and heroes. Only your finished pieces will be put on display for the world to see. Is that agreeable? Yes, Master, very much so. Good, I'll leave you to your work. As the screen flicked off, Izuku slumped into his chair and massaged his face with his hand, fighting off the sudden urge for a glass of alcohol, something to stave off the massive headache that was forming. Which could be due to either Tamura or caffeine withdrawal. It was 50-50 at this point. It had been a while since he last had to come to one of these meetings, and he had forgotten how headache-inducing they could be. All for one would occasionally call for a meeting between himself, Izuku, and Tamura, usually about every other month. He had originally called it something along the lines of, well, now that Izuku thought about it, he couldn't remember what his master had originally said its purpose was. He had tuned it out 5 minutes into the first meeting, when he realized the real purpose of them. To make him and Tamura actively not hate each other. On paper it makes total sense. Izuku is arguably All for One's most important follower, seeing as how he's responsible for getting his master to the point of actually being able to walk again after his fight with All Might, as well as the fact he's growing a giant army of Nomo for All for One to do with as he pleases. Meanwhile, Tamura is the man's successor, and will continue All for One's work long into the future. Getting them to cooperate is a very worthwhile investment. In practice, however, Izuku sent another look down at the used-to-be table dust coating his feet, and grimaced. Now it wasn't as if he wouldn't work with Tamura. He did make the hands for him after all, creepy as they were, but working for Tamura, well. Considering Tamura's bullshit during the meeting had driven Izuku to consider bringing up Midoriya of all people to his master, should tell you his opinion on that. He groaned as his headache worsened. It wasn't like he was actually going to try to get his master to take the kid on as his new successor. It was just one of those thoughts that popped into the back of your head and floated around. Sure, I could go and spend the money I'm saving to replace my broken car on that new TV the commercial is talking about, but I'm not actually going to, because that would be stupid. Speaking of the kid, he should be finishing up a tour of the lab right about now. Izuku had originally planned on showing the kid around the lab himself, but then All for One had called a meeting last second, and he was forced to leave a small recorded message for the kid and tell Yuyara she was in charge of the tour as he ran out the door. Wait. He blinked. Kid, plus tour, plus Yuyara in charge, plus my luck. His brows creased as worry began to gnaw at the back of his mind. He did tell her to ease the kid into everything slowly, right? Right? Rain of sins. And these are the Nomu. Yara concluded with a proud smile on her face, gesturing to the rows of large tubes that were lined up behind her, their bright green glow filling the room and blending almost seamlessly with her toxic green eyes. Aren't they great? Laboratory Overseer, or Lab Head, for short, is the title given to those who help run and oversee the many laboratories, research stations, and storage facilities of Dr. Ujiko Daruma. The man is a genius, yes, but not even he could micromanage every detail of every research project of every building, so he didn't bother trying to. One lab head per facility, a person who is given free reign over everything in the building, so long as they follow any and all orders from Ujiko, willingly hand over control when it is deemed necessary, absolutely under no circumstances withhold any critical information whatsoever from their weekly reports, don't interfere with other facilities' work, and, arguably most importantly, get your job done. So needless to say, it is an incredibly important position, and one Yuyara takes great pride in, even if most in her situation wouldn't. See, everything about a lab head is directly tied to their work. Lab supplies, funding, workers, prestige, even how much you got in your paycheck was directly tied to what results you turned into Ujiko. On paper this works just fine. In practice, however, it makes a sort of feedback loop. The biggest labs with the best supplies that can focus on multiple projects at once get the most work done, which means they get more supplies, which means they get more assigned projects, which means they get more work done, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, the smaller labs are left with few ways to compete. Is it a perfect system? Is it moral? Debatable. But a quick crunch of the numbers actually shows that by having his top labs 6 or so labs constantly competing against one another, Ujiko gets more done faster this way than by playing socialism function object. Native code, so he's unlikely to change it anytime soon. Which brings us back to Yara, the youngest, newest, and as such, most inexperienced lab head. Assigned to the newest, smallest, and least equipped lab. She had been an incredibly bright mind all throughout her career. Her not always standard way of looking at things let her solve problems that had others scratching their head. This combined with her almost obsessive need for a better paycheck, due to the various debts she had acquired over the years, let her climb through the ranks abnormally quickly. So when she, one of the top performing scientists at the time, was approached for yet another promotion, she happily jumped at the chance, not even bothering to read what the paper she was signing said, let alone the tiny bits scribbled at the bottom of each page. So when she first was told which lab she would be maintaining, she was devastated. How was she supposed to get anything done with this? It wasn't even built yet, for heaven's sake. Not to mention that because of the nature in which her position was paid, she wouldn't be getting any form of payment until the lab completed an assignment, and even then, with the size of the lab and its projected production output, her supposed promotion had actually cut her annual income. And by a not insignificant margin too. So, knowing this, she did what any person would do. She went home, pouted, ate ice cream, watched shitty rom-coms, and may or may not have pulled out some emergency booze and gotten drunk. A few mornings later, the bottles littering her apartment and her pounding headache really helped highlight her situation for her. Her new position had no income whatsoever until the lab was finished. When it was finished, she wouldn't have the income she did as a top scientist. She was basically a joke to her peers, the other lab heads, and she couldn't go back due to all the information she was given when she was promoted. Oh, sure, she could have turned down the offer when she found out about her lab, but she was part of the team who had worked on the latest memory-erasing Nomu. She knew what that thing did to people. So with all this in mind, she set a goal to fix her situation. She would make her lab one of the top labs or die trying. Some might have called her brave, just plain stupid, or something in between. It didn't matter, her stubbornness paid off. She had won the lottery, the metaphorical golden goose, a royal flush in this game of poker, and if she played her cards right, it ensured a golden highway to the very top. Izuku Midoriya, Ujiko's hastily picked successor, had decided to not only wander directly into her lab, but also live far enough away from the other labs that daily transport to and from them was deemed more burdensome than simply upgrading her lab. It had barely been a few days and already new supplies, workers, and funding was pouring in, 2 new expansions to the lab were planned, and the list of things just kept growing. So when the boss had told her to take Green, her new favorite person, and give him a tour of the lab, her new favorite place, she made sure to go plus ultra and give the best, most detailed tour she could possibly show off. And these are the Nomu, Yuyara proudly declared, her smile splitting her face. Aren't they great? Izuku stammered like a broken record, his face an odd shade from turning pale and going green at the same time. You okay, Green? What are those? They're the Nomu. Yuyara cheered with a small hop, seemingly unaffected from having to repeat herself. And now that you're here, we're gonna get more. Emma, more? Yeah, more. Her adrenaline high calmed down as she took in the kid's face. Are you okay? It's the monsters. As he pointed weakly to the tanks, Yuyara's eyebrows furrowed in confusion, before shooting up in surprise when she realized what he meant. Boss hasn't told him anything. Now there was a lot of other thoughts that accompanied that, usually along the lines of sheet, or FFF-, or even the very diverse sheet. But that main bit was the most important. Why hasn't the boss told him? She stood, smiling blankly at the kid, belying no sign of the flood of panic that was bubbling up inside her, no scratch that, why hasn't the boss told me he didn't tell him? Her smile faded. Could it be? Is this the boss way of telling me that my achievements and hard work have finally been acknowledged? Only to come back in full force. Don't worry, boss. I'll show you your trust is well placed. Rain of sins. Sheet. Pedestrians were roughly shoved to the side as a certain scientist dashed through the streets, cursing Kurogiri for not answering his phone, and panicking because of how much he did, in fact, not trust Yuyara with such a delicate situation. Rain of sins. Well, yes, she acknowledged the discolored Izuku with a confident chuckle. From a certain perspective, I guess they could look a bit like monsters, couldn't they? But lucky for us, they're a lot cooler than something as boring as monsters. What do why you mean? Well, Yuyara rocked back and forth on her feet. Take Bigfoot for example. At best, it's a man with a monkey quirk. At worst it's a man in a fursuit, ugbo. She punctuated with an over-dramatic yawn, smirking when she saw that despite the situation she had been able to draw out a small smile from Izuku, no matter how brief it may have been. These meanwhile have been genetically engineered by some of the brightest minds in the world, each holding a myriad of useful quirks. Izuku stopped her, his brain processing what she was saying. You gave these things quirks? And multiple of them? Now you're getting why they're so cool. That's genius? Impossible? Scary? Worrying? Terrifying but also beautiful at the same time? Amazing! Yuyara blinked, not expecting that answer at all, as Izuku continued. Quirks are such a fascinating concept. They provide the basis for our entire society, but their inbuilt limitations provide a natural barrier that hinders the vast majority of the population. Even pro-heroes struggle to grow once they run into the limit of their quirk, with Endeavor being a perfect example. If you could simply add another quirk on top of a person's natural one, you would not only be able to perfectly cover any of the original quirk's inherent weaknesses, but also dash. And thus Izuku began rambling to himself. Now normally this was where someone would snap him out of his thoughts, either directly or indirectly, but this wasn't a normal situation. Instead of a class full of people perfectly willing to laugh at him, he was alone in a room with Yuyara, who worked for Ujiko, and was very notably still scared of accidentally pissing his successor off. Now Ujiko would also occasionally ramble whenever he was deep in thought, and Yuyara had learned the hard way that he didn't enjoy being interrupted at all. So she let the kid ramble. And ramble. And ramble. And ramble. And then he rambled some more. He rambled on, and on, and on, and on, until finally a stray through lead him back to reality. How exactly do you make them? That's the million-dollar question now, isn't it? Yuyara chuckled, quickly recovering from zoning out during the kid's muttering. That information is usually saved for higher-ups, but since you're the boss new number 2, she smiled and continued, Ignoring Izuku's weak denial, "I'll make an exception. Okay, Yuyara, you've got one shot at this. You gotta convince the kid to stay, not scare him off. Convince him nothing's suspicious about the very suspicious monsters in the very suspicious lab tubes, all while sticking to the truth as much as possible." She gave herself a brief mental pep talk before crossing her fingers and beginning. The Nomu are created using human bodies as a base and injecting them with various quirks. The kid blinked. Yuyara blinked. Okay, rough start, but we can fix this, I just have to be smooth about it. Which turns them into monsters. Phew dash. But using people in experiments is obviously a very bad thing to do. She rushed out before the kid could draw up the worst, though true, case scenario. So because of this, she stammered, picking her words very carefully, one of our labs started experimenting with cloning technology. True, though it was completely unrelated to the Nomu project. And after a big breakthrough in the project, we attempted to use one of the clones to make a Nomu. Also true, but left unsaid was how it was horribly unsuccessful due to the fact they hadn't, and to this day still haven't managed to make a clone that wasn't brain dead. And not a few months later we had a completed Nomu. True yet again, but this was hardly the first Nomu they'd made, and it was only successful because they pulled the plug on the clone Nomu project and went back to normal bodies. And so, tada! She waved back to the Nomu, a pained smile on her face and a bead of sweat rolling down her forehead. Please bite, please bite, please bite, please bite, please bite, please bite, please bite. Slowly she opened an eye to glance at the kid's reaction, and, wide eyes, slack-jawed, and absolutely starstruck, the kid had eaten it up. That's incredible. Thank you, Lady Luck. What are you going to use them for? You, Lady Luck. That's a good question, and one I'm glad you asked. Curse you, Ujiko. And because it's such a good question, I have an equally good answer. Think, Kiara, you're capable of stringing different quirks into a giant super beast. You can find a perfectly reasonable explanation for having living weapons being held in an underground bunker, and mass. Well, if you think about it, their purpose is actually quite obvious, she said, hiding her panic with a cocky smirk. The Nomu are adaptable to any environment, they can be given quirks to deal with basically any situation, they follow orders to the letter without complaining, well. Yuyara trailed off, wilting as it slowly descended into an awkward silence. This was due to one very simple reason. She had run out of BS. Understanding that the risk of screwing the whole thing up was still very high, and that the cost of doing so would be even higher once the boss found out, Yuyara decided to employ a tactic that had helped her out of numerous situations in the past. Deflection. Well, what do you think they're for? Me. You're Ujiko's successor. Consider this an intro test to see if your brain's up to the task. But I already took a test dash. I'm not hearing an answer, Green. Izuku, easily scared as ever, hopped back in panic, before beginning to mutter to himself, his mind frantically trying to find a concrete answer to a question that didn't have one. As this happened, Yuyara let out a sigh of relief. Sending the kid on a metaphorical wild goose chase might have been a tad mean, but she wouldn't be losing any sleep over it. Now she hadn't spent that much time with the kid, but she could already tell how his head worked. She had worked with plenty of others who worked the same way after all. All she had to do was get him hooked on a thought process, and the kid would play cat and mouse with his own thoughts, descending into a ramble of muttering that would quickly spiral off the original topic, leaving the question far behind them to be forgotten. So Shiku. Workers. Yuyara blinked. That's what it is. Izuku beamed at her. You're going to use them as workers? Yuyara blinked again. When you think about it, it's absolutely brilliant. Izuku grinned as he continued his spiel, unaware of the dumbstruck expression on the lab head's face. If you layer one of them with multiple fire resistance quirks and a few speed and strength quirks, it would make it perfect for rescuing people from burning buildings. You can make them perfect for performing rescues in deep water, unstable caves, and various other highly specified fields that few heroes are suited for, and then rent them out to agencies in need of them. And that's only on the hero side of things. You could do the exact same thing for any labor-intensive field, like construction or farming. Yara blinked thrice, before responding in really the only way the situation called for. Yes. You are completely correct. Color her impressed, that wasn't a half-bad idea. In fact, the more she thought about it, the better it sounded. It would not only give them a very believable and more importantly legal excuse for the public if the Nomu program ever got leaked, all while providing a nice source of revenue as a cherry on top. The youngest lab head scratched her chin in thought as she began to seriously turn over what the kid had suggested. One of the biggest concerns of the entire program was how if anything was leaked they had basically no way to avoid mass panic over the army of mindless monsters being hidden under the nation's nose. The kid's idea, while far from leak-proof, was leagues above their current plan, which could best be summed up as brutally smash any and all potential data leaks with overwhelming force and hope it never gets to that level. See, can I ask one more question? Yara turned back to the kid with a slight, but quickly suppressed, grimace. The kid's all-too-smart questions were quickly becoming her least favorite thing. Well, of course. She smiled while internally screaming, no. No more questions. Save them for Ujiko, I'm running out of bullshit to come up with. If I join? Do you think it would be possible if? Green, you gotta speak up if you want anyone to answer your questions. He took a deep breath. Is it possible to give myself a quirk? Geez, Green, when I said speak up, I meant speak louder, not yell. Yara leaned back at the unexpected volume. The volume was unexpected, the question itself, however. Yara let out a huff. She really should have known the kid was going to ask that eventually, and the answer was simple, but also complicated. Yes, and no. Yes, it was possible to give people quirks with the technology they had. The Nomu existed for a reason. No, it was not safe, as the human brain was not made to handle more than one quirk, and the result of brute forcing it was evident in the Nomu's animal-level intelligence. And while the result of forcing quirks into a quirkless brain was unknown, she didn't want to even think about what that would do to a brain that wasn't designed to handle any quirk. Yes, there was a way to do it safely without harming the brain, but the only known way was with the use of Ujiko's boss quirk, who the doctor would occasionally talk about in reverence, but none of the lab heads had ever seen, let alone met, the mystery man. No, using the quirk on Ikoku would be very unlikely, as getting this man to use his quirk on, well, anything had so far been impossible. With every request made to research, use, observe, or even verify that the quirk actually exists, being immediately shot down by Ujiko. So she told him this, wincing as the kid's shoulders deflated the more she explained. Though she passed the second set of points off as rumors, just to be safe, if her boss wanted to be all secretive about a subject, then she'd leave it to him to explain. Oh, sorry for asking, the answer should have been obvious, huh? He apologized, mumbling something about asking stupid questions under his breath. Yara watched as the brief flash of hope in the kid's eye withered and died in front of her. Wincing as a memory of an exact replica of that expression, mirrored on a small brown-haired boy, flickered through her mind. Well, hold on. She rushed. Just because we can't do that right now, doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. Izuku perked up a bit at this. What do you mean? Well, that's what science is all about, right? Taking a problem and researching it. At first, the solution seems hopelessly out of your reach, but then you get to work and make a discovery. Sure, it might seem small and insignificant at first, but one small discovery will lead to the next, which leads to the next, and before you know it, your small discoveries have piled up and made a staircase to lead you right to the top. She gave a genuine smile. Sure, we can't safely give people quirks right now, but then again, we didn't know how to make cars in the past either. Or planes. Or anything else we have. She concluded, waiting for Izuku's response. So, she vainly tried to keep the conversation alive after realizing the kid wasn't going to respond, before falling into an uncomfortable silence. So it's possible. It was faint, barely a whisper. In any other room, without the eerie silence of the Nomu storage room, she wouldn't have heard it at all, but that wasn't what mattered. What mattered was that it was something. And more than that, it was the first real something Izuku had been able to grab onto since that doctor visit all that time ago. And so Izuku, eyes filled with a fire that burned brighter than it had in years, clenched his fist and made a declaration. A declaration to the world, and to himself. I'll do it. I'll study under you and Dr. Ujiko, and I'll put my all into finding a way to give myself a quirk. Listen, nerd, I'm the only one from the school who's hero material, you got that? And if it's not possible, a quirkless person can't be. Then I'll make it possible. And I'll become a hero. Hey Green, ready for your first day? Later. No. The red vial goes over dash. Later. Pay attention if you do it like this. Later. You know, kid, I knew you were going to surprise me one day. You are my successor after all, but I'll be honest, before this moment, I didn't think it was possible to catch that on fire. Later. Izuku. Why yes, did our Ujiko? Stop stuttering, it's annoying. Or dash. What did I just say? Yeah. Later. Don't tell the boss? Sure. Later. Are you sure you want me working on the Nomu? I mean I only started here a few days ago. Meh, you'll mostly just be handing people stuff. Besides, what could go wrong? Later. The left one. The other left. Oh shit, ifu dash. Later. What does doing your paperwork for you have to do with being a scientist? It's a character building. Later. So the red vial goes. Yup, now you're getting it. Later. Unlike early genetic engineering techniques that randomly inserts genetic material into a host genome, genome editing targets the insertions to site SPE-. Green. Stop muttering to yourself when you're reading. Sorry. Later. Hey, good job, Green. You did it. Later. Way to go, kid. Later. Not half bad, Green. Later. Keep up the good work. Later. You're doing great. Later. Izuku sighed as he dropped his head on the table, his forehead making a thwump noise as it impacted the open book beneath him. It was an interesting book, covering the more exotic theories behind how quirks worked. But the book wasn't what had him sighing, it was the fact that tomorrow would mark 1 full month of him working at the lab, and quite frankly he was exhausted. It had been quite an experience. On one hand, there were times when he got to learn things he had never imagined, and was allowed to truly let his mind run free. No one was really bothered by his muttering, and his more off-the-wall ideas had actually been encouraged. And then on the other hand, there were times like on his second day, where he almost burnt off his thumb. But generally speaking, Izuku could honestly say it had been an overall enjoyable experience. Now not all of it was enjoyable, sure, especially that first week where he learned the hard way that no matter how smart he was, he had no idea how to operate in a lab environment. Izuku didn't walk in on the first day and suddenly start schooling highly studied scientists. At first he'd stumbled around, tripping on his own feet, and provided as much help as a human-sized sack of potatoes. But the trial by fire, as Ujiko put it, while painful, had turned out for the better, and with time to get over his nerves and some personal tutoring from Ujiko, he now was able to at least keep up with Yuyara and Ko while they worked. Izuku continued to muse over his time in the lab silently, until he was snapped out of his thoughts as Yuyara plopped down on the bench opposite from him with a happy smile, unceremoniously dropping her food tray onto the bland cafeteria table with a metallic bang. Yuyara had been extraordinarily helpful to Izuku since he started at the lab, though how much of that was her genuinely being nice to Izuku, and how much was just her trying to get on the good side of Ujiko's successor, was still up in the air. Hey Green, what ya reading? Yuyara asked, though more as a way to begin a conversation than actual curiosity. She got 2 bites into her meal before she registered the fact Izuku hadn't responded. Sending a questioning glance up from her food, she got, I am currently reading Jonathan Gold's Extrapolated Theories on Quirk Usage, written by Jonathan Gold. Yuyara simply raised an eyebrow in response, causing Izuku to blush in slight embarrassment. Ujiko told me the best way to stop stuttering is to clearly think out everything I say beforehand, so I can read it like a script. Yeah. She nodded in understanding. I understand now, Mr. Robot, you don't have to continue explaining. Our robot? Yeah, no offense, Yara spoke through a bite of food, but it makes you sound like a robot. Izuku blushed in embarrassment and tugged at the hem of his lab coat. Speaking of his lab coat, he had gotten it on his first day in the lab, where Ujiko had proudly bestowed it upon him. Later that day he had offhandedly mentioned it was itchy to the doctor, who in turn glared at Yuyara, who admittedly hadn't actually done anything wrong this time. The coat hadn't been slightly itchy since. It was actually a bit creepy. Anyway, here you go. What's this? Izuku questioned as he took a folded white bundle from Yuyara. It's a high-quality medical face mask that doctors wear. With your tendency to catch chemicals on fire, boss wanted me to give one to you. Hey, that only happened once. Green, you sent an entire storage rack up in flames. Still only once. Desperate to change the topic, Izuku defaulted to a question that he'd been meaning to ask for a while now. Why do we only have sporks? Yuyara rolled her eyes, well aware of his obvious attempt to shift the conversation away from anything embarrassing she could tease him about, but still responded anyway. They're cheaper. Cheaper. Easier to buy one utensil than two. That's the only reason? What? You got something against sporks? No. It's the opposite actually. Opposite. The scientist smirked. Now this sounds good. Izuku stammered, well aware he had just talked himself directly into a corner. When I was a kid. He trailed off into a mutter, nervously fiddling with the book in front of him. Come on, Green, you gotta speak up if you want anyone to hear you. Yuyara snickered. When I was little, I thought they were cool because they were like SP poons with a chew quirk. To Yuyara's credit, she waited a few seconds to start laughing. Quirk? That snicker, that's amazing. Ha. She took a moment to compose herself. So Green, chuckle, do you have any other random questions that will never benefit humanity? Actually. Izuku, eager to steer the conversation a different way again, pulled out a notebook from his coat with Lab Analysis Vol 1, neatly written across the cover in permanent marker. The notebook, while still new, showed considerable wear from consistent use, and its cover had several stains and burns spread across its face. I've been wondering about your quirk. My quirk? She raised an eyebrow. Meh, my quirk's useless. You mean it doesn't help you with your work? No, I mean it's just useless in general. Yuyara sighed as Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Before he could prompt her, however, she brought up a gloved hand. She turned it around and stared at her covered palm a few moments before beginning. My quirk, she said, is completely useless in every way. It's not helpful for any job, it's not helpful for being a hero, it wouldn't even be helpful if I wanted to become a villain. It will never benefit anyone, and by its very nature Yuyara let out a shaky sigh. Oh, what the hell, you seem like a good kid, and you're gonna be sticking around, might as well get it out of the way. She refocused on Izuku. I'm gonna tell you a story, Green. Yuyara took a deep breath and her eyes, normally filled with a strange mixture of cheerful mischievousness, seemed to almost sink as if a weight had been put on them. When I was a small kid, I was what people call a late bloomer. I didn't have an extra joint in my toe, so I should develop one, but even after all my classmates found theirs, I still hadn't. But despite the occasional teasing, I considered myself a happy child, living happily with my family. I had my mom, my dad, and my little brother. She began with a wistful smile. It was just the four of us. I didn't have any cousins, my parents both being single children, and my grandparents had died before I was born. We weren't well off, but we weren't poor either. We were right in the middle class, and we liked it that way. My parents had good enough jobs to be able to take us to eat out every Friday without worrying about the cost, but weren't high enough up to have to worry about important business meetings making us cancel our annual family trip. We're happy that is. Any semblance of a smile on her face died as she continued. When I turned 11 years old, my mother got sick, very sick. The doctors weren't sure what it was, and only really knew 3 things. It wasn't infectious, they didn't know how she got it because she didn't have it before, and they knew nothing else about it. A few days after she checked into the hospital, I started having nightmares that she would die, and it freaked little me out. My mother, the stubborn woman she was, managed to convince the doctors that since the disease wasn't transmittable, I should be able to sleep with her to help my nightmares. That night she held me close and told me she wasn't going anywhere. She died the next day. Izuku paled. Her death hit my family hard, but it hit my father the hardest. It wasn't long until he started drinking and visiting a counselor for his bouts of depression. He never got abusive or neglective, but he stopped spending as much time with me and my brother, afraid his washy-washy mental health would rub off on us. He was never the same. But with both my mom and dad out of the picture, the responsibility to look after my little brother, who was 5 at the time, fell on me. Fast forward a few years and things had stabilized. I had turned 14, and my dad had done well enough to get a raise that more or less covered the income we lost with my mom's old job. I was doing well in school and had decided to become a doctor, that way I could keep anyone else from losing their mom. It sounds stupid when I say it now, but back then I had my heart set on it. It was about this time when my dad started coughing. At first he laughed it off as a common cold, but as a month passed and it didn't subside, he finally relented and went to see a doctor, and then another, and only when every doctor in the city had given him the same answer do I think he actually accepted what they told him. He had the same thing my mom had. Dad immediately started quarantining himself in his room, only leaving to go to work and to cook us food. When he was out of his room, he washed his hands profusely, started wearing a cheap doctor mask, and took to limiting physical contact with me and my brother. It was all for a good reason when I look back. The doctors may have said it wasn't transmittable, but he had still gotten it somehow, so he was doing everything he could to keep us from getting it. But as the years dragged on, his condition slowly got worse and worse, and with every hacking cough, he isolated himself more and more. The only possible silver lining we had was that it hadn't progressed nearly as fast as Mom's had. His increased isolation had the unintended side effect of making me almost completely responsible for raising my brother. By the time I turned 18, I was running the house by myself. I did the laundry, I was in charge of the groceries, I made dinner. I had even decided against college so I could get a job to help with finances. During these days, I would often complain to myself how much work I had on my plate. It was only later that year that I realized how much my dad had been helping me out. Sick, old, and on his deathbed, he had somehow steered me in the perfect way so that when my brother and I returned from his funeral on a stormy night, I was completely prepared to take care of the two of us. Life dragged on, and before I knew it I had hit my 20th birthday and things were finally looking up. I had just gotten a raise and my brother's 14th birthday was right around the corner. I decided to buy a big cake for the two of us to celebrate. Money had always been tight with just myself working, so I hadn't been able to get either of us a real cake since my father died, and I just knew it'd make his day. When I walked home that evening, cake box in hand, I found myself genuinely hopeful for what the future would bring. I was happy I was Dash. Yara sighed and lowered her face to rest in her hand, the story seeming to be physically draining to her, letting out a warmth-less chuckle with her next words. I was so stupid. I walked into my rundown house that day to find my brother collapsed on the floor. Once I rushed him to the hospital, the doctors didn't just confirm my worst fears, they told me something worse. My brother wasn't just sick, he had been sick for a long time, hiding it from me so I wouldn't worry. He was immediately hospitalized, and I was politely informed that he had slipped into a coma. And just like that, I was alone, no friends, no family. My only positive was that the doctors let me spend time with him during visiting hours, which I made a point of going and holding his hand at least once every day. Of course, just when I thought I had hit rock bottom, the medical bills started arriving. I had to start pulling double shifts and working extra time just to cover them. All the while my brother's condition kept worsening, which means he needs more medicine and better doctors, both of which cost more money that I didn't have. So I started borrowing money. I took loans from banks. When they stopped, I went to loan sharks. When they stopped, I went to the Yakuza, and every day when I went to see my brother, he was doing worse and worse. That's how Ujiko found me. Sitting in the rain, tired, alone, and crying my eyes out on the side of the road. My apartment had kicked me out due to not being able to pay rent, the banks had frozen my account, and all the shady people I borrowed from were nipping at my heels for my long overdue payments. The doctor recognized my potential and used my situation to adopt me into his science program. He gave me a bunk in one of his biggest labs and an opportunity to prove myself, fully knowing I would work my butt off to climb my way up to better and better paying positions to handle my debts, providing him with an extremely motivated worker without him having to so much as lift a finger. Of course, this was also the time I gained access to the resources I needed to study my long overdue quirk. I reasoned that maybe, just maybe, if I could find a way to activate it, it would benefit my situation somehow. The scientist let out a hollow chuckle, wiping a bit of water from her right eye. The irony of all ironies, I wasn't a late bloomer, I had my quirk all along, my quirk, my wonderful power dash. She took a deep breath to steady herself. If I touch someone with the palm of my hand, I accelerate any disease they have. Hell, it's grown over the years and now I can actually give people diseases I've accelerated before, and I wanted to become a doctor as a kid. She turned her attention away from Izuku and back to her food, stabbing at it. What effing joke? Izuku didn't know what to say in response. Hell, he didn't know what to say in general. Oh, you don't have to worry. Yuyara's head suddenly shot up, misinterpreting Izuku's silence. I wear gloves, see? I can't turn my quirk off, but it doesn't work without skin contact, so you're perfectly safe. And no, that's not it. It's just... Izuku fiddled with his lab coat. What happened to why you're... Oh, Yuyara smiled with a sad sympathy. My brother still hasn't woken up, but he's stable nowadays. His condition stopped declining after I started wearing my gloves everywhere. She gave a sad laugh. Go figure. A somber silence fell upon the table as they ate. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it didn't feel right to talk. This continued until Yuyara finished eating, and an alarm on her phone went off, signaling she needed to be somewhere. She collected her tray, and began walking away before pausing and turning back to Izuku. Look, I didn't tell you all that for pity, it happened a long time ago and I'm over it all now, but, shit, this is gonna come across real arrogant, isn't it? I know being quirkless has its own reasons for being shitty, but you shouldn't put yourself down about it so often, because even if you're quirkless, well, sometimes I wish I was born without mine. Yara's story lingered in Izuku's head throughout the rest of the day. It lingered as he went home, it lingered as he ate dinner, and it lingered when he laid in bed that night. It stayed with him not just because of how powerful it was, but because it left him with a question to mull over. A question that went against everything he had been taught as a child, against everything preached to him by everyone he'd met, and against the very core of his childhood dreams. Yara's quirk had caused tragedy for her and her entire family, and with the sheer volume of people in the world, there had to be others with quirks just as bad, if not worse, than hers. Maybe quirks weren't all they were cracked up to be? Maybe, just maybe, that by being born quirkless, he had dodged a bullet. These thoughts made him think. So he thought, and then he thought some more, and then a bit more. He thought a lot about the thoughts. Such thoughts included, how could he help these people? And, could he even help these people? These thoughts prompted more thinking, which prompted more thoughts to be thought about the thoughts. Unfortunately, Izuku's habit of feeding his entire attention to a single line of thinking had the downside of turning his situational awareness down to a level barely above that of a rock's. Such situational awareness would have been very useful the next day in class, when he muttered and scribbled in his notebook, failing to notice a certain blonde whose glare burned into the back of Izuku's skull. Some people might think the words, bakugo, and quiet, should never be put in the same sentence without an is not between them. The evidence for this claim was many. The young pyromaniac was loud, boisterous, and made his presence known everywhere he went. Not to mention his quirk wasn't exactly subtle either. However, this wasn't because he couldn't be quiet, and was instead tied to a much larger aspect of Bakugo as a whole. His ego. Simply put, Bakugo loved his ego, and his ego was boosted by people knowing he was there. Simple math, simple solution. But while Bakugo loved being the center of attention, he had long since accepted that if he was ever to be the #1 pro hero, he would also need to know how to act in a more discreet fashion. Of course, this didn't make the sight of him silently stalking down the street any more unnerving. Bakugo sneered as he was forced to quickly dart behind a wall to avoid being spotted. Just because he could be quiet didn't mean he liked doing it. Being forced to sneak around like a rat set him off, and as per usual, it was all effing Deku's fault. Last week it came to Bakugo's attention that the idiot still hadn't withdrawn his application to UA. At first Bakugo had simply ignored it, If the idiot couldn't understand that he wouldn't pass the entrance exam, that wasn't his issue, but with his attention drawn back to the quirkless nobody, well, it didn't even make sense. In the short amount of time Bakugo had stopped giving a shit about Deku, the idiot had changed his whole act. It wasn't anything big enough to be noticeable to the average passerby, but to Bakugo, who had been pestered by the idiot since they were kids, it stood out like a sore thumb. The idiot had stopped cowering to the sides of the hallways with his head tucked down like a turtle, instead weaving through the crowds of students like an actual FING human. He had somehow managed to stop completely falling apart in a normal conversation, and had managed to tone down his stutter. He didn't pay anywhere as much attention to any laughs or jeers directed his way, acting like he was too absorbed in his FING journal to hear them. And speaking of his stupid but journal, he had always been noting down things all the time, but recently he had turned the dial past 100% and had gone off the FING deep end with the stupid thing. Hell, Bakugo couldn't think of a single time he had seen him put the DMN thing down. The little sheet was getting more confident. The UA entrance exam was creeping closer every day, and the one person who didn't have a snowball's chance in hell of actually passing was getting more FING confident. Basic deductive reasoning concluded that he had found something that made him more sure he was gonna pass. But if something could give Deku a FING shot at passing and Bakugo, who was already set to dominate the exam, could get a hold of it. Not even his mounting anger could keep a maniacal grin from his face as he imagined, not just blowing past his opponents, but completely obliterating their scores. Of course, when he asked Deku nicely about it, read as yelled at and intimidated, the quirkless student screamed and bolted. So now Bakugo was doing what any normal person would do, stalking Deku until the idiot either A, led him to his goal, B, started muttering to himself and revealed his secret that way, or C, wandered into an alleyway or someplace where Bakugo could corner him without the idiot running like a complete wuss. Things were going smoothly, if a bit slow for Bakugo's taste, until Izuku sent a glance at his phone's clock, let out a quiet, "Oh shit," as his eyes widened, and bolted down the sidewalk like a madman. Bakugo followed in suit, letting out a curse and dashing after Izuku, continuing his cursing spree every time his target turned a corner, making him lose line of sight for a few seconds. And so for the next few minutes passers-by were treated to a young teenage boy panicking as he sprinted through the streets, closely followed by another much more set-off teenager chasing after him, while also swearing up a storm that would make any mother cry. This continued for quite a bit, each second a tick on the proverbial time bomb that was Bakugo's mounting anger. Thankfully, however, doomsday was avoided as, just before Bakugo snapped and used his quirk to fly ahead and tackle the idiot, Izuku promptly collapsed on the ground with a loud exclamation of, "I'm here." This sudden stop caused Bakugo to slam his feet down to slow himself, promptly go from max speed to 0, trip on said feet, and follow Izuku's example of nose diving into the cement. Shaking his head and blinking a few stars out of his vision, Bakugo pushed himself up with a scowl while Izuku let out a string of, "I'm not late. I'm here on time," and similar phrases. Of course, said scowl morphed into a smirk once he actually registered what he had heard. Deku was here, meaning he had led Bakugo exactly where he wanted. Finally, after being forced to quietly follow and then chase Deku through the streets, his persistence would pay off. Only, what the F dash? It wasn't exactly what he was hoping for. In front of him wasn't some secret training ground, it wasn't a hero agency, it wasn't even a gym, it was... I came all the way out here, for a weird but building in the rats but of effing nowhere? Deku, you effing idiot. Izuku, having realized Bakugo was present with his initial outburst, was too busy panicking to respond properly. The fact he had just led Bakugo of all people to the lab, despite all the warnings and precautions Ujiko had practically drilled into his brain, really didn't help. Just when I thought that maybe you had finally effing gotten your shit together, you pull this bullshit. Bakugo seethed as he stormed towards Izuku, dragging him up by his shirt. What are you hiding? WWH, what do you mean? I mean, what's making you so cocky about the UA exam, shithead? Izuku, to his credit, took a moment to think about Bakugo's words before tilting his head and letting out a confused, huh? Bakugo, to not his credit, was Bakugo and took that in the way only Bakugo could. Obviously Deku was both ignoring him, playing dumb, and treating Bakugo like he was an idiot all at the same time. AKA, the insult of all insults. Who the f do you think you are, you little sheet? Good question. Izuku blinked. Bakugo blinked. And then something grabbed the back of Bakugo's collar and dragged him off Izuku. Caught off guard, and completely unprepared for any form of counterattack, if this could even be called that, Bakugo tumbled backwards and stumbled about before steadying himself and sending a burning glare back towards Izuku. Standing in front of the teen was a short pudgy man with a rather large mustache and a pair of shitty goggles, at least in Bakugo's opinion. A very good question indeed. The man said with a cheer. Who do you think you are? Going and assaulting one of my employees like that, and on my own private property no less. While the young explosion quirk user was still trying to decide how exactly to respond to the sudden appearance of the man, Ujiko brought up a hand and fiddled with his goggles. A soft blue light flashed from them, so small and quick to dim that Bakugo dismissed it as a glare from the afternoon sun without thinking twice. Ujiko's eyes seemed to shift ever so slightly, looking in Bakugo's direction, but not actually at him, subtly moving back and forth almost as if he was reading something hanging in the air. Katsuki Bakugo, age 15, quirk type, emitter, quirk name, explosion, top marks in all his classes, applied to take the UA entrance exam 2 months ago, hasn't applied to anywhere else, and overall has foregone the "don't put all your eggs in one basket" lesson to instead place his entire future on the admittedly quite large chance of him getting into UA. Ujiko's eyes settled back on Bakugo. Did I get all that right? How the f did you get all that? How do you think I did? The scientist responded with a calmly raised eyebrow. Bakugo tore his eyes from Ujiko and glowered at Izuku, completely missing the doctor's smirk as he did so. Regardless of how, or why, or any other interrogative word, I do know. And I know a lot of other things too. Ujiko waited a half-second for Bakugo to refocus on him before continuing. For instance, I know of UA's zero-tolerance policy for advanced misdemeanors, delinquency, and infractions. Which, despite your personality, Ujiko adjusted his goggles. You've surprisingly only been marked for minor ones in the past. Very interesting if I do say so myself. Ujiko continued to smirk as Bakugo fumed. I feel that I should make it clear any further actions against my business or employees can, and will, be reported with all necessary details and information to the proper authorities. Ujiko fiddled with his goggles again, causing the blue glare to disappear. The cards have been laid out before you, Mr. Bakugo, do with them as you will. Bakugo opened his mouth to yell, clamped it shut, ground his teeth, clenched his fists, raised his head high, teeth ed, and then stormed away with his hands in his pockets. Izuku watched his childhood friend walk away with wide eyes. Ujiko had just talked down Bakugo. Like, actually made him listen with words. Izuku hadn't thought that was possible. Ahem. Right. He started sweating as his thoughts were drawn back to the situation. He had just led someone to the lab, one of the very few things Ujiko had told him to never do. So that was the Bakugo fellow you mentioned before, huh? I must say I'm not very impressed. The doctor stroked his mustache as he began muttering to himself. It's a bit sad actually. And Mr. Ujiko? That ego of his is going to be a problem for him in the future, especially with a quirk like that. He's like a bus with no driver. Doctor? One that's heading full speed towards a waterfall, with spikes at the bottom, dynamite-covered spikes. Doomed to kill everyone on board in a fiery, gruesome death. And Mr. Ujiko? I really need better analogies. The scientist was dragged from his musings by a tug on his coat, causing him to turn to Izuku, who thankfully hadn't heard his mumbled comparison. I want to say dash. Spit it out, kid. Ujiko punctuated with a light chop on Izuku's head. A man of science doesn't have time to waste stuttering like a buffoon. I'm sorry, sir. What for? What do you mean, what for? I led him to the lab. Ujiko nodded in understanding. Well, it's a good thing this isn't the lab then. What? If you were going for the lab, then I'd say you were about, oh I don't know, a block or two off? Ujiko let out a chuckle. Which is a bit understandable, really, all these warehouses look the exact same. Wait. Izuku took a moment to think. If this isn't the lab, then why are you here, and what was all that about private property? Well, that's quite simple really, you're always early, and this time you weren't. The doctor nodded in confidence while Izuku's brows furrowed trying to remember if that was actually true. He could have sworn he had made sure to be exactly on the dot to avoid a repeat of, but his thoughts were interrupted as Ujiko gave him a pat on the head and continued. Something very important must have happened to get in the way of science, so naturally I dispatched a team to help. Ujiko sighed. Unfortunately, all the lab scientists were actually busy doing their jobs for once, and Yara was on break, and heaven forbid she actually do something productive on break. The doctor smirked as Izuku chucked a bit at that. And the property bit, well, that was just bullshit. And Mr. Ujiko. What? It worked like a charm, stop fussing. Ujiko waved his hand dismissively while turning and beginning the walk towards the lab. W8. Turned his ear with a lazily raised eyebrow. Izuku swallowed. Thank you for helping me. Anytime, kid, Ujiko smiled. And Mr. Ujiko. Besides, I don't much care for bullies, the doctor said with a cough. They're just cowards too afraid to actually be a villain. Turning back to the road, he began walking again. Now come on, we're way behind schedule, and I still have something really important to show you. Yes, sir. And so the apprentice sprinted after the master, unaware of the shapes that slithered through the shadows, watching after him as they had done since Ujiko named him his successor all that time ago. Izuku had long since grown accustomed to working on the various Nomu at the lab. Granted, he was mainly just in charge of doing routine checkups, and anytime something actually exciting happened he was delegated to the role of assistant, but that didn't really matter here. What did matter was the fact Izuku could tell what lay before him was different from all the other Nomu. My successor, behold my latest attempt at creating my magnum opus. My latest masterpiece. It was huge, an enormous hulking figure rivaling All Might in size. It was covered in a thick tar-colored skin that bulged, and in some places ripped open, unable to contain the sheer volume of muscle mass the beast had. Its mouth was a demonic imitation of a bird's, a bony beak filled with giant spikes of teeth. And of course, as all Nomu did, its brain stood proud and exposed for the world to see, two sickly, beady eyes staring into the void. It was monstrous, it was an affront to nature, it was amazing. Izuku whispered, his eyes wide in awe. Before him stood not just a creature, but a living testament to the power of science. The power to push beyond the natural laws that held the universe in place, to break and bend them to the will of man. To break free of the chains that had held down mankind, and become more than any human was ever meant to be. The power to make dreams into reality. The power to rewrite destiny. Ujiko's laugh snapped and embarrassed Izuku out of his trance. Ha! Amazing, indeed, my young successor. And I see your attention went almost immediately to the finer details. Truly I have taught you well. Izuku blushed in embarrassment at being called out. While the Noma's appearance was impressive, the scientist in training had almost immediately beelined for the terminal to the left of the tube to get a look at its genetic makeup. And what a genetic makeup it was. A quirk for increased speed. A quirk for super strength. A quirk for shock absorption. A quirk for shock suppression. 3 different quirks for increased regeneration. Not to mention the different mutation-type quirks that had been layered on top of one another. This thing was a monster. It's beautiful, isn't it? The doctor chuckled. Why, I'd say it's one of my best works of art to date. Impressive? Undoubtedly so. Beautiful? Izuku had learned a lot from the good doctor, but one thing he hadn't picked up on was his teacher's sense of art and obsession with creating his magnum opus. Though after seeing this, he definitely understood the man's reasoning for that last one. Izuku's awe-struck smile mellowed as a stray thought ran through his head. What are you planning to do with this? WL. Izuku stuttered, now actually thinking about what he was saying. It's just that this could do a lot of damage if it got in the wrong hands, So I was wondering what you were planning on doing with it. Ah, Ujiko scratched his mustache, suddenly a bit sheepish. Well, you see, I kind of haven't really thought that far ahead. Did Ujiko? What? It's not like I was going to rob a bank with it. Technically true. Yeah, but still. You have a living superweapon in your basement. If the heroes ever found out about this dash, Izuku paled as he thought of the consequences of that happening. Oh, relax, kid, my employees know how to keep my mouth shut, and only the higher-ups even know about these sorts of experiments. Ujiko hummed as he started fiddling with the tube's terminal. Besides, heroes were part of my inspiration for this art piece anyway. What? Izuku questioned, honestly taken aback by the statement. Well, a while back, I had the unpleasant experience of being stuck in a room with a guy who just wouldn't shut up about how one day he's gonna be really strong and beat All Might, and he'd be the best, and blah, blah, blah. Long story short, it was very annoying. But it got me thinking. If I could make something that could go toe-to-toe with All Might of all people. His grin twisted into a warped smile. If one of my creations could fight the greatest hero on even ground, then it would have to be my greatest masterpiece. Ujiko's grin weakened as he sighed. Of course, now that I've actually tried my hand at making the thing, all you have to do is pull up some of All Might's old videos and it becomes pretty obvious. As impressive as the Nomu is, it's a long way from beating the guy. Wow. Izuku gazed at the take with a new light. To think a little kid could inspire you to make this? Ujiko opened his mouth to correct Izuku, paused, and really thought about the person he was talking about before continuing. Yeah, I don't know how old he was, but from how he was acting, he couldn't have been more than 4 or 5 at most. This caused Ujiko to start laughing like he had told the best joke in ages, but Izuku didn't pay him any mind as he wandered back to the tank. So you were made to fight All Might, huh? The quirkless student frowned as a picture of All Might's withered form waved through the back of his head. Glancing at the terminal displaying the creature's list of quirks and physical capabilities, Izuku couldn't help but begin to worry as a startling conclusion began to form. Ujiko was a lot closer than he thought. Why you'd have to add a lot more quirks to beat All Might? He said instead, completely smooth without any stutter at all. No sir, he had covered up that lie perfectly. Bah! Add more quirks, he says, like it's that easy. Come on kid, I thought I taught you better than that. Giving Sheet a quirk is a headache and a half, giving it multiple quirks is DMN near impossible, and all the stress from trying to figure out how to do it is most likely the whole reason I lost my hair. Do I need to have a flash recap lesson on giving Nomu quirks? And no sir. Giving multiple quirks to a host is not difficult because of the quirk application process. Ujiko began, ignoring Izuku's response. Adding a quirk to a host is almost laughably easy with the technology we have at the lab, and as long as the host's body and mind have been augmented to handle the strain of these quirks, it is theoretically possible to have a Nomu with infinite quirks, but does that mean the process is easy? It doesn't. This is because the greatest challenge us scientists face when adding more than one quirk isn't the host's body or mind, it's not the application process, it's the quirks themselves. Quirks do not like one another. If two opposing quirks are placed in a host, then just as a body will reject organs it recognizes aren't from itself, as with organ transplants, the quirks will reject one another. This is a problem unsolved to this day, and one that remains the single biggest roadblock in our research. This is so important in fact that I will repeat it. This problem has not been solved, we have only managed to find ways to work around the issue so far, such as using quirks similar enough to each other that we can trick them into believing they are simply a byproduct of each other. The Nomu in front of you is a perfect example of this, and is the absolute furthest we have been able to stretch this method. Every single one of its quirks is a physical-based quirk, and every one of its quirks simply adds onto something the creature already had. It already could heal itself, it already had muscles, it already had skin and bones which naturally absorb shock and protect the internal organs. It is only because of this and 2 mutation quirks that rope them even further together that the beast is not dead. And even then, its genetic structure is teetering on the edge of total self-collapse. So Izuku. Ujiko stopped pacing and whirled around to face his apprentice. If I decided I wanted to make it also be able to turn into water, fly, and shoot fireballs from its eyes, what would happen? The quirks would reject each other? The quirks reject each other. Ujiko howled. The quirks would reject each other, the Nomu would die, my hopes would die, all the resources spent on it would be wasted, it would be a huge financial loss, I would have to start all over again, and my mother would laugh at me for being a failure. Ignore that last part. Why yes sir. Ujiko slumped against the wall, his anger at having his masterpiece basically called, not good enough, to his face, having been ranted away, and sighed as he lost himself in his thoughts. His master's quirk was a horrifically beautiful piece of art, one that had undoubtedly sped forward his research by decades, but even then, it hadn't solved the problem of quirk rejection. All for One, contrary to what its use implied, didn't steal someone's quirk, at least not in the way you would think. The quirk All for One bypassed the quirk rejection issue entirely by not taking quirks, but instead by copying them, expanding itself to imitate the quirk's abilities, and then destroying the initial quirk. The quirk was incredibly fascinating to study, as almost none of what it did worked as you would expect it to. For instance, the ability to gift a quirk to another isn't actually a power of the quirk. It's not an ability, but rather a built-in safety mechanism. If the wielder absorbs a quirk that is detrimental to their health, they can offload it onto another host in order to save themselves. Quite a few steps away from a gifting mechanism if Ujiko could say so himself. As for why it couldn't just uncopy a bad quirk without having to dump it on someone else, Ujiko believed it was just more evidence to his personal belief that nothing in the world was perfect, even something like a nearly all-powerful quirk. It was sad really, not even All for One could solve the infinitely infuriating quirk rejection problem, and now his latest masterpiece, the one he could honestly say had the most potential of anything he had made in a long time, would never reach what it could be capable of, all because of a single problem. It was almost funny, such potential held just out of his reach, if only he could figure out how to make quirks play nice, or, since that was unlikely to happen anytime soon, find a way to ignore it completely. What if we just did something that didn't trigger the rejection? Exactly, he needed to find something that didn't wait a moment. What about things that aren't exactly quirks, like engineering him to have denser muscle mass, denser bones, or having claws? Those are things you can do just by basic DNA editing. The technology was around a long time, like even way before quirks were a thing, though it was experimental at the time, but with a little bit of an overhaul on the foundation, I'm sure we could dash. Ujiko just stared at Izuku, stroking his chin while zoning out everything his successor in denial was saying, the first two sentences bouncing around his head like an overly obnoxious beach ball. Carefully he walked over to the corner, where a small stool sat on its side. He pulled it upright and gave it a little dust off. In the back of his mind he was mad at Yuyara for leaving things lying about in such an important room, but he didn't act on it. Instead, he slumped onto the stool and pinched the bridge of his nose. That would work. Ujiko's annoyed huff finally caught the attention of Izuku, bringing him to stop his ramble. Why didn't I think of that before? He'd been working on my art for decades, I was stuck on trying to string quirks together for years, and all this time I could have. Suddenly Ujiko stood up, the motion knocking the stool over, back into its original position. He jabbed a finger at Izuku. Follow. Of course the word, follow, might have been a bit misleading as the doctor grabbed the collar of Izuku's coat, dragged him out the door, down several hallways, and to a vacant room, where he unceremoniously tossed him in. The scientist in training went to continue the single-word train with a what and a why, but Ujiko was already ahead of him. Stay. And so Izuku, confused and just a tad bit scared, stayed. The room was almost completely identical to the one where he had taken Ujiko's test, back. What felt like forever ago. The walls were empty save for the cold steel they were made of, with the only things of note being the door, a wooden desk, a chair, and a ceiling light. Though it wasn't like this was some special room, just because it looked like the testing room. Very shortly after he started coming to the lab on a regular basis, Izuku had learned every office looked like this, Even the one Ujiko had commandeered when it became clear he was going to be spending a lot of time here. Don't get the wrong idea though, just because all the rooms were the same, didn't mean they were all the same. For instance, this room was empty, it was cold, stifling even. Meanwhile, Yuyara and Ujiko's offices had personality and an air of life. Ujiko's was just because he had a ton of empty coffee cups laying about everywhere, while Yuyara's was due to all the unfinished paperwork lying about, the occasional beer can, and the frickin' mini-fridge she somehow snuck past Ujiko, ironically hiding it underneath the stacks of paperwork Ujiko lectured her about picking up. Izuku was snapped from his thoughts as the door slid open and Ujiko walked in, pushing a cart full of books, boxes, and a tablet, slightly struggling due to its weight. "There are 300 items on this cart," he grunted as he gave it a final shove into the room, and around another 500 on the tablet. "These are all highly important documents that I've been meaning to see if I can use to further my own research. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time to go through them yet." He coughed as he dusted off his hands. "Get those sorted and report back to me tomorrow. You're getting a raise, no scratch that, you're getting a promotion to whatever position gets you a private lab. But I've only been here for T2M months." "Exactly. And you're already more competent than literally every other person I have in this building." The doctor smoothed out a few wrinkles in his coat and turned towards the door. "Now if you'll excuse me, I need to set up an industry-wide meeting where I yell at everyone for failing to realize something so simple for so long. W8D Dr. Ujiko W-. You've got 2 weeks to get all that read, 3 days to compile any useful information, and then 4 more to hammer out a good idea or 2, could be for a project, a study, or hell even a whole new field of science. I don't care as long as it's impressive. Then you're going to present said idea to a group of me and my top scientists. This is your big chance, kid." Ujiko sent a wide grin over his shoulder as the door closed behind him. "Knock it out of the ballpark and prove I was right about you." Izuku watched the door close, staring blankly as his brain tried to comprehend what all exactly had just happened. What? There were 3 types of days that took place in the world. There were good days, there were bad days, and then there was a third, special type of day, the type of day Yuyara had the wonderful fortune to be having at the moment. Midday. Not good, not bad, just a solid meh. She had arrived at work at 10 a.m. yesterday and had been working nonstop since then on wrapping up the project her team had been working on for the better part of the season, as well as trying to straighten out an entirely different project that had fallen on her head when another lab fell through on it. It was hours of nonstop, tedious work that seemed to grind out forever and made her want to rip out her hair. But it was done, and she'd never have to deal with it again. Now she could just go home and fall asleep. Bed, couch, it didn't really matter. The sweet serenade of blissful sleep called to her like a siren's lullaby, and any cushioned piece of furniture was fair game. Unfortunately, the world didn't seem to agree with her plans. "So wait." Yuyara pinched the bridge of her nose as she processed the deluge of information that had just been dumped on her weary mind. "You want me to do what exactly? Please help me make something good enough to impress Dr. Ujiko." Izuku practically begged the lab head, his face stricken with panic, though it could be argued that the amount was overblown considering the good doctor hadn't mentioned any penalties or punishments for failing his little quest. "Miss Yuyara, please, I need help." "No, Greensea, I get that. You need help, very easily understood, but, like..." Yuyara paused and waved her gloved hand about a bit, as if to summon the word she was trying to find from the hazy fumes her mind was running on. "Why?" Seeing that Izuku was about to go on another tangent, she held up her hand and clarified, "I mean, come on, Green, keeping you from blowing yourself up is a given, but actively helping you build stuff from the ground up? And on a privately assigned project at that? Ujiko would kill you for pushing your work onto other people." She blinked. "Or laugh and give you a raise, one of the two. Besides, you're smart and all, shouldn't you give it a go by yourself? Hell, knowing you, you'd probably pull something out of nowhere and outdo yourself." Yuyara said this with a straight face, without betraying what she was really thinking. On one hand, helping Izuku would get her major brownie points with her future boss. On the other hand, she had just pulled an all-nighter, so A, she was more than probably too tired to give any decent ideas without a dozen or so holes in them, and B, her natural aversion to work was being magnified by her lack of sleep. On the other hand, she actually liked the kid, and having him at least try on his own at first before stepping in would probably be better for him in the long run. And on the other, most important by far, hand, Ujiko was unpredictable at the best of times, and getting involved when he was playing puppet master of all things just screamed, bad idea. So, why? WL. Izuku shifted in place and scratched the back of his neck, as if approaching a topic he really didn't want to touch. Mumble. Huh. The mumble, IG up. Green, it's hard to have a conversation if you can't understand the person you're talking to. Izuku started to mumble again, only to be cut off by a glare from Yuyara. Steeling himself and taking a deep breath, he began again. The UA entrance exam is coming up, and I don't have time to prepare for both. The lab head didn't respond, staring blankly at Izuku with an equally blank face. Luckily, she had prepared for this type of situation beforehand. With a sigh, she ducked beneath her desk and started to dig through the large cabinet beneath it. The rustling sound of paper being pushed aside filled the air before swiftly being replaced with a swift click of a lock, a black door swinging open, a brief pause, and then the clinks of glass containers and aluminum cans jostling about. And alas, just a few seconds later, Yuyara emerged with her prize, a tall glass bottle with a light yellow drink inside, which she swiftly uncorked and took a long sip of. Homemade brew of lemonade, jacked up with a sheet ton of caffeine, sugar, and just a dash of alcohol. She answered Izuku's unspoken question as she set the bottle down unceremoniously on top of a stack of papers. Caffeine to fuel her brain, sugar for the energy to act upon whatever she thought up, and alcohol because it's the liquid courage that the world runs on. Unfortunately, none of those things helped with frustration. Damn it, Green, I thought you were past the whole hero thing. It's been my dream my whole life, I can't give up on it now. Izuku's comeback was quick and absolutely burning full of emotion, so it only fit that Yuyara's response would have just as much. Of course, there's an argument or two that deflating, dropping your head into your hands, and giving a huge sigh that screamed, I give up, in everything but words, could hardly be considered burning with emotion, but I digress. Look, Green, Yuyara mumbled through her hands, if you're really that hellbent on this, why don't you try taking some of Ujiko's advice to heart? He might be a bit off kilter, but he's a genius in his field. I'm sure you've been around him long enough to have heard his favorite saying by now. Yuyara straightened her back and coughed a few times before continuing in what was probably the worst impression of said doctor anyone could manage. Work smarter, not harder. Work harder and you'll get more done in the short term, but tire out and fall behind in the long term. Work smarter, more efficiently, and you'll get more done both in the short and the long term. Work smarter, not harder? Izuku echoed, how am I supposed to apply that in this situation? Well, think about it, your problem is that you have two different goals, but only enough time to prepare for one, so. The lab head gestured for him to finish her sentence. Do something that will do both at the same time? Bingo! Yuyara confirmed with a fingergun blast, despite the fact she had been going for a drop the hero thing and focus on Ujiko's project because that's more important, but she'd take what she could get. That way you can prepare for both, without having to split your focus between two projects. Izuku's eyebrows furrowed, before shooting up again as he realized the possibilities of what she was saying, ideas flying though his mind like rain in a storm. Seeing that Ujiko's favorite employee was about to descend into one of his mumble tangents again, Yuyara coughed into her fist to catch his attention. You know, you were complaining about not having enough time to prepare for everything not 2 minutes ago. Shouldn't you be getting started like now? Yuyara watched with a twinge of guilt as Izuku bolted out of her office, frantically thanking her as he went. What she had told him was solid advice, no doubt about it. There was just one tiny little detail that she had taken the liberty to not mention about the reasoning he had drawn from it. This lab, and in turn every resource Izuku could get his hands on, was geared entirely towards biological and genetic research. There was no mecha suit he could build, no miracle tool kit he could patch together, Nothing he could make with the materials at his disposal would help him pass any form of hero exam, especially if he's also trying to impress Ujiko at the same time. And since Ujiko had beaten the fact that jabbing himself with a quirk was a bad idea into his head at least once a day, the only things he could get that could possibly pass the exam were something Nomu related and thus something that was extraordinary banned on every level from being taken in public, or be either some sort of fast-acting neurotoxin or a controlled virus of some kind. Neither of the latter being any form of hero-esque stature that would work well in a hero test. What would happen is that time would tick down, Green would panic, and drop the hero notion to just focus on Ujiko's thing because it would arrive first. Then, even if Izuku wanted to apply to UA, he wouldn't have the time to prepare for anything, and he'd be forced to step down, wiping him of any outside ambition and permanently tying him to Ujiko's science empire. There was absolutely no way this could blow up in her face, and wind up with Ujiko's successor enrolled in UA, the very place that heroes train to catch those like Ujiko and Yuyara. That she'd have to lock down the virology branch labs for the next few weeks just to be safe. Yuyara could only sigh and take another swig from her drink, coming to the conclusion that if things kept going the way they were, she might wind up, mysteriously, falling ill and staying home for a time frame that ever so coincidentally lined up exactly with both the UA exam and Izuku's presentation. Work smarter, not harder. 2 birds with 1 stone. The young scientist repeatedly mumbled to himself as he flipped yet another page. On paper it was a great idea, he only had time for 1 project but needed 2 things, so have that project be able to fit the requirements of both the things he needed. But there was one problem. Where was he gonna find something like that? The answer came to him surprisingly quickly. The cart. Ujiko had told him to use it after all, and that coupled with a crippling lack of other leads led to the very obvious choice of action of read through the cart's contents until something interesting pops up. Unfortunately, Ujiko had been spot on in his description of what it was, a bunch of important information that he wanted to see if any of it could be useful to his research. Which implied both that it was A, all highly unorganized, and B, any interesting finds would be buried under a vast majority of useless info. Which led him to his current situation, hand-digging through the cart's contents book by book, page by page, all while finding nothing for his troubles. This was his 3rd day straight so far, and at the rate things were progressing it was looking like he'd be back tomorrow as well. Izuku scratched the back of his head as his frown deepened. Nothing he'd seen so far was anything close to what he needed. Oh sure, there was quite a bit of interesting information, and quite a lot of it would be very beneficial to his work in the lab, but outdated theories on genetic programming wouldn't exactly help him beat up robots. And boy was he glad he actually thought to look into said exam, or he would have wound up looking stupid with his original idea of just building a buttload of sleep darts. Closing the book he was currently holding with a snap, and tossing it over his shoulder to the ever-increasing pile in the corner, he reached absent-mindedly towards the cart when something caught his eye. Down at the bottom of the wheeled cart, only now revealed after so many items being removed, and still mostly hidden under the overflow of books and notepads, was a box. A battered, dented, partially crumpled cardboard box with more than a few stains to its name, that looked woefully out of place alongside the other, though very unorganized, reasonably well-kept books. Man, what the hell? It was worth a shot. Pulling the surprisingly heavy box off the cart, and out from under its bookiesque prison, Izuku gave it a brief once-over to make sure it hadn't been torn open before casually flipping open the box's top, only to be greeted with a virtual Pandora's box of content. In the box was a large collection of manila folders, nearly all of them having the words classified or restricted access printed on the front of them, some practically falling apart with age, all of them bursting with papers and graphs. There were stacks of papers that had very obviously been sent through multiple shredders in the past, painstakingly stitched back together, and considering there were more than a few that were half-burnt, it was very clear someone had wanted these gone. Hell, there were even honest-to-goodness floppy disks just sitting there. No one had used tech like that since way before Quirks. And just to top it off, none of it was in Japanese. Interest officially peaked. The young scientist began pulling everything out and organizing it into manageable piles. Quickly, 2 different major categories began to form, the ones he could kind of understand, and those he had no idea where to even begin. Okay, So these are in English. Izuku placed a slightly moldy folder to his left, filled with the English language he had learnt the basics of in school, before picking up a paper filled with something very much not English. But these, what a rate dash, he blinked. Is this Russian? Sure enough, the box had been filled with an almost perfect split between English and Russian with a good bit of German scattered about, which really only raised more questions than answers. Having now pulled everything out, Izuku sat back with a huff, going over everything a second time, and slowly but surely the gears began to turn. The age of everything, the obvious attempts to destroy many of the files by either shredding them or by fire, the really old tech and floppy disks, the large classified stamps. These are pre-Quirk government files, he said numbly as it all clicked together. There was a good 15 seconds of silence before Izuku dropped his head into his hands and let out a miserable groan. Okay, first off, how the hell did Ujiko manage to get any of this? Actually no, scratch that, he didn't want to know, there was no way in hell it was anyway even remotely legal. He should shove everything back into the box and pretend he never even saw it, maybe even burn it to save everyone the headache. But Izuku cursed his curiosity as he reached for the more important-looking files and pulled out his phone to help translate. Quickly it became apparent a reasonable chunk of it was completely useless, whether due to the paper being too far damaged or simply because the information it contained was of no value, the effect was the same. Tossing aside yet another report of political corruption and potential treason, Izuku absent-mindedly picked up a binder sitting off to his left. Flipping it over a few times to figure out which side was the front, he gave an interested yet disappointed when he figured out the binder didn't have the secrets of the universe printed neatly in bold letters on the first page, but acted as a timeline of sorts, one that detailed classified activities over a PRD of years. Already resigned that this most likely wouldn't hold anything of value, he sighed and began to skip through it half-heartedly. Blah blah blah, more political corruption, useless, 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 quirks start appearing, blah blah, genetic experimentation to understand where quirks came from is fruitless, interesting but still useless for his current situation, blah blah, numbers start increasing, general misuse of quirk powers, mass panic, blah blah, military crackdown, riots, skip some pages, governmental collapse, anarchy, useless, useless, Silver Order, anti-Quirk extremists, blah blah blah. In order to better combat the emergence of Omega properties, I put forward the motion to begin wait. Doing a double take and rereading the small cluster of paragraphs he had almost just completely skimmed over, Izuku's perseverance paid off, and his eyes widened like something out of a cartoon. Quickly he began shuffling through the mounds of paper like you would a puzzle box, pulling out anything that seemed to have any sort of connection to what the binder detailed. Fumbling out his new journal from the inside pocket of his lab coat, Izuku began hastily jotting down bits of information without any coherent organization. And as he sorted through the various documents, each paper acting like a piece to some deformed jigsaw puzzle with his own notes to fill in the gaps, a grin slowly grew across his face. Quirks, despite how common they are in the general populace, were an extraordinarily dangerous thing, and there was a definitive reason that so very, very few people in history had ever been born with two, and why there had never been a case of someone with more than that. A reason Ujiko had seen fit to show Izuku firsthand. The stress exerted on the human brain by even a single quirk is extraordinary, and adding more just stacks more on top, magnifying the issue to an extreme degree. Ujiko had taken Izuku to one of his larger facilities to observe the final steps in the Nomu creation process. The young boy had watched, horrified, as the brain, unable to naturally survive the strain put upon it, had been injected with various chemicals to stay operational, causing it to balloon outward. At the same time, the tissue around the top of the head began to decay, dying at an alarming rate, and flaking off like nightmarish snowflakes. This allowed the engorged organ to burst through the weakened skull, leaving the now finished Nomu with its signature exposed brain. Izuku had run out of the room as soon as the operation was complete, and between frantic breaths had asked his teacher why. Why would they use chemicals like that if they had such a horrific effect? Ujiko's response had been calm, simple, and horrifyingly enlightening. They didn't. For all the large needles and menacing tubes, The injections to the brain had only been to keep the organ from dying under the strain. The swelling, the tissue decay, all of that was a direct result from putting an unnatural amount of quirks into the body and their correlating strain on the brain. The swelling in particular was simply the body attempting to adapt in order to handle the stress it was put under. The demonstration had been Ujiko's brilliant way of convincing his protege to not attempt to give himself a quirk without direct supervision, after Izuku had refused to stop bringing the topic up in conversations for the first few weeks. Needless to say, it had worked very well. However, Izuku's grin sharpened to have an odd gleam as the young scientist's mind flashed back to Ujiko's personal nomu and the suggestion he had given the old doctor during their meeting. Genetic manipulation didn't just pertain to quirks now, did it? Izuku's pen was practically flying as it streaked across the papers haphazardly scattered around him. So absorbed in his work was he, that he didn't even bat an eye when one of the lights flickered and died, dousing half the room in darkness, nor did he notice when his elbow knocked one of the various papers off the table. Silently fluttering to the ground in the shadow-covered room like some wannabe fallen angel, it landed with a slight spin to reveal a mess of Izuku's hastily written gibberish, titled with bold, neatly printed words that stood out amongst the frantic scribble that covered its face. Project Neptune, the Super Soldier Experiment. Rain of Sins. Thunder crashed as the night sky lit itself for but a fleeting moment, only to be enveloped once again by the weave of black hanging overhead. Thick blankets of rain fell from the heavens and crashed upon the earthly city, drowning out all noise save for the wind that it rode upon. A crack split the air once again, as lightning rent the sky in two, and upon the highest of skyscrapers, teetering on the edge, the pale light illuminated the distinctive outline of a man. The darkness that cashed back down upon the world once the lightning vanished, made most of the man's features indistinguishable, save for the large lab coat he wore, fluttering in the wind and completely drenched by the rain. "You know," he began, "I find storms like this to be such an interesting irony. He gestured to the sprawling city below him. Humans seem to bend the world around them almost instinctively. We carve holes through mountains for roads, we burn down forests for space, we bridge over rivers for convenience, and we build our cities on every corner of every continent. We act as if we're the masters of our planet, owner of all, and beholden to no one. But storms like this..." The man let out a chuckle as he raised his hands, turning his palms up to catch the rain pouring down around him. "When a storm like this comes around, we can't do anything about it. Oh sure, we build our barricades to keep from flooding and huddle in our houses to stay dry, but that's not really doing something, that's reactive, not proactive." He scoffed. "The point is that, despite all our boasting and smugness, we can't stop a storm from happening. You can level a mountain range, but you can't blow up a storm. No sword, no gun, no tank, no plane, no weapon humanity has ever made in its long history of trying to kill itself can stop a storm from hitting a city. All that we can do is either get out of the way or hide inside. Which leaves us with you." The man laughed as a worryingly close bolt of lightning struck, rocking the building. The butt end of a cosmic joke by the world itself. "Your gift, that you take such pride in, the ability to see someone's future, lets you see the storms beyond the horizon, but that's it, that's all it does. You have no secret weapon, no plane, no tank, no gun, hell you don't even have a sword, and because you have no proactive choices, all you have left are reactive ones. You can either get out of the storm's way, or huddle inside to stay dry." The man cackled as he swayed dangerously near the ledge. "You see that all might dies, you see what I do when I come, you see so many things, so many storms swirling just out of sight, and I can't wait. I can't wait for them to arrive, and to see what you'll do. Will you run or will you cower and hide? Because if you think you can fight a storm without even a sword, well." He chuckled, "Then you must be dreaming, and if that's the case, here's some advice dash. Wake up." Night Eye jerked awake to a crash of thunder. "Just a dream," he grunted to himself as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Taking a moment to collect himself, he blinked wearily at his desk as his memory came back to him. "That's right," he mused grumpily to himself as he eyed the various papers stacked to organized piles about his desk. The Yakuza he had been monitoring had become more and more active recently, meaning more work and all-nighters on his end, but the Yakuza, for as annoying as they could be, wouldn't have been able to overwork him this bad even if they tried. No, the blame for any recent gray hairs could be placed solely on something much smaller, fluffier, and infinitely more frustrating at times. The future sight hero scoffed as he read through Nizu's reply letter, assuring him that UA security was as tight as it could be, and that he would funnel any reports of a villain that matched the description Night Eye had given him directly to his agency. The foresight hero could only give a heavy sigh as a disturbing sense of déjà vu settled over him. This was almost exactly what had happened between him and Nizu when he first got his vision of All Might's death. The principal would smile and nod his head, giving some help here and there when he could spare it, and assure that if anything came up he was only a call away, that he trusted Night Eye. But he didn't believe him. Now it wasn't really Nizu's fault, it just so happened the principal worked on a slightly different branch of logic than most people, due to his quirk. High Spec let the little mouse bear see the world through a filter of pure logic. Every action had both a consequence as well as a reason for happening, and the world at large was like a vast array of interconnected strings of dominoes. Each domino that fell was itself an action, the consequence of the domino before it, and the reason for the one after it. Given a big enough picture, Nizu could follow the dominoes along and perfectly predict the way things would turn out in any given situation, not because he used some voodoo black magic, but because to him it made logical sense. Thing X happened because thing Y happened all the way back here, and if he prevents thing Z from happening, then situation L will never occur. But this black and white view of happens, or doesn't happen, comes with an annoying byproduct. If presented with something that didn't make logical sense, didn't fit into his string of dominoes, the principal tended to not take it very seriously. Which is why Night Eye, whose quirk tended to not care about logic, found him so infuriating to work with at times. He had gone to Nizu the day after his vision of the man in the lab coat, but as he paced about the principal's office, explaining in detail what he saw, what could happen, what would happen, Nizu had just sat there nodding along with a smile on his face, and a knowing, sympathetic look in his eyes, the same look you would expect from a father listening to his son tell him he was going to be the first astronaut to land on the sun. So Nizu would make some promises, buff up security, and maybe toss him a bone or two if something came up, but it wasn't commitment, no, it was appeasement, doing just enough so Night Eye couldn't complain and nothing more. Nizu was just now starting to take his warning about All Might seriously due to his dwindling time limit, 2 years after he had first given it. 2 years of time they could have been preparing, gone. And it was happening again, but just like last time, there was very little he could do about it. Sure, he could work on it by himself, but he lacked the resources, contacts, and diplomatic weight that Nizu had through you. Compared to that, what could a former sidekick of the fading top hero bring to the table? Which left him here, sifting through files of petty Yakuza activity while everything creeped closer, and there was dim and near nothing he could do about it. But that didn't mean he wouldn't try. He was too stubborn not to. Reign of Sins. Ujiko was pacing. It was a bad habit of his whenever he got particularly lost in thought. Add on his occasional muttering and you have a picture-perfect start for a mad doctor character. Well, at least that's what his colleagues would joke about way back at the start of his career. He had told them off for stereotyping, but looking back and considering where he was now, well. Ujiko's train of thought was interrupted, when the very person he had been waiting for the past half hour to arrive finally decided to bother turning the corner. "Izuku!" he shouted, causing the boy to jump. "You're late." "Late? Wha? And no, I'm not. I made sure to get here exactly when you told me to be here by." "Bah." Ujiko made a dismissive motion with his hand, waving away the point Izuku had made. Early is on time is late, and late is unacceptable. "Now I know you're scared," he said as he grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. "But listen to me. You are ready for this. You can do this. Believe in yourself not because you have some special talent but because you've worked for it. Why, you've worked almost as much as me, and that is a feat impressive beyond words, so hear me now. There is absolutely no way you'll mess this up." He gave a wide smile. "You're gonna do great, kid." Izuku couldn't help but stand a little straighter. "What? You'll most likely do great." Ujiko let go of Izuku and moved his hands as if to weigh his options. I mean, due to the theory of probability, there's technically no such thing as an absolute. So yes, you can do it, but there's also always a small chance that you'll totally mess everything up. So you should always remember to have a backup plan because no matter what you do, that chance, no matter how small, will always be there, and you'll never be able to get rid of it. Ujiko nodded sagely to himself, proud of catching that teaching opportunity to impart some of his favorite wisdom upon his protege, completely missing how said protege had lost just about any bit of standing straighter he had acquired. But really, you shouldn't worry, I've done speeches and presentation stuff in front of these guys before, and they're a fantastic audience. Are really? Yup. He said, popping the pea. It goes about the same way every time. I stand up and talk, they sit there nodding along, then when I finish, they all clap and give various praises. It's as easy as apple pie is American. Is it really that simple? A small smile worked onto Izuku's face as his head peeked up. Of course it is. Dr. Ujiko wouldn't give me something I couldn't do. I've just been overthinking everything. I can do this. Although, Ujiko brought up a hand to slide his mustache. I am the one who writes their paychecks, and I did fire the last guy who kept trying to go against the outline I presented. He hummed in thought. So now that I think about it, it makes a lot more sense that they'd act so docile, but you don't have any of that, do you? You're not their boss, you don't pay them, and even if they did say something, what could you do? In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, actually, they probably hate your guts. Ujiko hummed as he got lost in his thoughts. I mean, think about it. These are guys who've spent literally their whole lives trying to climb up the ladder, and then I go and pull you in from out of nowhere, completely undermining all their work. Like, they've got to despise you. By the time he finished, Izuku was as still as a stone statue, and about as pale as one too. Ujiko, on the other hand, gave a huh, and continued to stare out into space for a few seconds before blinking a few times and bringing his train of thought back into the real world. What was I talking about again? Oh yes, Izuku. Why yes. My most important advice that I can give. He grasped his successor by his shoulders and stared directly into his eyes. Don't fail. And with that he spun around, stuffed his hands in his pockets, marched down the hallway and around the corner. Izuku blinked. He blinked again. Was that it? Don't fail. He repeated Ujiko's last bit of advice to himself. Great advice. He told himself, less to remember, and more to convince himself that it's somehow classified as actual advice. Oh, who was he kidding? He was gonna die. Oh, and also, Ujiko poked his head out from around the corner, pausing to ignore Izuku's yelp of surprise. Stop stuttering, you're just gonna wind up pissing people off and making a fool of yourself. If you're going to be a true man of science, you need to present your art to the world with a clear, confident voice. So no more stuttering. Izuku sighed and slumped into the wall as Ujiko ducked out of sight. Oh, and remember, only to immediately jump back to attention as the mad doctor appeared yet again. The best way to impress someone is to make your statement big, loud, and most importantly, memorable. And with that, Ujiko nodded and walked away for the final time, a satisfied smile on his face. Truly, he had just done a good thing, a net positive for the world at large. His steps slowed as a thought crossed his mind. Was this how heroes felt when they did good things? He closed his eyes as a smile graced his face. But this wasn't one of his normal smiles. No, it wasn't maniacal, it wasn't from laughing or from joy or even forced. No, it was a smile of contentedness. If this was what doing good things felt like, then he could say that maybe, just maybe, he understood the good guys just a little bit better. And so he stood there, just letting the warm feeling of content wash over him. Was Yara, who had been standing in a nearby doorway, croaked. Was that the first time you've done a motivational speech? She asked with a blank smile and just the tiniest twitch in her left eye. Why, yes it was. Ujiko pruned with pride. I had to improvise a few parts there, but I personally think it turned out really well towards the end there, don't you? Marching off before she could respond, the doctor completely missed the worried look on her face as she hurried after him. He had full faith that Izuku could do this, and nothing could convince him otherwise. Rain of sins. Izuku couldn't do this. He knew it when he woke up that morning, he knew it when we entered the largest lab Izuku had in his underground science empire, he knew it when he walked up the incredibly long set of stairs, avoiding the elevator just to delay it a bit longer, and he knew it for sure standing in front of a group of people glaring at him with enough heat to melt steel. Don't fail, Izuku had said, but unfortunately, that didn't really help in the current situation. The room was large, but not overly so, about the size of a small movie theater. Izuku himself stood on a neatly polished wooden stage, with several spotlights shining directly down upon him. In front of the quirkless boy were exactly 25 rows of seats, each helpfully labeled with a number emblazoned on the wall next to it. Each row was slightly elevated to the one that came before it, with a set of crimson rugged stairs cutting through the middle. These seats, however, despite being capable of holding a little over 200 people, sat completely empty. Instead, Izuku's audience sat at the very back. At the end of the room, elevated above the rest of the room by a 10-foot wall, sat a long curved desk, made of a rich dark wood and highlighted with what appeared to be strips of gold. The entire thing probably cost more than the apartment building Izuku lived in. But if the desk was intimidating, the people sitting at it were another matter entirely. In the very middle Izuku sat, fingers linked in front of his face, with his goggles tilted at just the right angle so they reflected the light with an eerie white glow, masking any emotions he might have portrayed otherwise. On either side of him sat 5 people, totaling 10 in all. Some wore neatly fitted lab coats personalized to give them an air of authority, others opted out of lab coats entirely, wearing luxurious suits and dresses, some wore armbands while others had insignia sewn directly into their fabric, but even without that it was quite obvious who they all were. These were Izuku's top lab heads, the ones who completed the vast majority of the doctor's work and research, and in return had been given vast amounts of wealth and authority in his science imperium. Izuku gulped. Although the control they wielded was limited to the labs and facilities they owned, their influence was practically everywhere, best demonstrated by the fact each and every one of them had a direct line of access to Izuku at all times, and not just to his assistant, but the ability to make a call the doctor himself at any time and for any reason. Needless to say, they were the people Izuku would very much like to avoid pissing off. Unfortunately, if the way they glared at him was any indication, the majority of them already hated them, and he hadn't even done anything yet. The reception wasn't all negative though. Off to the side, sitting on a chair dragged in from a floor below and looking hilariously out of place next to the fancy suits of the top brass, sat Yuyara, who Izuku had dragged along to give Izuku moral support. She gave him a weak smile and a shaky thumbs up. Very inspiring. What wasn't inspiring was the giant screen that loomed behind him and over his head. It was obviously supposed to be used for the presenter's visuals so the faraway audience could actually see what they were talking about. Now the reason this was uninspiring was the fact that if he had known about said screen, he would have gladly prepared for it. Instead he stood lamely beside the easel he had spent half an hour dragging up the stairwell, filled with painstakingly hand-drawn graphs and charts. Charts that, due to the distance between him and his audience, probably couldn't even be seen clearly. It was obvious that this place was supposed to be used for very important announcements, but it was equally obvious that no matter how important it may be, Izuku was Izuku, and had proceeded to not register this fact at all but instead go, ooh, shiny, and hijack it for Izuku's presentation without a second thought. Izuku gulped and sent a hesitant glance towards his audience, only to immediately break eye contact under the harsh glares they were sending his way. Don't fail, he repeated in his head, panicking wouldn't help him here. Izuku was expecting him to do well, and having a panic attack on stage most likely didn't classify as doing well. Don't fail, he clenched his fists and forced himself to take a deep breath to try and calm down. Don't fail, he could do this. Don't fail, okay, maybe he couldn't, but that didn't change the fact that he had to. Don't fail. So he might as well do his best. He stood up as straight as he could and locked eyes with the burning, judgmental glares. Hello everyone. Only to flinch when his voice cracked horribly on the first word. The only reaction from the audience was Yuyara letting her head drop into her hands with a sob. He wasn't exactly a public speaker, okay? Tuning his voice down so he wasn't yelling, and clamping down on his stutter with as much force as possible, he started again. Hello everyone, I'm here to give what was this? A speech? A presentation? TLK to you about a potential, experimental, procedure I adapter developed to increase the efficiency of Nomu production, of the Nomu produced from the Nomu production. Coughing awkwardly, Izuku shifted to something that couldn't stutter on words, his trusty easel. Grabbing the first slide, a blank poster-sized sheet with only his name lamely scrawled across the front, he moved it to the back of the easel, revealing the next slide in the set. This one was filled with just about as many charts and graphs as he could fit on it, with quite a few sticky notes sticking off it because he ran out of room and needed to add more. This is Project Neptune. He bit his tongue, berating himself for the stutter. It's an experimental procedure applied to the B-bodies before the main Nomu procedure. It uses DNA splicing and a combination of serums that, if implemented correctly, should, at least in theory, increase any Nomu's base CA capability by at least 20% at the lowest, and up to 63% at the highest. This is possible because, He quickly patted down the lab coat he was wearing before pulling out a pointer stick. B, because it increases things such as muscle fiber concentration, bone density, our red blood cell count, and such. He pointed to the graph situated on the topmost left of the sheet. Why, you can clearly see here that Quirks use these base values as a multiplier and not a linear add-on dash. His audience leaned forward and squinted in an attempt to see what he was pointing to on the easel, while Ujiko made his first visible reaction since the presentation started by calmly tapping the side of his goggles. What? Was that supposed to be some kind of signal? A message? What does a single dot mean in Morse code? Pushing past the anxiety-riddled questions swirling through his head, Izuku turned back to his easel, finding comfort in the swathes of numbers he could read off to sound like he knew how to hold a speech. Rain of sins. So let me get this straight. This was not good. You want us to dump who knows how much time and money into this experiment of yours without any proof that it will even work? This was really not good. If you look at the numbers numbers are one thing, results are another. Things had been going, well, not good, but not terrible for Izuku. He had managed to bumble his way through the rest of his presentation without making too much of a fool of himself, managing to mask any stuttering by using a deluge of numerical values instead of words. But just when things seemed to be looking up, and by that of course I mean he had run out of slides, said, the end, and was about to run out the door, his oh-so-wonderful audience had started doing the one thing he had prayed they wouldn't do. They started talking and asking questions that he couldn't just dump numbers on until they went away. I'm starting to genuinely wonder why you even called this meeting in the first place. Oh, and that was another thing. Apparently they all thought that he had Ujiko call this meeting. He would laugh at the irony, if he weren't too busy having a panic attack. The man sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration as his fellows nodded along in agreement. And really, even if it does work, why even bother? If we want a stronger than usual Nomu, we can just give it a strength quirk. B, but Q quirk rejection? Quirk rejection is annoying, but strength quirks are a dime a dozen. The sheer volume of them that we have on record almost guarantees we'll be able to find a small one that won't destabilize everything. B, but I happen to agree with Dr. Rome on this. A woman at the far end of the table said, your idea is reckless at best and just plain dangerous at worst. She sneered. Honestly, this whole thing is just brilliant. Ha! Absolutely brilliant. Ujiko shouted with a laugh as he stood from his seat. Tell me, my boy, will this treatment work as an improvement for all quirks or just physical ones? Izuku stuttered, caught off guard by the changing subject. Obviously there are a few quirks like invisibility that it wouldn't affect, but it should have a noticeable increase in just about everything else. Wonderful! Ujiko clapped. This right here is why I made you my successor. Hold up some of those slides again. I'm interested in some of those calculations. Actually, no, wait, never mind. I'll just come down there and look at them myself. That'll be much more efficient. What followed was a blur of laughing and shouting from Izuku, and grumbling and complaints from the lab heads, who, due to Izuku having spoken up, couldn't really say anything against his proposal anymore. With his adrenaline fading off, and his mental train in a twist, Izuku's memories of what followed immediately afterwards were a bit fuzzy, but there was one specific part that stuck out to him. My boy, here's a word of advice. Izuku laughed as he led Izuku out of the building. When trying to coin something to a group of people, you only ever really need to bother convincing the most important person in the room. And here's a secret to go with that advice dash. The mad doctor chuckled as he patted Izuku on the shoulder. You already had me on your side before you even got on that stage. Rain of sins. Yuyara hummed drowsily as she walked down the stairs to her lab's lower levels, her cup of coffee occasionally swaying a bit too far to either side for any onlooker's comfort. It had been roughly a month since Izuku's big presentation and subsequent reveal from Izuku that it apparently had been his way of trying to, what? Was it again break Green's confidence problem? She didn't really know, to be honest. Izuku had explained it to her in some grand speech afterwards, but what he said didn't really make all that much sense to her, considering Green turning green on stage didn't seem like an indicator that he had gained any self-confidence, but hey, she wasn't about to say anything. She liked being paid. All that aside, the past month had been a lot less terrible than she had anticipated. Izuku had been genuinely excited about Izuku's idea and had commandeered a section of the lab to give it, alongside a handful of people, to Izuku for him to start testing. And he did this without telling Yuyara beforehand, much to the young lab head's annoyance. But it was fine. She was a big girl. She could deal with being annoyed. After all, she was an adult, and could deal with these things in a healthy, responsible way. That is to say, she could spread the pain and annoy everyone else at her lab, because it was her lab, and she was their boss. With a smirk and a flash of her ID badge, the door to Izuku's section of the lab, looking exactly identical to every other door in the building, slid open with a hiss. "Oh, Green," she called out lazily as she stepped into the room. Green was going to hate her, and she knew he was going to hate her because she hated people when they messed with her early in the morning, and now she had just reminded herself that yes, it was very early in the morning, and of course, now that she was thinking about it, she was suddenly much more tired than she was a few seconds ago. Psychology, it was her brain, it should work the way she wanted it to. She drank the caffeine chemical, give her awakeness. She hated the morning. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. If you want to eat early, eat brunch, anything earlier than that is too early. But she had a job to do, and if she wanted to get paid, and eventually get her paycheck to go up a few zeros, she actually had to work. Hence why she was always one of the first at the lab in the morning, and hence why she was always in a bad mood until lunch. Well, just because she was lazy didn't mean she didn't do her work. No, she did her job and she was damn good at it too. The only reason Izuku grumbled about her slacking around, but never actually threatened to fire her, was because of one thing, one very specific thing. Paperwork. She did her job, produced as many results as possible, reported to Izuku, and did all the important parts that running one of the boss labs required you to do. But paperwork? Bullshit. Literally all of that garbage was useless bullshit, with a capital B. A bureaucratic tangled mess of bullshit that all the top lab heads had the smaller labs fill out, because God knows Izuku would never bother managing the day-to-day events of every lab he had scattered around Japan. So of course he would just pawn off all the work to someone else. All he cared about was that his deadlines were hit, and Lord knows how he got when people missed deadlines. Literally traveling in person to some tiny lab in the rats but of nowhere because hero activity put them behind schedule. The paperwork was bullshit, it was useless beyond useless, held no value, and was time-consuming. She wasn't touching that with a 20-foot pole, no, she was letting it all pile up in actual, physical piles that gave Izuku an aneurysm every time he saw them, and she was going to keep doing that until he caved and let her hire someone to do it all for her. Great, now she was thinking about mornings and paperwork, and all the bullshit she had to deal with, and now she was in a pissy mood. Green. Where are you? she shouted as she walked past yet another DNA sequencing machine, identical to the past 30 before it. Anyone home? Peeking her head through any door she came across, it wasn't long until she came to the end of the lab branch, and the final door which, after a quick hiss of air, revealed that anyone was in fact not home. She huffed as she trudged into the final room. Green must have finally realized coffee isn't a direct substitute for sleep. She grumbled to herself as she fished around in her coat's pocket, eventually fishing out and popping a mint into her mouth. It only took him a month of falling asleep at his desk to realize it, although I'll gladly take him falling asleep at his desk every day over babbling about the DMNUA entrance exam every day, and thank God he stopped going on about that. Future boss or not, I was going to throttle him if he brought up the FING thing one more time. Her grumbling tempered off as her attention was distracted by the very obvious thing glowing in the middle of the room. After a few seconds of staring, and with a bit of a laugh, she realized that the large metal cylinder sitting menacingly in the middle of the room with a spotlight directly over it was a containment unit. Geez, Green, I know you're proud of that prototype serum you developed, and you're still getting used to the whole scientist bit, but you don't have to make it look like something out of a crappy 80s Mad Doctor movie. Walking to the obnoxiously obvious thing, she gave it a once-over before she ever so carefully jabbed her thumb into the big button on the side. With all the flair and over-the-top dramatics you would expect from something straight out of a crappy Hollywood movie, the cylinder shook, shifted, and slid open with a gout of white fog to reveal. It's empty? Yara scratched her head as she stared at the very empty spot where a vial of some kind was clearly supposed to be sitting. It wasn't like it was supposed to be empty. Izuku had been ecstatic when they finally managed to get a working prototype a few days ago and had babbled to her about it over their lunch break. Could he have moved it? If so, why? It wasn't like there was anything useful he could do with I. Well, think about it, your problem is that you have two different goals, but only enough time to prepare for one, so do something that will do both at the same time? Bingo! Her breath caught as her conversation with Izuku all that time ago came back with full force. He made the thing to work with Nomu immediately before the transformation process. And Nomu before the process. Normal human bodies, without any artificially injected quirks, in other words. They're just like him. Yara stumbled back, gripping the edge of a nearby table for support. Her brain flying at 100 miles a minute trying to figure out what she should do, what she could do, and what the hell she was going to do. She knew, from Izuku's previous babbling, that the UA exam was this month on the 14th at 7 a.m. sharp, and it was currently, she frantically pulled out her phone Monday the 14th, 6:48 a.m. It was a beautiful day outside. Birds were singing. Flowers were blooming. On days like these, kids and adults alike should be enjoying life. But even on the most beautiful of sunny days, the light, by its very nature, will always cast shadows. Things hiding just out of view, out of sight and out of mind. A little, unassuming cluster of dark clouds, small enough to not be of any concern, but always sitting there. Waiting, watching, one stiff breeze away from turning a peaceful day into a stormy nightmare. And as fate would have it, one such breeze had made itself known, blowing across the sunny fields, and dragging the dark clouds along with it. Forever changing history, not with a trip and a fateful encounter, but with a confident smirk and a lab coat. Rain of sins. People were staring. People were pointing. People were whispering. But more than that, they were staring at him, they were pointing at him, they were whispering at him. And he loved it. In the past it had caused him to panic, to shy away, but this was different. In the past they had laughed when they pointed, in the past they whispered to one another as they looked down on him, in the past he had been a nobody without a quirk, but now they pointed in shock, now they looked on in awe, and they whispered not in mocking tones but in hushed reverence. And why shouldn't they? In this world, the people with the strongest and toughest quirks were the ones on top. They were the celebrities, the role models, the kings on top of the world. So it only made logical sense that they would adore him now, before he had been a hopeless wannabe, a castaway, an outsider, someone without a quirk, so of course they had laughed at him. But now he had finally done it, he wasn't alone anymore. He finally had a quirk. Except you don't really have one, do you? A traitorous part of his mind whispered. It's all a lie, you're no more than you've ever been. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, dash, he muttered to himself as he brought a hand up to massage his temple. The procedure improved everything. I'm stronger, faster, tougher, I have better reflexes. What I have puts just about every quirk in my junior high class to shame. What I have is better than a quirk. So you admit, it's not a quirk? He couldn't answer. You're still alone. Izuku Midoriya scowled as he forcefully pushed the thoughts to the back of his mind, forcing his way past a pair of obnoxiously large doors, and into the school of his dreams, itself. Only, as he marched past the golden arches, it was without a drop of the satisfaction he had been expecting all his life. Reign of Sins. Ochako Uraraka was nervous, scratch that, Ochako Uraraka was downright terrified. But that was okay. She was convinced she had every right to be a bit scared. After all, she was about to take the UA entrance exam. The exam that would determine if she would get into the school of her dreams, the exam that would determine if all her hard work over the course of the past 10 years of her life had been worth anything at all, the exam that would determine if she could be successful as a hero, if she could provide for her family. The exam that she had one shot at passing. The exam that, if she made a single mistake, any of the other 100 or so students would gladly step on her head to climb higher in the ranks. So yeah, she was totally in every way right to be scared. But a small part of her couldn't help but be really excited. This was her chance to finally prove her worth. Prove to both the world and herself that she could be a hero. That small part of her only grew in size when she finally got to UA and realized, with a laugh, that it wasn't just her, everyone was a giant mess of nerves. Well, almost everyone. Ochako stepped back along with the people surrounding her, as the crowd parted like the Red Sea, rolling like the ocean as a man stepped forward. Not a man, a boy. She corrected herself when she managed to get a clear line of sight, and as soon as she saw him, she understood why he was affecting the crowd the way he was. In a mob of mutants, fire breathers, and people with arms as thick as fire hydrants, it was very hard to stand out. But sweeping through the gates like royalty, this guy did it without even trying. He was tall, especially for a first year, standing just at 6 feet, his emerald hair flowing in the wind as he strode forward with confident steps, a cocksure grin accented dark green eyes that practically glowed with an air of confidence. This combined with a coat that billowed behind him didn't just give him the aura of a hero, but the air of a king. Ochako had to physically bite her lip to keep from laughing aloud. Those pants. Don't get her wrong, they were a nice pair of blue jeans, well maintained and obviously purchased from a decent clothing shop, but that didn't really matter if they were short. Stretch taut, and even then still a good 3 inches from where his socks ended, he looked ridiculous. How was no one else noticing this? What, did he grow half a foot overnight or something? What was this? Turning with a chuckle, she began her walk to the school entrance, putting both the crowd and the man behind her. She had a test to pass. Reign of Sins. The wind blew across the paved field, blown in from the shifting air currents of the abandoned city ahead. To many onlookers, this city inspired a strange array of emotions. Cities are something specifically built to house human life and everything that derives from it, be it restaurants, shopping malls, bars, nightclubs, parks, anything and everything that humans build and bring with them. To see such a place completely void of the thing it was built to house, seemingly without explanation, well, ominous, scary, off-putting, disconcerting, unconcerning, the crowd gathered on the stretch of road before it had many unspoken opinions, but for one green-haired individual. A joke. That's honestly what this must be, a joke. Excuse me. When he had sat down to take the written portion of the test, he had honestly thought they had forgotten to give him the second half. The DMN packet was tiny in comparison to half the stuff Ejiko had him take. And that's not even talking about the questions. Dear God, those things, they were so simple he was embarrassed just answering them. Hey, excuse me. Practically the entire test was basic, and he did mean basic problem-solving skills, and what actual material they did have was laughable. Basic junior high arithmetic, a brief multiple-choice section on the history of the hero profession, and an absolutely pathetic general science portion, one that had him dying inside as he had to bubble in answers that were technically correct, but so overwhelmingly oversimplified and dumbed down that it was like saying air is breath. Which, if you took off any glasses contacts, tilted your head, and squinted, could technically be argued as true, but sounds f-ing stupid when you actually know the material. Excuse me, sir. I'm talking to you in the white lab coat. No wonder those heroes were no help at the slime villain scene. The education standards were so low, they might as well have been dumb as bricks. And to think, he had spent an entire month poring over documents and papers by some of the brightest minds in the world to prepare for this. This was supposed to be UA, the top hero school in the world where only the best and most promising hero aspirants were allowed to attend. But that wasn't what made him mad. No, that would be the written essay they had decided to tag onto the back. In no less than 2 pages, describe your Quirk's abilities and its potential uses in heroics. Excuse me. I'm trying to talk to you. A hypocritical question for a so-called equalist school, especially one that had spent a good while preaching about being the only hero school to allow Quirkless applicants. But that's all it was, wasn't it? Hollow preaching for a big publicity stunt. Quirkless people weren't meant to attend this school, they were never supposed to pass the physical exam. Hell, they were never supposed to apply at all. Izuku growled as his teeth ground together. After all this time, after so much hope, and to think of how much work he had put into this, what he had gone through to achieve this. He buried his head into his pillow, biting it as hard as he could in an attempt to not wake up his mother. Desperately trying to stifle his screams, as blood poured from his nose and ears in torrents, his insides ripping themselves apart as his organs decomposed and regrew into something better. His hand twitched as he narrowed his eyes. He would prove them wrong. He'd show them that it was a mistake to doubt him just because he was Quirkless. Izuku's hands clenched into fists. He would get in and he'd show them. He'd show them all. I know you can hear me. W dash. Go. At President Mick's signal, Izuku blasted forward, leaving the annoying glasses-wearing kid behind him. His feet hammered on the pavement to carry him down the road at an impressive 15.73 meters a second, 35 miles per hour. A speed that had gleefully confirmed his serum's success when he timed it that morning. And considering Usain Bolt had only managed to barely eke out 12.3 in his prime, back before quirks, as well as the fact Izuku had previously been nowhere close to that, his serum had been very successful. But not successful enough to match a good speed quirk, now is it? Izuku ground his teeth. He needed to stop doubting himself. If he was going to do this, he needed to have absolute movement. In an instant his hand shot out, grabbing the pole of a passing streetlight to help divert his momentum's direction, and, with a solid jump, Izuku launched himself into the alleyway where he had seen something move. Granted, it was with all the grace of someone launching themselves into an ally via lamp post for the first time, but he stuck the landing, so whatever. The reaction was instantaneous. A large dark green robot rose from where it had been hiding in ambush. Gears whirled, and a steam valve hissed as the mechanoid rose to its full height of almost 7 feet. Its singular large optic glowing a sinister red, casting crimson shadows across the alleyway. Izuku merely huffed. This was only a one-pointer after all, really only a waste of time. He should be going for groups of 3s and 2s to maximize his points and impress the instructors. The robot's metal groaned as it slowly lurched forward, its steel-plated limbs tearing chunks out of the concrete with each step. Oh well, he had plenty of time to burn. He'd just have to dispose of this one and then he'd... Izuku froze, his entire body tensing up as every fiber of confidence, pride, and anger that had burned so fiercely just moments ago vanished away on the chilling winds of realization. Izuku Midoriya, scientific prodigy, apprentice to and personally taught by the greatest mind of the century, the young man single-handedly responsible for reopening entire fields of quirk research for further investigation, who created and successfully implemented the closest thing to an artificial quirk the world has ever seen, didn't have the slightest idea how to fight. The mechanoid shook as it silently raised its arm. And Izuku Midoriya was once again a scared boy in an alleyway. Reign of sins. And you. The doors to the teacher's observation room flung open, as a very said All Might stormed in. "Oh, Tashinori." The small bear mouse thing smiled as he lowered his glass of tea. "I'm glad you could make it." "Don't Tashinori me, Nizu." The number one hero growled, his voice substituting its usual boisterousness for a vicious edge, as he stomped forward and forced a piece of paper in front of the mouse's face. "What the hell is this?" "Oh, that." The bear's cheer dimmed as he read the paper. "That is something I would love to discuss more in detail, but as you can see I'm a tad busy at the moment." He gestured to the large TVs displaying the exam. "So if you wouldn't mind waiting in my office for a bit, IW-. That's the thing, Nizu, I do mind." All Might spoke through grit teeth as he shook the paper. "I specifically told you about who would be taking the entrance exam, so why the hell did you add this?" "WL," Nizu coughed, All Might's anger on this catching him off guard. "We have to remake the written test every year to help avoid cheating and." The small president's words died out as All Might began squeezing the paper so hard it practically turned to dust. The tension in the room was palpable. No one had seen the number one hero this angry in a long time, and no one knew what he'd do when he was this furious outside of a fight. "Did I put it on the test?" A calm, monotone voice cut through the air like butter, and All Might, calmly, eerily calmly after his shouting just moments ago, turned around. "Or I put it back on the test, if you want to be specific." Aizawa stepped forwards, out of the group of teachers and in front of All Might. When Nizu saw that it came up in rotation, he took it off the test and substituted it for a different one. I swapped it back in once he submitted the form for finalization, and by the time he realized, the tests had all been printed. All Might poked the underground hero in the chest, the force making him stumble back a few inches. "I endorse that boy's application." "Yes, but endorsement and coddling are two different things." Aizawa brushed himself off. "This is real life, you don't get to change test questions just because they might hurt someone's feelings. Besides, the boy's quirkless. At best he'd be a burden and an active hindrance in any serious situation that occurs, at worst he'd get himself killed." "I didn't coddle." All Might seethed, his voice dangerously quiet. "I proactively submitted an unfair portion of the test for review, because, in case you've forgotten, the essay is worth 20% of the test credit, 20% that a student now won't be able to earn no matter what he puts. As for the second bit..." He leaned unnervingly close, his height towering over everyone in the room. "You don't get to decide that." Where any lesser man would have cowered, Aizawa stared directly back, holding the gaze of the uncontested strongest man in the world. "He's struggling with a one-pointer. It's clear the kid isn't ready for this level of combat. If anything, you're at fault here, All Might, trying to leverage Nizu to get the kid in, you're going to get him killed." All Might scowled. "That's not for you to decide after a minute of watching, that's for each individual person to decide for themselves. And even if they aren't, UA's a school, it's our job to teach them to be ready." Aizawa scoffed and turned back to the exam screens, unwilling to put the effort into a staring match against someone as stubborn as the no. If somehow the boy manages to pass both parts of the exam and gets put in my class." Eraserhead sent a passing glare over his shoulder. "I'll intentionally set up a test he'd fail and expel him on the first day dash. That it's for the kid's own good." Aizawa muttered before turning back to the screens. Nizu could only sigh as he stared where All Might had stormed out of the room, slamming the doors behind him hard enough to knock them off their hinges. That they had been very expensive doors. Rain of sins. This was bad. Well, no, that would be an understatement. Let's try again. This was very, very bad. No, still not quite capturing the situation here. I'm gonna die. Closer, closer, much closer, but still not quite there. Let's try one last time. Izuku's scream was abruptly cut short as one of the mech's swings finally made contact, forcibly expelling the air from his lungs and turning his plea for help into a painful gurgle. Izuku coughed as he was flung through the air, spittle and blood flying from his lips as he crashed into the wall behind him. He could feel something inside him break as his momentum overcame the concrete and dragged him through the wall, skipping him along the stone floor inside, before finally depositing him into the far corner with a sickening crunch. Okay, much better, but I think it needs just little more to really drive home the situation. The wall exploded outwards as the robot threw itself through it, using its sheer weight as a battering ram to flatten any obstacle in its path. It landed with enough force to shake the room, sending spiderweb cracks across the floor. With a mechanical hiss, it once again rose to its full height, its head swiveling about the room for signs of its prey, scraping across the ceiling as it did so. Perfect. Izuku wheezed as its optic passed over him, apparently not built to operate in low light conditions. Think, you idiot. This is a level 1 bot, you can't die here. He bit his lip and attempted to stabilize his breathing, which was a lot harder to do when he should be dead right now. That hit would have crushed any normal person's spine to dust and practically liquidized their organs. Thank God for his serum's increased bone durability and slight regeneration boost. If he had gone in without it, like he had been planning on doing back before he met Ajiko. No. Get your head in the game. Analyze the problem, break it down into manageable sections, and work it out one piece at a time. He squinted at the robot through the dark, silently nagging himself for deciding night vision would be too dangerous a risk to gamble in his serum. The bot was pretty damn tall at just over 7 foot, it stood on 4 clawed legs, it had a humanoid-esque torso, 2 dark steel arms, and a cylindrical head. The entire thing was covered in dark green steel armor plates, excluding the joints, but it was quick to defend those if it saw you going for them. Apparently the builders had programmed it with counters to most of the obvious things students would try. Its optic on the front of its head was the first of said obvious things, being an obvious weak point, and as such it was covered in a kind of reinforced glass, obvious to the scientist because of the metallic sheen that coated its surface. The fact he had managed to get a good rock throw at it, only for it to bounce off, also helped with the theory. As his mind began to turn its gears, Izuku's panic melted away without him realizing as he slipped into the dangerous calm his thinking mode provided. Knocking out its eye had a lot of benefits beyond the obvious ones. The mech's operation in particular seemed to be particularly dependent on its sight. Actually, now that he thought about it, it hadn't reacted to any of the noises he'd made thus far, despite him being the only other thing in the room that reasonably could make noise. And considering it didn't have a nervous system to feel with, the DMN thing might have been acting entirely on its sight. Izuku hummed, before taking an educated risk and rapping his knuckles on the stone floor. It really can't hear, huh? He noted as the machine rumbled forward in the wrong direction, its head still swiveling around on a pivot. So the best option would be to take out its sight, but he couldn't break the glass protecting the optic, and it was probably programmed with a response counter, so it would be best to do it without it seeing him, and do it in such a way it wasn't hard programmed to counter. A puzzle indeed. Lucky for him, he was quite good at solving puzzles, and as the bot's head completed yet another swivel, Izuku came to his solution. The motherboard and processing unit for a machine this big would almost certainly be in the section where it could be equipped with the most efficient coolant system, i.e. the spacious torso. The eye, on the other hand, was located in the head, and while he couldn't break the casing protecting the optic, he could most certainly break the wires that connected it to the CPU, wires that ran right through its very unarmored neck. Glancing around the room to see what he had to work with, he noted with a smirk that, while his supplies were very limited, amounting basically to just wall rubble, they were more than enough. Grabbing a broken piece of the wall that had been flung in with him, Izuku slowly pushed himself up with a pained grunt. After tossing his newly acquired rock in the air a few times to get a feel for it, he reeled back and threw the chunk past the mechanoid, where it flew right behind its head before bouncing off a wall and landing at its feet. Believing the rock had been thrown from the direction it ricocheted from, the bot swiveled and revealed its back to an already sprinting Izuku. Leaning down and snatching one of the many iron support rods that had been tossed about the room when the wall exploded, he twirled it to get a better grip before launching it like a javelin at the mech's neck, where it struck true. Unfortunately, due to never having thrown a javelin before, Izuku's aim was a tad off, and it didn't sever the wires he wanted, but that was fine. You see, the biggest problem with robots is that they can't feel. Give them a visual or audio cue and their cameras and microphones will allow them to respond accordingly, but when faced with a situation where they need to respond without proper input, Like for instance, stabbing them through the neck without triggering one of those? They don't even notice. Jumping into the machine's chassis, Izuku grabbed the bar with both hands and pulled. With a sickening groaning sound and a few metallic snaps, the entire beast's head wrenched to the left before snapping off its bearings and falling to the side, where it hung dangling by a few spare wires. After its processors stopped receiving video input, the mech switched to a backup script for operating without its camera, which basically amounted to wildly swinging its arms in an attempt to catch its assailant. But because it couldn't feel Izuku on its back, its swings didn't even begin to come close, and they never would. Moving his hand down the newly opened weak point, Izuku grabbed as many things that felt important as he could and began methodically ripping them out one at a time, before finally, with a quiet whimper of the engine giving out, the giant contraption stopped moving and toppled to the ground. Hopping down and dusting off his hands, the young scientist admired his handiwork and silently concluded that it would probably be best to find a better way of dealing with these things, especially if this was only a one-pointer. But before he could get any further, fate decided once again that it was time to change up the playing board. 5 minutes left. And the world shook. Reign of Sins. Ochako Uraraka, despite almost a decade and a half of schooling and countless hours of studying and practicing for this exam, had only a single intelligent thought repeating in her mind. Sheet. Sheet. This wasn't supposed to be happening. Shit. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. Straining her arms against one of the large concrete chunks that pinned her to the ground, Ochako attempted to activate her quirk, but was almost immediately forced to let go, lest she make the situation even worse by soaking herself with her own vomit. What? She says that, but it's not like the situation could get much worse anyway. There, lumbering down the main road, on a direct collision course with her head, was the zero-pointer that they had mentioned in the opening. Of course it would have been nice to have been told the demon thing was giant. The only thing that seemed to be going in her favor was the fact it was about a quarter-mile away, and moving with half the speed you'd expect of a Zamboni. Things had been going so well too. Despite not having a directly combat-oriented quirk, she'd managed to get quite a few pretty points, and she was confident several of her displays were impressive enough to grab the judge's attention. Of course, that's if there's anyone watching us at all. Which seemed like such an obvious thing at first, but was something she'd been increasingly doubting as the giant hunk of steel lumbered closer and closer to squashing her into a pancake. Of course things had to have gone to sheet, hadn't they? She couldn't just get a good score, could she? What really set her off about all this was the fact she could have avoided it altogether, but no, she just had to be greedy. When that giant thing popped out of the ground, everyone else had run off, but she, in all her brilliance, had decided to stay and use the opportunity to snag the last points everyone else was leaving. It was supposed to impress the instructors and show that she performed better under pressure than her competition. What wasn't supposed to happen was for all the shaking to knock loose the top of a building and trap her beneath a metric fuckton of concrete and the remains of a three-pointer she'd been dealing with. And needless to say, anyone who could help her was already long gone. Geez. She strained as she pushed against the rock without her quirk. What happened to rescuing damsels in distress? Not that she would ever willingly classify herself as a damsel or in distress, but the point still stood. Hey! Eep! Startled, her hand slipped, dropping the stone she'd managed to push up a few inches. Are you all right? Why? She coughed painfully. I'm good. Standing in front of her, covered with the wear and tear of battle, his lab coat billowing in the wind like something out of those old All Might TV shows, was the green-haired kid from that morning. And with a hand outstretched and a confident grin, as obviously forced as it was, the scene was the dictionary definition of heroic. Or well, it would have been except. Ochako bit her lip and turned her head to hide her laughter. Those pants look hilarious on him. The pants kinda ruin the picture. Here, take my hand. Let's get you out of there. Okay. Grabbing his hands with both of hers, she braced herself as he started pulling, and was genuinely impressed as he managed to pull her almost halfway out without so much as breaking a seat, until... Ow! I'm so sorry. Are you okay? The boy, she still hadn't gotten his name, had she? Immediately stopped pulling, and bent down to check on her. Why, I'm all good. That didn't sound very good. No, it's Dash, she hissed in pain. My legs caught underneath something. You're not gonna be able to pull me out, not without pulling apart the entire pile. Oh, well then, the boy scanned the rubble on top of her, trying to think of something when, wait. He blinked. Is that a rocket launcher? Ha! Ochako turned and sure enough, right next to where her head had been, was the 3-pointer's explosive weapon. Oh, would you look at that? The future gravity hero stared wide-eyed at the very dangerous weapon, as she realized just how precarious her situation had been and still was. That is a rocket launcher, isn't it? Duh. Would you mind helping me remove it? Why, she gulped. I think that would be a good idea. Using her new positioning to her advantage, she carefully, ever so carefully, with much more care than her green-haired friend did as he grabbed the rectangular device, and with one huff-3 pulls, it popped loose off the rubble and slid off of the pile. Thank you for that. Ochako sighed in relief. That was a little unnerving if you know what I mean. No, it was no problem. The boy laughed as he picked up the rocket launcher. In fact, I should be the one to thank you. She blinked. I've been looking for another one of these. This is the last one I needed, in fact, so extra thanks. He nodded to her and tossed the green hunk onto a metal sheet with a pile of other robotic parts. How had she not noticed that before? Dash. But really, that thing Dash, he gestured towards the ever-looming 0-pointer, is getting really close, so I've got to move fast. Wait. Hold on. She called as he picked up a metal wire that was wrapped around the sheet and began dragging it down the road. Aren't you going to save me? Don't worry. He called as he ran down an alleyway, dragging his scrap pile behind him. That's what I'm doing. Wait, no. Don't go. Ochako could only dumbly stare down the path her supposed hero had disappeared down, flinching when the 0-pointer decided to remind everyone it existed by letting out a metallic roar. Sighing, she pulled at her leg again and, still stuck. Looking back at the alleyway, and finding once again that yes, he really had run off, Ochako Uraraka only had a single thing to say. Sheet. Rain of sins. Remember, kid, the best way to impress someone is to make your statement big, loud, and most importantly, as memorable as possible. And remember, Dash. Don't fail. Tightening his grip on his makeshift sled of explosives, Izuku pushed his legs to carry him even faster. He had an idea. It was an absolutely stupid, crazy idea that was reckless and not thought out at all, but considering the situation, Ujiko's advice of big, loud, and memorable just might be on the money. But to get this to work, he needed to be perfectly timed, which was why he was running down the alleyway instead of the main street. He couldn't afford to waste time running into any bots. Judging that he had covered the right amount of distance, or at least close enough to it, he ran to the closest door on a building he could find on his left side, and kicked it open. The door flew open, snapping its lock and revealing a wide, empty bottom floor with absolutely nothing of value in it. Perfect! He dragged his sled inside, and immediately set to work. This plan, flimsy as it was built entirely on a single observation that he could guarantee literally every other student who'd ever taken the test before had missed. What made him so sure? Well, no other good quality student to get this far, sans him, would be weak enough to get punched through one of the walls, and everyone who was unlucky enough to have been, most likely didn't have the background knowledge in construction of all things to realize the significance of it. Don't ask, Ujiko liked to have him read various books on random subjects to keep him busy when he was off work. Anyway, when he had been launched through the wall, he had been sent through a load-bearing portion of the wall, and while he didn't hit the support beam, thank God, the wall was still far too weak. Much more than it should have been. Granted, it still should have turned him into a pancake regardless, but whatever. This, alongside the reinforcement bars being made of iron and not steel, had led him to realize how UA could afford to build these huge mock cities. They were cutting costs. While normal buildings were forced to abide by various housing and safety regulations, UA's cities technically weren't for people to work or live in, and as such they could bypass all those pesky laws. The standard grade concrete for use in buildings such as these was a range of C4020 to upwards of C5020 depending on PSI, with C6020 being used for important supporting columns and load-bearing beams. The concrete used in the walls of these buildings was more alongside what he'd expect of C2520, maybe even C2020 when they could get away with it. And if the supports followed the trend, which he was almost positive of, then they should be grade C4520 maximum, and again, it was reinforced with normal iron instead of steel. But even though it was weaker, it was still just as heavy. Weak enough to purposefully break, and heavy enough to maybe, just maybe, knock the lights out of the giant mech rampaging through the mock city. The idea to crush the zero-pointer beneath a giant building was an insane one. The possibility of impressing the instructors so they passed him was appealing. Doing it to save the girl he had run into, before she gets run over, made it important. But it was the school's own cheap building supplies that made it doable. Izuku grunted as he propped his final rocket launcher up against the last support beam and kicked the barrel until it was warped enough the rocket would get trapped and detonate inside. The ground's shaking increased in intensity, signaling the Titan's approach as the young scientist ran from launcher to launcher with a control board he had ripped from a defeated three-pointer's head, manually tweaking the frequency of each one until they all were synced with the board. The moment the final piece synced, he jumped to his feet and bolted to the front door, flinging it open to find the giant mech practically on top of him. This was going to be close, far too close. Izuku sprinted down the street with an eye over his shoulder, trying to get as far away from the blast zone as possible, and as soon as the monstrosity of machinery was in position, he crossed the board's wires. And Izuku's world went white. Rain of sins. In the dark observation room, Nizu, Midnight, Cementos, and even the ever-stoic Aizawa watched with wide eyes as half of a building's base was blown out from under it in a violent explosion, causing it to groan and topple over, crashing into the zero-pointer's right flank. The teachers, alongside everyone in the city, held breath and watched as, for 10 long seconds, the beast struggled against the weight of an entire skyscraper. And just as it seemed the mechanoid would continue to push forward, something in its left leg gave out with an audible snap, causing the beast to succumb to gravity and topple to the ground, crashing into the building on its left as it did so. The sheer weight of the impact caused the city to shake. And, like a set of concrete dominoes, the entire block of buildings surrounding the impact tilted inwards, before crashing down on the fallen Titan, crushing it beneath a grave of rock and metal. The world seemed to bite its tongue, holding a deafening silence as it waited to see if anyone would step forward and explain what it had just witnessed. And as fate wept for what should have been, one man in a lab coat stepped forward. Rain of sins. His head was fuzzy. His face felt wet. Strange, he didn't have a water bottle on him, or did he? He couldn't really remember. Was that blood he was tasting? Reaching up, he ran his fingers from his forehead to his lips, and when he pulled away, yeah, that's blood. Well, that explained it. Something must have caught his head in the explosion. A rock, a rod, a pipe, or otherwise, he didn't know. All of them tended to become quite deadly when accelerated to high speeds and then flung at people. Reaching up and wiping the blood off with his sleeve, Izuku began pushing himself up from, well, wherever it was he landed. As he raised his head, he realized that it wasn't just his head that was foggy. Everything was. White dust from the crash filled the air and made it almost impossible to see anything, but despite this, he was still able to see it very clearly. Izuku rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't hallucinating. I did it? The sight had him falling back down on his butt. I did it. He asked no one, seemingly begging for confirmation, and sure enough, there, not 20 feet away from him, laid the head of the zero-pointer, buried among the rubble that seemed to spread as far as Izuku could see. Its lights were dull and lifeless. I did it. I did it. Izuku's slack-jawed expression slowly morphed to one never seen on his face before, a wide grin that was just ever so slightly twisted. One eerily similar to Ujiko's when he was working on one of his artworks. Ha-da-ha-ha-da-ha. He pushed himself up, swaying ever so slightly, though whether it was from his head injury or something else entirely. The scientist cackled as he was overcome with a sense of glee, a sense of worth that he had finally accomplished something, a sense of pride at finally proving he wasn't just some quirkless nobody to push around, a sense of vindication. But wait, someone could take this from him. They'd never believe that it was him who did it without proof. He had to make them know that he did this. But how? How should he announce it? His mind immediately went to All Might's blinding smile and thumbs up, but just as quickly went back to their fateful conversation on the rooftop. No, All Might, he was nothing but a liar. Who then was a good example? Who had believed in him even though he was quirkless, like actually believed in him? Who had inspired him with more than just lies and fake smiles? Who had actually helped him get here? And then a strange thought flew into his head. What would Dr. Ujiko do? Rain of sins. Ochako blinked rapidly and rubbed her face, desperately trying to get the dust out of her eyes. Excuse me, ma'am, are you all right? Don't worry, I've got you. Ochako eeped as she felt an arm grab her and lift her to her feet. Thankfully, the blast had helped her more than hurt her, knocking the rubble off of her and throwing her down the street. Squinting, she quickly identified her savior as the glasses kid who had been loudly talking before the test, distracting and annoying literally everyone nearby. Wait, hadn't he left with everyone else? Glancing around, she quickly confirmed her suspicions. All the other students who had run off when the zero-pointer popped up had come back to see what was happening. Glad to know it only took the explosion and subsequent collapse of a fourth of the DMN city to get their attention. Look! Someone shouted, pointing towards the center of the mayhem. Ochako gave her eyes one last rub and followed the confused shouts and the rapidly growing number of pointing hands. There, among the clearing dust, on the largest pile of rubble, and standing triumphantly on the shattered head of the zero-pointer was the green-haired boy from earlier. Well, don't just stand around like scarecrows. He spread out his arms. Applaud. Rain of sins. Many hours later / Deep beneath the empty roads of the moonlit city, beneath patrolling heroes, small-time crooks, and at least a few mailboxes, down in the bottom-most layers of an underground laboratory, home of the personal researcher of the most notorious villain of all time, All for One, in a place where inhumane experiments were conducted and researched every day. There was laughter. And then then I said, mind you that this is still with the paperwork strewn across his desk. I sigh, cackle, I said, have you seen John recently? Ujiko erupted into laughter at his own story, banging his fist against the table. Izuku bit his lip and held the back of his fist over his mouth to keep himself from laughing. He had no idea why he was laughing. Ujiko's stories weren't really that funny if you heard them from anyone but him, but the way he told them was hilarious. His laugh especially was contagious. Even if you went through the entire story with a stone face, his laughter at the end would be guaranteed to make you smile. Or well, that was Izuku's opinion anyway. No one else at the lab seemed to like his stories, and they had asked Izuku what he found so funny about them, if there was some inside joke they weren't in on. Well, it wasn't like he could answer them even if he wanted to. He just enjoyed listening to Ujiko tell them. Hachiho, oh, but enough about this old man's past. Ujiko waved away some smoke that had wafted up from the chemicals they were tinkering with. You requested a day off, filled out all the required forms, had more than enough hours to qualify, and then you do this. He gestured in Izuku's general direction with a laugh. When everyone else is clocking out for the day, you pop back in, out of nowhere. Ujiko's grin turned smug as he reached to pick up a partially dissolved brain they had been fiddling with. Now it's not like I mind the company. He shook the brain, causing Izuku to cover his mouth again, not out of nausea, no he'd seen worse, but to hide his grin. Ujiko's shitty puns had been getting to him recently. And I especially don't mind when it's the company of my #1 assistant. Why, I can only pray that I'll one day have the honor of meeting the absolute genius who taught you. He elbowed Izuku, causing them both to descend into another round of snarky chuckles. But it does make me curious. What could be so important that you have to miss an entire day, but put you in a good enough mood that you come running back here at almost 11 o'clock at night? Could it be, dare I say, his smug grin returned, a girl? Missing lab time to go on a date, please, he'd be the last person to worry about that with, although. Izuku couldn't help but flash back to the exam, to that one girl he saved, who he'd been a hero for. My god. Izuku blinked back into reality to find Ujiko staring at him slack-jawed. There actually is a girl involved. Ha ho hoa ho ho hoa. Ujiko erupted into another wave of laughter. Ha hoa ha. To think ha hia you did all that for a girl. Ha ha. Izuku froze. What do you mean, did all that for a girl? He asked as sweat began to creep down his neck. Did Ujiko somehow know about UA? Why your serum boy? He banged his fist against the table. You used your serum on yourself. WB, how do you know that? And you're not mad. Of course I know. What, do you think I'm blind? My boy, yesterday you were a scrawny twig, and now look at you. Haha. He gave Izuku a good-natured shove, thankfully after removing his gloves. 6 foot tall and built like a Spartan. And it's to impress a girl you like. Come on. You've got to tell me. Ujiko laughed as he pulled Izuku down so he could throw him into a sideways bear hug. Is she blonde? Brunette? Green-haired like you? Let me guess, she's a childhood friend, right? Tell me and you can be honest, is she hot? You're really not mad? Izuku said, slack-jawed. Well, of course not, my boy. In fact, I expected it. He laughed as he released his apprentice. Listen, kid, you're a lot like I was when I was your age, decently quick-witted, well-organized, you've got a good head on your shoulders, some good intuition, and most importantly of all he jabbed Izuku's chest with his finger, you've got curiosity, a burning sense of curiosity that'll drive you forward, and the stubbornness to keep it from killing you. Ha! Kid, I'm the Daruma Ujiko. He guffawed. I'm the genius of the century. What do you think I did when I first made something like you did? Izuku blinked. You used it on yourself? He realized. Bingo, kid. You got it in one. He ruffled Izuku's hair. Granted, there's just a little difference between the projects. Yours is, well, he gestured to Izuku, all that, while mine was an enhancement for photographic memory, granted it was one with a few unintended side effects. He laughed and rapped his knuckles on the side of his head. But I trusted you had listened well enough to avoid the same mistakes that I made back then. He leaned back and let out a hearty laugh. My boy. He clapped Izuku on the shoulder and gave him a proud nod. You did good, kid. And of course it was at this moment that the universe decided it wanted to intervene. Dr. Ujiko. A familiar voice cried out as the door was flung open with enough force to rattle several chemical vials, sending the more precariously balanced ones into a spin. Yara, what have I told you about slamming doors in the lab? You're gonna break something and damn it, I'm not gonna be the one to clean it up. Sorry, boss. Yara wheezed, hunched over against the doorway. I've been looking for you pant all living day but I couldn't get a hold of you. Well, of course not. I've been in important meetings all day, with my phone turned off. If you had gotten a hold of me, I'd be angry. Impressed, yes, but angry. The doctor slapped the table for effect, unfortunately causing one of the vials that had been rattling from the door swing to fall and break on the floor. Also, you've officially been demoted to third most liked in the building, behind me and the kid here. You've been bringing me coffee in the mornings which, while an obvious attempt at kissing up to get on my good side, was well thought out, and I'm more than self-centered enough to accept such treatment. That was what had kept you ahead of my apprentice here, but no longer. Boss. Yes, Yara? Green. Green did something stupid Yara pushed herself up from the door, only to freeze as her mind registered what she was seeing. There was some, that's green, accompanied by some, that's green, and a few never-to-be-talked-about hots and of course the underlining, what the actual fuck is happening. That's green. Yes, Yara. He's beside you. Yes, Yara. He did the stupid thing. Yes, Yara. Wait, you know what he did? Yes, Yara. And you're not strangling him? What? Wahoa. No, of course not. Why, my boy and I've been working together on an old project of mine that I shelved a few years ago. Ujiko waved to the mess of chemicals and brain matter on the table. Why yes, we're as close as two brothers at the fruit market, buying food for our mother because she was ill and couldn't go herself, and we didn't want her to painfully starve to death over the course of a few weeks. Anyway, Ujiko coughed awkwardly. What was it that you needed? Oh, it was nothing important. Yara gave a strangled laugh. As her eye twitched. Apparently it wasn't important at all. Yara? Ujiko sighed, disappointment evident in his tone. I told you not to interrupt me unless it's important. I thought you would have understood this by now. I was fine with you coming in and interrupting our fun or important work. He gestured again to the brain table, because I thought you had good reason to. He slammed his hand on the table for effect, but aimed a bit too far to the left, hitting the tray and causing brain goop to splatter on him. Tomorrow you're bringing me 3 morning coffees. Yes, boss. And you're going to be in charge of bringing them to me all day. Yes, boss. Another vial fell and shattered. For a week. Yes, boss. Ujiko sat down with a huff as Yara dejectedly closed the door like a beaten puppy. He gave the now smushed brain a few good pokes before addressing his apprentice. So what did you do with your day off? Izuku laughed, the situation getting to him. You'll see. And when I get into the school without a quirk, and I prove everyone wrong. The teachers, his bullies, and even All Might himself. They'll all see. Rain of sins. The moon hung in the midnight sky, peering through the city windows, and illuminating Nizu's office. The principal stared, unblinking, at the paper in front of him. It was the last paper he had to sign off on, and it was the one he had wanted to start with, but wound up putting off because of this exact problem. He just wasn't sure. And while that might sound mundane to an average person, it was anything but to Nizu. He was the genius behind UA's success, the highest IQ-ranked individual in the world. He was undefeated in every board game in existence, be it against human or AI, in chess, Go, or any other. He was Nizu, owner of the high-spec quirk. To Nizu there was no sure or unsure. There was only logical and highest probability of success. And his logic said that the 1 in Izuku Midoriya's score box meant he failed the test. All Might had ranted, and when he called down, tried to reason with everyone. He believed that the boy deserved rescue points. All Might claimed that the boy tried to lift her out of the rubble, but stopped when it was clear he'd hurt her if he continued, a claim Ms. Uraraka's story supported, but it was after this that his claim fell apart. All Might had said Mr. Midoriya, knowing he couldn't face the zero-pointer head-on, had pulled his grand elaborate stunt with the building in order to save her. Which, honestly, just really Toshinori. After All Might left, the other teachers had smiled softly and talked about classic All Might, and how he always sees the best of people even if it isn't there. Nizu saw it for what it really was. Naivety. Unfortunately for All Might, the rest of the teachers saw it exactly like Nizu did. The boy had moved Ms. Uraraka out of the way, retrieved the weapon he was collecting, and then continued on. The only reason for the interaction between the two was because she was in his way. 0 rescue points were awarded. Although, strangely, Aizawa of all people suggested that he be allowed to transfer into the Gen Ed course, even though the boy hadn't applied for it, but he was outvoted. And as such the principal of UA sat with the boy's paper on his desk, a paper with a single point. Izuku Midoriya. Number 1. He should fail him, it was the logical thing to do, and yet, All Might's pleading and almost religious endorsement of the boy's character, the recorded videos of the boy's actions at the slime villain scene, the ever-impossible Aizawa being swayed by the final performance, something about it made him hesitate. And from that hesitation, thoughts that he could almost swear weren't even his own, started slipping into his head. The boy's written scores were outstanding, completely flawless across the board. If it hadn't been for that scam question at the end, one that you specifically ordered to be removed, he would have been the first to score a perfect 100 in almost 4 decades. You saw the boy's mind in action during the exam, setting the explosives in just the right place to get that building to drop exactly how he wanted, and rigging a contraption to do it at the exact right time. The boy might just be a prodigy in the making, one overlooked because of his quirklessness, If you took him under your wing, just imagine what he could accomplish. Nizu shivered as a cold feeling ran through his spine. It was almost like fate wanted the boy to pass. But he shook his head. The world runs on logic, reasoning, and probability. Superstitions such as fate were for the weak-minded who refused to open their eyes to the truth of the world. Fate was best to be sealed away and forgotten. And so with a stamp of red ink, that's exactly what the little mouse did. What a waste. He had spent all that time and effort to make his serum, literal months of all-nighters, betting his life on a rushed project that he had to cut far too many corners to get done on time. All of that, and he hadn't spent 5 seconds Googling how to properly throw a punch? Just really? If he had learned how to properly fight, he could have easily gotten quite a few points under his belt. Nothing jaw-dropping obviously, he wasn't exactly strong enough to rip steel plating with his bare hands, so he'd have to play it smart and cautious, but a decent score was definitely something he could have achieved. Learn how to properly dodge, weave past the bot's attacks, hop on their back, spear them in the joints with anything remotely pointy, simple enough. But instead he had cut it to the literal wire and bet everything on his last-minute stunt. A stunt that hadn't even worked. Strength was nothing without the knowledge of how to use it, and he obviously didn't know how to. Which was what he'd spent the week waiting for his test results trying to rectify. Reading martial art theories, watching and replicating basic fighting tutorials, and spending time honing his reaction time and spatial awareness out in the forest. The results were, well, what you'd expect a week's worth of effort to be. Definitely better now that he actually knew what he was supposed to do, but still subpar, overwhelmingly mediocre at best. Especially considering he'd only been able to work out in the evenings after finishing his lab work. Give it another few months of training, some better reference material, toss in a self-made gadget or two to help compensate, and he'd at least be adequate in combat. Hindsight might be 20/20, but that doesn't make it any less stupid. Of course, in the back of his head, he knew if he had delegated the time to learning to fight, he wouldn't have been able to finish his serum on time. It had been last minute as it was, even then only possible thanks to constant all-nighters every week, and far too many cut corners. Splitting time away for yet another project would have left his efforts spread too thin, and when the exam came he would have had an unfinished serum and an underdeveloped martial skill set. But he refused to acknowledge it. There had to have been a way for him to pull it off by his own merits. There had to be a way for him to have passed. That there had to. The annoying noise was cut off as Izuku brought his hand down on top of the clock from across the table. Raising his head from the crook of his arm, where he had been trying to forget the world around him existed, he squinted his eyes through the bright sunlight and glared at the ugly thing sitting across from him. It was a strange amalgamation of an all-might bobblehead and a digital clock that displayed both the time and date, in an absolutely awful font that was apparently supposed to represent the hero's loud way of talking. What idiot designed this? Why the hell does it have to make a ticking noise if it's a digital clock? Terrible design or not, it did do its job as a clock surprisingly well, and the information it provided made Izuku groan and drop his head back down. 36 hours. It had been 36 hours since he opened that DMN letter. 36 hours since he stormed out of the house in a rage. 36 hours since his mother last knew where he was. 36 hours of wandering around in a haze. Growling, the failed hero candidate glowered at the stupid clock that had the gall to start ticking again. A few hours ago he had wandered into a shopping mall, and after several food advertisements made him realize how hungry he was, he swung by a grab to grab a soda. "Congratulations," they had said. "You're our 100th customer of the day, you've won a free limited edition all-might clock." "So lucky." He scowled. The stupid clock just smugly smiled back. He really wanted to punch it. His phone began buzzing in his pocket before suddenly cutting off short. Must have finally run out of power. It's not like he needed to check it anyway, he knew exactly what he'd find. Countless missed calls from his mother worrying about him. Calls from Mujiko wondering where he was. A wall of unread texts and emails, and multiple notifications telling him that someone on his family plan was asking permission to turn on his location services. Strangely, Ujiko had stopped all attempts at contact after the first 6 or so hours. Knowing the scientist, he had either A, gotten distracted with a project, or B, had somehow already found Izuku and was keeping an eye on him through some kind of means. Of course, how he even knew Midoriya ran off in the first place was anyone's guess. Okay, that's it dash. I'm killing this thing. But as Izuku was debating the moral repercussions of beating a clock over the top with a metal pipe in a dark alleyway, the universe decided to throw him a bone. Excuse me, could I have a moment of your time to talk to you about the HFQO? The young scientist made a contemplative, humming sound and, without breaking eye contact with his new, eternal nemesis, tilted his head towards the voice to show he was listening. Sure, why not? I don't have much better to do. Okay then, sorry for wasting wait, you'll listen? Ugh. Leaning back in his seat and taking a sip of his still mostly full and now lukewarm soda, he blinked a few times before unenthusiastically responding with, I mean, that's what I said, right? Oh, thank you. I promise this won't take long. I'm spreading awareness and raising donations for the Home for Quirkless Orphans. We're a non-profi dash. Wait, the what? That got Izuku's attention. Tearing his eyes from the smug clock, he whirled his head around to find a normal girl who couldn't be much older than him. And normal as in normal. No claws, no wings, no oddly shaped body parts, standard height, not even any dyed hair. Just a normal, black-haired, brown-eyed, normal-looking girl who you could easily lose in any crowd. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll leave if you want me to. No. Wait, no, why didn't you just start off with that? Yes, still shocked. It's much more attention-grabbing than that acronym you started off with. WL, she scratched her neck and glanced away. When people learn that it's a private orphanage specifically for quirkless children, they tend to lose interest or jump to conclusions. Why a private orphanage? Why just for them? The government has many successful state-funded orphanages. Why not send them to those? They don't let me finish explaining. I mean dash. The young scientist put down his soda and turned to fully face her. You'll have to forgive me, but those are good questions. Why not send them to state-funded homes? They wouldn't lack any funding. Because. She slammed her hands down on the table, causing Izuku to lean back in surprise, unprepared for her sudden change in demeanor. Those orphanages are terrible for quirkless children. The girl who had been so timid just 3 seconds ago hissed like a rattlesnake. They're picked on, bullied, and in the worst cases even physically abused by the other kids. Not to mention being quirkless is more and more often being treated like a birth defect, and the percentage of quirkless children abandoned by their parents is higher than any other. She grimaced and unconsciously brought a hand to her side, as if clutching an old wound. It's a terrible place to grow up in. Oh. He made a noise of understanding. Well, that certainly explained how she could become so passionate about it at the drop of a hat. And it also made the situation so much more awkward for Izuku, partially because talking about things like abuse wasn't something he was experienced in, especially not talking about it to someone who had been, but also because he had no idea how to deal with someone whose attitude flipped like a coin so fast. Someone like me. He grimaced, knowing from experience just how difficult that made it for some people to hold a conversation with. Come now, take a seat. He gestured to the empty seat across from him. Let's see what I can do for you. Why, you're not going to demand to see evidence? The young woman blinked owlishly at him. Oh, or call me a liar? Of course not. Izuku smiled with a sad laugh as he motioned for her to sit down. I've encountered plenty of evidence on my own. I guess I just never thought it was so widespread. Now why don't you sit down and fill me in on how I can help? Thank you. Not many people are willing to hear me out. She said as she carefully sat down. My name is Yuna. As you already know, I work for the HFQO, a non-profit organization dedicated to saving quirkless children from abusive environments. Every day. As Yuna explained their mission and gave descriptions of the environments they had pulled children out of, Izuku couldn't help clenching his fists in anger, bending the edge of the flimsy metal table he was sitting at. His mind shot back to Bakugo, his cronies, and everything that had happened since the boy had gained his quirk. Bakugo, for his part, had always been upfront. Anything and everything he had done, he did, looking Izuku in the eye and in response to some perceived challenge. He demanded that Izuku step down, and then fought a very one-sided fight with him when he didn't. The explosive teen was a lot of things, but a coward wasn't one of them, and he didn't go out of his way to target Izuku either. He fought anyone he thought was challenging him. Bakugo wasn't, and would never be, a coward. He never did anything under the table. The other kids hadn't been nearly as chivalrous. From threatening notes in his locker, to stealing his stuff when he wasn't looking and tacks on his chair, he had known for a long time that Bakugo wasn't the only one who thought less of him for being quirkless. But it had always been him that was targeted by the class. It had always been him that had wound up burnt. He had always stood up for other people when they were bullied, but he could toughen through it because it was him that they were taking it out on, instead of someone else, except he wasn't the only one. In hindsight, it was obvious, he wasn't the only quirkless kid in Japan, and they were just as appealing to bullies as he had been. Not to mention that not everyone had a Bakugo prowling around their school, making sure no one ever got too aggressive for fear of him thinking they were challenging him. As Yuna ended her sales pitch, Izuku drummed his fingers on the table. It was a strange feeling. He had run into these situations many times before, where something bad was happening right in front of him, but every time, every single time, he was always helpless to do anything at all. Even with the sludge villain, he hadn't really made any impact. But here he was, sitting at the mall of all places, with what was undoubtedly the most personal of these situations he'd ever encountered, and somehow, someway, despite being further from his dream of being a hero than he ever had, he was able to help more now than ever before. His job at the lab paid well, especially well for someone his age, and while it was nice to have a good amount safe in the bank, he didn't exactly have anything to use it for. He had gotten a new laptop, and some clothes to replace the ones he had outgrown, but other than that, he smiled as he pulled out a check and jotted down more zeros than any person his age should reasonably have free access to. It was much better off helping people than sitting in a dusty old vault. 35,000? Yuma sputtered as he handed her the check. It was almost 4/5 of what he had, sure, but it wasn't like he needed it, and besides, oh my god, I can't take this. WB could replace all the kids' old clothes with this. We can finally get them new mattresses. We could fix the AC. Hell, we could expand an entire new room with this. Izuku smiled as the girl began sputtering to herself, her eyes wet with the beginning of tears. They could use the money far better than he could. Rain of sins. Izuku hummed as he interrupted the clock's annoying sound again and again, smirking as he tossed it into the air, letting it tick as it wanted to, letting it believe that it was free to tick-tock as it wanted, free to pursue its own dreams. But like all things, the clock couldn't escape gravity, no matter how hard it dreamt. Or how hard it lied. And so, felt. And he was waiting for it. Izuku hummed again, though this time in displeasure as he glanced down at the clock. It seemed as though he had grabbed it a bit too hard that time, as indicated by the large crack running up the clock and through All Might's face. Frowning lightly, he tossed it up again and confirmed with a sigh that it no longer ticked its tocks, which made it a broken clock. Thunk. Izuku paused as he caught it again, looking over the edge of the bridge in contemplation. The setting sun reflected off the still bayou water, its reds and yellows illuminating the world in a somber glow. A broken clock that didn't tick was a clock that didn't tell the right time, which made it a lying clock. He glanced at All Might's cracked face. A lying clock for a lying hero, a perfect match. And well, there's only one thing to do with liars after all. The failed hero reeled back and threw the clock over the edge of the bridge, where it landed with a satisfying splash. Izuku smiled as he watched All Might's fake smile sink below the water. He hated All Might. All Might willingly lied to millions of people every day, spewing fake slogans and catchphrases that he didn't even believe in himself. Sure, he claimed it was for the greater good, and he probably even believed it, but then again, anyone could convince themselves that, when they're raking in huge sums in merchandise money. I hate what he stands for, the scientist muttered, and he grinned as a weight was lifted from his shoulders. He didn't need All Might, he didn't need Bakugo, he didn't need fake promises, and he didn't need to be a hero. After all, he had something much better than All Might. A genuine smile spread across his face as he pulled a flyer from his pocket. He could make the world a better place on his own. Home for quirkless orphans. You'll never help anyone just by sitting still. Donate and help those less fortunate keep moving forward. Be a hero. Help make a better tomorrow, today. Hero, his gaze lingered on that word for longer than he would have liked before drifting to the sinking All Might clock. You do your thing, All Might, Izuku hummed as he walked past a small butterfly, and I'll do mine. And the rain began to fall. End chapter. Rain of Sins. Bonus scene that is canon for the FIC, but I couldn't find a good time to put in. A week had come and gone without a response from UA, but that was to be expected. It probably took them a decent amount of time to sort through all the resulting paperwork and scores from the entrance exam. But that wasn't worrying Izuku. He was certain he passed, and was far too busy scolding himself over his performance to think too hard about it anyway. And he was far too busy trying to decipher what was happening in front of him to even think about the exam. The green-haired boy currently stood in the front door of his apartment, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Izuku, my boy. Ujiko greeted him with a strained cheer. Quickly, come sit down with us. He rapidly patted an empty seat at the dinner table, waving him over with a slight undertone of panic in his voice. Yes, Izuku. Come sit down, we need to discuss something. His mother spoke in a completely neutral voice, her arms crossed in front of her on the table as she stared directly at him. Okay, deep breaths. Izuku slowly made his way to the table, and sat down hesitantly. This probably isn't as bad as it looks. Why are you here, Dr. Ujiko? He hesitantly asked. Good question, my boy. Ujiko leaned forward, talking much faster than he normally did. Now you see, I was ordering some coffee from a local Starbucks, you see, online and with extra caffeine obviously, when I got no less than five messages from you, my boy. Granted they weren't actually sent by you, but I didn't know that at the time. So why I figured that, since I was in the area, I might as well take a jolly good stroll down here and see just what the fuss was all about. Because my boy, you see, you know how I am in these situations. I strive to get work done well. And who could do a better job than myself? Indeed, you see, I, as a man of science, always have, and always why dash. A sharp from Izuku's mother brought the doctor's rambling to a quick death. This is definitely as bad as it looks. What I want to know. She stared both of them down with more ferocity than Ujiko had ever seen from even his master. Is why my baby boy suddenly grew 1.5 feet, and why I found a broken vial with glowing liquid in his room? Ooh. Ujiko stroked his mustache and nodded, apparently just now learning the reason he'd been wrangled into this mess. Izuku felt a soft kick to his foot, drawing his attention from his mother to the mad scientist, who gave him a wink before clearing his throat as he turned to address Ms. Midoriya. Rather than be reassured, Izuku instead felt his survival chances plummeting. Ms. Izuku's mother Ujiko said with a slide of his mustache and his sales voice, I understand your concerns and the position you're coming from, but I assure you that my apprentice here has done nothing wrong at all. He clapped the boy on the shoulder. Now I must admit that the serum the boy took was highly experimental, and indeed it hadn't been tested on anything, but I personally read over all the boy's notes and approved. Granted, it was after he had already used it, so if it was really dangerous I wouldn't have known until long after things went wrong, but it wasn't, and nothing went wrong, so there's no reason to even entertain the idea that he could have gruesomely died alone in his room. Watching as his mother's face grew paler every word, Izuku frantically kicked the doctor's leg, desperately trying to get him to shut up. Not that it worked, of course. Now that's not to say that it wasn't dangerous, it definitely was, but it was well within the acceptable fatality rate for standard operating procedures in the lab. He leaned forward, gesturing with his hands in a joking manner, and honestly, I mean, the kids worked with plenty of things much more dangerous than some half-baked steroids. If he was gonna die on the job, he would have done so long before now. And as I was saying before Izuku cried as he cupped his face in his hands. This was it. He knew that frozen look on his mom's face. Ujiko had doomed them both. They were dead. He had survived his serum, survived the UA exam, but was going to be killed by his mother. The room was cold, dark, and empty, almost abandoned. Countless monitors, lit with fast-flowing information since the moment they had first been installed, sat dark. Screens made to display various camera feeds stood blank. And the room that usually was the center for the entirety of Lab #B38 stood as a dark, looming monolith, entirely vacant of the countless scientists assigned to work there. All except for one man. The greatest scientific mind in the world, Daruma Ujiko. Ujiko was an old man, a very old man, and a very wise man. But that wisdom didn't come from age. He personally thought that saying was a load of shit. No, he was wise because he had learnt to be wise. He had learnt from his mistakes. He had made many mistakes in his long life, and he had learnt valuable lessons from all of them. That was why he was wise, not because of his age. So many mistakes that he just hoped he hadn't made his greatest. Sat in the middle of the dark room. In one hand he held a small rejection notice, one branded with the initials UA, the other thumbed the cold steel of his handgun. He had given everyone else the day off, Yuyara especially. She didn't have the backbone to do what was necessary. You see, that's the thing about mistakes. They creep up on you, and if you leave them be, they'll only grow into larger ones, causing you infinite more trouble down the line. He knew this especially well. After all, it was the fault of one of his mistakes that he was where he's at now. He lost his credibility, his renown, his job, decades of work, and any respect that the scientific community had for him, all because of a mistake he didn't take care of in time. There were two mistakes. The first was the original. The second and far graver mistake was that he couldn't bring himself to fix the first. He crumpled the letter in his hands. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. When someone went behind your back to do something, it stung. When someone you trusted went behind your back, it hurt. But when someone who you trust lies about how they didn't intend to do said thing anymore, and then proceeds to go behind your back and do it anyway, despite the fact that it directly contradicts everything you're working towards, well, Ujiko let out a deep breath as the doors of the room slid open, casting an illuminating light that stopped just short of his chair. Dr. Ujiko, you wanted to see me? No. The scientist dragged his gaze from the floor to the doorway, his sunken eyes looking far more sullen without his goggles to amplify them. No, I didn't want to see you here, but sadly time waits for no man, and important things have to be taken care of. Ujiko looked his chosen successor in the eye, eyes full of determination, hope, and potential, oh so much lost potential. And he leveled his gun through his coat. And suddenly the situation was identical to that fateful night, 10 months, almost a year ago. Such an odd, abrupt, and unexpected situation, all caused by a simple misunderstanding, but there was no misunderstanding this time. The apprentice and the master stared each other down. Burning determination clashed with steel-cold resolve. I've been meaning to see you. I need to tell you something. Oh. Yes. Izuku stood up straighter. I've made my decision. As his finger tightened around the trigger, Ujiko let out a heavy sigh, and did the one thing he had promised himself he'd never do again. He hesitated. I hope, for both our sakes, that it's a very good decision. Reign of Sins. 2 weeks later. Momo Yaoyorozu was a model student, at least she liked to think she was. She consistently scored in the top percentage, she always turned her work in on time, she was respectful to her teachers, and was never late to class. In fact, she was always early, 5 minutes early to be specific. But it was that last one that was currently causing her to doubt herself a bit. In all of her years of attending private school and tutoring, she had always been the first one to arrive at class, and while she hadn't expected to keep that record through her time at UA, the school was for the best of the best. After all, she had imagined that the ones to break her streak would be high-caliber students like herself. Classmates that embodied the ideal of the perfect student even better than she did. The type of classmate she could learn from and work to surpass. That was what she expected to break her perfect record, Not this train wreck. How dare you? Remove your feet from the desk immediately. You are disrespecting every hero and sidekick that graduated from this school. So what? So what? So what? Remove your feet from the desk this instant. How about you make me go on try glasses? I'll blast your effing head off. Sir, if you do not remove your feet from that desk, I swear on my honor, and everything else the dash. Everything else? That implies you're swearing on the name of God. Using the Lord's name in vain is a grave sin. Are you sure you want to keep pressing on this line of reason? I wasn't trying T-dash. Of course he wasn't, he's too much of a goody two-shoes to do anything like that. I on the other hand will press whatever the hell you're mad about, 'cause I'm not gonna let you even get the impression that I'll listen to you. You foolish imbecile. Your arrogance will be your undoing. Hey, don't ignore me. I'll have you know that the term, goody two-shoes, is an offensive and dash. Momo could only watch the absolute clusterfuck of a train wreck that was taking place in front of her, as 3 of the students Yue, the most prestigious hero school in the world, deemed fit to be at the head of the next generation of heroes, quarreled like elementary students over literally nothing at all. The red-eyed, living explosion that was Katsuki Bakugo. The prideful, orderly, and strict Tenya Ida. And the vine-haired, righteous, obsessed Ibara Shizuki. She had looked over the class registry to memorize her classmates' names and faces in advance, so she was easily able to recognize and name all 3 of them, and worse, she was able to just as easily recognize the 3 currently squabbling like children as some of the highest scorers of the entrance exam. Scores that a part of her was afraid she, a recommendation student, wouldn't be able to match. The sound of a throat being cleared behind her snapped her out of her train of thought, and she quickly realized that 1. The rest of the class had arrived without her noticing, and 2. Something had broken up the fight and had forced everyone to take a seat. Gulping, she slowly turned around to find the cold red eyes of her new homeroom teacher behind her. Needless to say, Momo quickly got to her seat. Deep breaths. She thought to herself, you've trained for this day your whole life, you've studied non-stop for over a decade, and you also read the first day's schedule to complete memorization. You are completely prepared for whatever they throw at you. Rain of sins. Momo was not prepared. Or rather, if you wanted to be picky, since her quirk made it nigh impossible for her to not be prepared, it was more that she just wasn't ready. The schedule had been very specific. Class started at 8 a.m. sharp. After a brief time to settle down, they would be taken to the auditoriums where they would give speeches to the first years starting at exactly 8:30 and would end at 9:20, after which they would be given a tour of the school, which would end at the lunchroom where everyone would eat their first meal at UA at 11, ending the first half of their day. That was what the schedule had said, a schedule their new homeroom teacher was very obviously not following in any way, shape, or form, dragging them all out onto a sports field of sorts for a self-proclaimed quirk apprehension test, one that was very much not on the schedule the school had emailed her. It wasn't all bad though. Some of the other girls in the class had proven to be very amicable. Ms. Ishido especially was extraordinarily friendly, perhaps a tad too friendly for the girls' own good. Momo corrected herself, it's Mina, not Miss Ishido. The bubbly Pinkett had pestered Momo to call her by her first name, and would undoubtedly resume her pestering in good nature if she found out Momo was still subconsciously addressing her formally. Speaking of her classmates, Momo turned her attention back to the collection of hero-to-bes in front of her. The youngest Ida had more or less given up confronting Bakugo about his behavior after Aizawa had shown up, seemingly content to default all authority to the teacher. Of course, whether or not the boy would continue to do so, when he finally realized Aizawa wasn't going to lay down the law, so to speak, was still up in the air. Ibra, on the other hand, had withdrawn to the back of the class, where she had run into another recommendation student, Shoto Todoroki, and it looked like the two were getting along well. At least, Momo thought they were getting along. The two hadn't really spoken much to each other, seemingly content to sit in a comfortable mutual silence. Now Momo may have grown up a tad isolated, without many friends, or any at all, and very little outside contact, but she wasn't that bad with social interactions, right? Then there were all the others in the class, the ones who hadn't gotten into a fight as their very first action of the school year. At least they seemed a little worried about the surprise assessment. A Quirk assessment test? A girl with shoulder-length brown hair asked in concern. Ochako Uraraka, Momo matched her face to the student roster. Yeah. Aizawa nodded. Get ready. W8. Ochako stammered. What about the introduction ceremony or counselor meetings? You all are here to learn to be heroes. Heroes, the good ones at least, don't have time for things like that. Aizawa muttered, analyzing at them coldly through the mess of bangs covering part of his eyes. UA is successful, and continues to be successful, because of the great freedom it gives to every instructor on campus. The freedom that they give to us, pro-heroes, to teach and conduct our lessons however we want. What does that mean? Momo wondered to herself. The way he had said it made her slightly uneasy for some reason. You all remember the exercises you had to do in middle school, right? Aizawa asked them. The physical tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still hasn't gotten around to standardizing those sorts of things. It's illogical. He pulled out a tablet from his pocket and tapped on a few unseen buttons that linked up with the school system. Let's just get to it. Bakugo, how far could you throw a softball in middle school? The explosive blonde smirked. Farther than anyone else in my class. Give it another go. Aizawa told him, tossing a softball at the boy casually and pointing at a circle of ground used for softball pitch. Momo watched as Bakugo scowled at the ball before reeling back and chucking it as hard as possible. 67 3/4 of a meter. The teacher said with disdain, lacing his voice. This is what the current system has held you down to, this is the limit they have stunted your growth to. He huffed and turned to address the rest of the class. The real world is a harsh and unforgiving place. You'll have to pull out every trick and every ability you have to come out on top. If you want to save people, you can't afford to limit yourself. Which is why we're doing this assessment test, the exact same as every other physical assessment you've done throughout your school years, but this time without those absurd limiters placed upon you. He held out his tablet and showed the number displayed on it. 67 meters is pathetic. It doesn't even scratch the surface of the average level heroes have to contend at, which is why you're going to be using your quirks in every way you can think of to score better on these tests. It can be through brute force or roundabout, it could even be abusing the rules of the test, it doesn't matter, the only thing that does matter is how high you can increase your scores. Are you serious? A kid with spiky red hair grinned a little nervously. That's nuts. Another teen, Mina, the pink girl that had talked to Momo in the changing room, clapped her hands together. This looks like fun. We can use our quirks all we like. Aizawa cut off their excited chatter with a glare. It looks fun, huh? The man suddenly looked a lot more serious as he glared at them. Were you planning on having a good time during these 3 years here? If that's how you feel, then you can go resign right now. A brief few moments of silence passed. No one? Good. He huffed. I'm using this test to measure your potential to become pro-heroes, and as such it's not as straightforward as it seems. This won't just be testing your physical strengths and weaknesses, but your mental strength as well, your ability to perform under pressure. So, the student who places last will be expelled. The entire class froze at that, the threat sitting heavily in the air. And it was so much more than just being expelled from the place they had worked their whole lives to get to. Any student worth their salt hadn't just applied to UA, they had applied to multiple hero schools, and had picked from the ones that accepted them. But now that the school year had started and the rosters had all been filled out, those acceptance offers had long since passed. Getting kicked now meant that they most likely wouldn't be able to get into a school until next year. And even if they, by some miracle, did still have a school with an open spot for them, an expulsion from UA, the prime hero school, on the first day, for essentially not being good enough. That would be on their record forever, and if not handled correctly, had the potential to ruin their hero career before it even began. So what? Last place gets the boot, who cares? They'd probably just be a hassle on the battlefield anyway. Bakugo snorted, breaking the stunned silence with a smug grin. The real question is, what do I get when I place at the top? No one responded. Most of the class was shocked at his arrogance. Meanwhile, Aizawa just raised an eyebrow, though whether he was impressed at the boy's determination or annoyed at his idiocy was anyone's guess. "Excuse me? I'm sorry, but what?" Bakugo turned around and found himself face to face with Momo. "I understand being proud of your own accomplishments and the effort you've put in to get to where you are. But you can't discredit the other students here. Who's to say that they haven't worked just as hard, if not harder than you?" Momo crossed her arms. "And any one of the students here could place first. It's not like you're a shoe-in." "What was that?" Bakugo stormed up to her. "You think you can beat me, Ponytail? If it comes down to it, then yes, I believe I could actually." She huffed. "Is that a challenge?" "It wasn't, but if it'll wipe that smug grin off your face, then I'll make it one." Bakugo looked taken aback for all of half a second, before his grin turned predatory, and the combination of arrogance and pride in his eyes was joined by a flame of competitiveness. "Oh really? You think just 'cause you're a recommendation student that you're hot stuff?" His grin only widened as he saw the shocked look on her face. "'Cause you're in the big leagues now, and I ain't gonna hold back because your daddy knows some rich people, I'll blow you to hell." "He knows I'm a recommendation student?" Momo narrowed her eyes at Bakugo's grin. "You mean this savage actually read the register, and all the documents sent out ahead of time? I'll have to be careful, he's more intelligent than he appears." "Go ahead, try it," she said, taking a step forward. "I guarantee you won't get very far." "Oh ho! What'd you know, little Miss Special has a backbone." "All right, I'll accept your doomed challenge," he said while letting off an explosion. "But when I win, you have to admit that I'm better than you." "Fine," Momo spat. "But if you lose, you have to respect the rest of the class and the work they put in to get here." "Sure, but only 'cause it ain't gonna happen in a million FANG years." Bakugo grinned ferally. Momo huffed haughtily. Aizawa sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "If the two of you are so concerned about showing off, why don't you both come up here and start us off? Use your quirk this time," he said as he tossed a second ball to Bakugo. "As long as you don't leave the circle, it doesn't matter what you do. Don't hold back." The teen stretched his arms for a moment as he walked into the circle. He grinned maniacally for a moment and glanced over his shoulder at Momo. "You might want to stand back, asshats." "Die." As he threw the ball, a huge explosion erupted from Katsuki's palm, blasting the ball way farther than he would have been able to throw otherwise. Mina sweat dropped at the display. "Die." Aizawa watched the gauge climb until the softball finally hit the ground again. "Before you can think about training, you need to know your uppermost limit. That's how we form the basis of your hero curriculum." He showed them the final score and the class was shocked to see how far the explosive boy had thrown it. 705.2 meters, Bakugo. Aizawa stated with the beginnings of a grin on his face. "Much better than your first attempt." Bakugo walked past Momo, a smirk on his face, and snorted at the glare she gave him before trotting back to the rest of the class. "Let's see you losers try to match that." He laughed. "I guarantee you that there ain't a single effing one of you dumbass who'll even come close t-dash." Whirling around, the blonde-haired teen saw Momo standing in the circle, her jacket off and, "Is that AF cannon?" And as Aizawa raised the tablet, displaying Momo's score. 706.2 meters, Momo. Bakugo scowled. Momo smirked. Aizawa sighed again. Rain of sins. Mineta was small, light, and bouncy, and despite what you'd think, he liked being that way. It let him sneak into hard-to-reach spots and wiggle his way into some great vantage points. But boy was it coming in especially handy today. A jumping contest? Please. There was literally a girl with a frog quirk, and just by bouncing on his grapes, he was outpacing her by 1.5 miles. He had this in the bag. Besides, he smiled to himself as he gazed down at some of his downright smokin' classmates. It would be a shame if poor little Mineta messed up his landing and wound up falling face first into some cushions. But while his mind was off in Gaga land, a whistle of steel cutting through the air and the sound of cable being reeled in was all the warning he had, before one of the babes he had been admiring just seconds before shot straight past him, causing him to flip off course. A problem that was only exacerbated when what sounded like a close-range artillery barrage went off behind him, the numerous explosions, sending him flying way off target. Unfortunately for Mineta, the only cushions he encountered were a metal wall and the hard concrete floor. Rain of sins. Man, treating a girl to a fair fight and refusing to back down, I'd say it's really manly, but... Come here, ponytail. Shut up. You're distracting me, and stop tailgating me. You're going to eat dust. Get back here, you. Kirishima watched as the creation and explosion quirk users rocketed around the racetrack, both vying to be just that much faster than the other. One with, well, copious amounts of explosions, and the other with what was technically an electric scooter, but with the engine strapped on it, was closer to a motorcycle than anything. I'm just not sure about this one, man. Aizawa sighed in agreement. Rain of sins. They do seem a little too emotionally invested in this, wouldn't you say? Ibra hummed thoughtfully. The temperature anomaly and the plant watched in silence as Bakugo flung himself into the air with his explosions, and then jettisoned himself back down, slamming into the grip tester, feet first, causing it to briefly max out before snapping in half. Momo frowned at him, before jumping with a squeal as her creation, a hydraulic press, applied a tad too much force, and shattered her device into 5 or so pieces. Ibra wrapped her vines around her gauge, squeezing hard enough for it to max out almost instantly, but with enough control to not break the device. You're not going to try to pull some abstract stunt to try to get a higher score? She questioned, glancing at Todoroki's rather modest reading. My ice isn't really applicable here, but my scores on the other tests should carry me despite 1 or 2 setbacks. I hope so. Ibra grabbed her and Shoto's devices and began walking to return them to Aizawa. You're rather pleasant to hold a conversation with. Rain of sins. The atmosphere between the two frontrunners of the physical was tense to say the least. Even Ida wasn't trying to get between the two anymore. Although, that probably had more to do with him finding another person to pester about dress code, some pink-skinned chick, than any survival instinct on his part. Momo stood shoulder to shoulder with Bakugo, both staring at the virtual scoreboard in front of them in stunned silence. Momo Yaoyorozu, 157 points. Katsuki Bakugo, 156 points. Ibara Shiozaki, 144 points. Shoto Todoroki, 125 points. She beat me? I beat him. Ha! Electric-haired boy pointed at Bakugo. After all that big talk, you got your butt handed to you by a girl. Oh really? I'm the one who got my butt handed to me. Denki shrunk back as Bakugo turned towards him with a sneer. You were 3 FING places from getting cut 17, you don't even have a place to talk, let alone say anything to me. And that goes for all of you extras. He shouted to the class. I still beat all of you shitfaces by a landslide. Y'all don't even have the FING right to open your mouth. If I hear any of you saying anything out of line, I'll drag you to the sparring ring, and we'll see who's effing laughing after that. Wait, you can't do that. Momo panicked. You said that you'd respect your classmates if I placed higher than you. You're right, and I didn't lie. He said with a sneer. But you dash. I will respect them. He turned to face the entire class. When they earn it. And you. The heiress flinched as Bakugo stormed up to her. I wasn't lying earlier either, I will be the #1 hero, so prepare yourself, Momo. He shoved his way past her. I'll surpass you before you even realize it. I am well. She stared, her words failing her as she watched the temperamental teen march off. I just wanted to keep everyone from forming petty rivalries on the first day, but I only made it worse. She pulled at her hair as the adrenaline faded, and all her actions over the past 20 minutes finally set in. That's not true. Mina popped in with a smug voice, grinning even wider when Momo looked at her in confusion. After all, he called you by your real name. Ha! Ha! Rain of sins. Bakugo scowled as he walked out of the school's gates, not in anger, mind you. No, this was just his thinking face. He had lost. He hadn't lost in a long time. He didn't like it. He sneered as an explosion erupted from his hand. What was the point of training to be strong, if you lost anyway? It made him look weak. It made him feel weak. He refused to accept that. He stared at the setting sun with determination burning in his eyes. He was finally in UA, a school that's whole purpose was to train heroes to be stronger, and he'd get stronger all right. He'd train and train until he surpassed Momo, train until he could beat her by a landslide, train until he surpassed the teachers, and one day he'd even surpass All Might himself. And so, even though he got second in the practical test, Bakugo walked out of UA that day with a smirk on his face. He was finally in UA. What could possibly stop him now? Reign of Sins. Oh, my great lord, behold, my second greatest achievement. All for one smiled as Ujiko presented his newest artwork. Apparently the doctor had come onto some new inspiration, as the beast looked very different from when he had last seen it. With a fierce snarl, the thing lumbered out of the shadows. A thick metal capsule was screwed into its head, protecting the area where the villain knew a vulnerable brain had once sat unguarded. A long tongue slithered out of a sharp beak, revealing that where once sat sharp teeth, now sat vicious canines, curved back and serrated, practically made for cutting flesh. Arms that used to be black leather were now overlaid with thick, rough scales that overlapped each other in an uneven pattern until being cut off by short but strong claws at the end of each finger. But the most attention-grabbing addition was the long, thick, serpentine tail that flicked back and forth behind the creature, its tip adorned with a wicked bone spike almost half a foot long. But something else caught his attention. Only your second greatest, Ujiko? The mad scientist's grin twisted as he began cackling softly at the question, before quickly doubling over in howls of mad laughter. Indeed, master, only my second, and I am overjoyed to present to you my greatest creation. The one who helped make this great beast possible. His eyes widened in a crazed gaze, and threw his arms out to the sides with insane laughter. BWHGNHWNEWNWAWA. My official successor and magnum opus. A hologram flickered to life next to Ujiko, showing a life-sized picture of a certain green-haired teen in a lab coat. Izuku Midoriya. Event. Break. Note, this should be a plus sign, but FF.N sometimes doesn't like to display them. Down the rabbit hole. Starts with Izuku walking down the street immediately after All Might shot down his dream. Stumbles upon the Sludgeville attack. Sees heroes not doing anything because their quirks aren't the right kind. Confronted by Bakugo. Realization, it all boils down to quirks, but what are quirks? Starts looking for what quirks are, can't find answers. Looks for people, stumbles on an old record of Dr. Ujiko's work on quirks but can't find anything else on the man. Literally runs into Kurogyari at the market, Misty Boy was looking for some cleaning supplies, and drops his phone and book on the ground. Kurogyari sees Deku was looking up information on Dr. Ujiko and was carrying an advanced quirk theory book, thinks he's one of the doctor's assistants who doesn't know the route to the new lab, gives him directions. Deku goes to lab, finds it's walled off, but is determined to get in. I'll never be a hero if I can't even get over a wall. Knocks on big door. Dr. Ujiko answers thinking it's Kurogyari again. Moment of awkward silence, confused for Dia, scared shitless for Deku. Ujiko goes to close door. Wait. More silence. IWW. Spit it out, boy. What is a quirk? Dek explains situation. Ujiko, this in understanding, closes door. Moment passes, reopens door, tells Dek to come in, wants to turn him over to AFO, figures he's with the police or something. Izuku overhears two assistants arguing over a theory. Ujiko is going to tell them they're both wrong, but Dek beats him to the punch. Ujiko is intrigued, asks Dek about human abilities and quirks, resilient and stuff, gives Deku a quick quiz. Dek passes, barely, but that's very good, 'cause all of Ujiko's assistants failed, tells Dek to meet him back here in 3 days' time, searches for info on him in the meantime. B but wait, what's a quirk? I'll tell you when I think you deserve it. Deku goes home, reflects on life. Thinks a bit about All Might, I need to stop running away, no one believes in me, etc. Mom knocks on door. Talk with mother, She says she wants to know what's going on. Explains his desire to know what quirks really are. Mother says sorry for all those years ago, and that she'll support him 100% in everything, gives him an old photo of their family. Deku looks at AM poster, has realization. Takes down AM poster, puts up photo put this later, but with orphanage and Fujiko photos as well. Time to get to work. Time skip. Fujiko is frustrated. This kid had no real records, was really suspicious, but it's because he's done nothing in his life. No criminal record, no job, no scholarships. Decides to see where it goes. Even if he is with the cops, it's not like some kid could do anything. We're standing in the middle of a facility full of Nomu. Izuku goes back to lab. Fujiko Izuku, a simple written exam. Goes in depth on not just genetics but biology in general and even chemistry, something Izuku is less prepared for. The doctor does this not to actually test him, but to monitor his brainwaves and scan him for any trackers tracking quirks. Lots of thinking, lots of brain activity. Fujiko thoroughly questions him about his intentions while the paper is scanned and graded, with a Nomu that has a lie detector quirk is hidden nearby. Izuku tells him about being quirkless and no one believing in him. Fujiko has flashback to no one believing his singularity theory. Test is graded, he barely passes by a single point. Fujiko is surprised, he had thought Deku would fail completely, decides to do something unexpected. Why are you acting all moppy? I did terrible on the test, so? Real life isn't like that nonsense they teach you in school. It's either you succeed and get the job done or you don't, no in between. And you passed, doesn't matter by how much. It doesn't matter that no one believed in you, you can still do great things, even though I don't have a quirk. Of course, Arlie, young Mr. Midoriya, do you know why it doesn't matter if you have a quirk? It's because what quirks truly are, is clay. Quirks are clay that we scientists must shape to create our art. A slippery slope. Izuku is hired on by Dr. Ujiko as an assistant, compromised to being official successor. It pays very well. Izuku explains how well job pays to his mom. They no longer have to worry about bills. She agrees to let Izuku keep job and accept slipping grades, as long as you don't fail any classes. Dr. Intermission. At meeting argues with Tamura, my creations are for Ofa, not you. He is a genius of unrivaled potential, a man with power unmatched. You are nothing but a spoiled brat. How dare you? Go ahead, kill me and you'll never get a single piece of my research. FO sends Tamura off to calm down, has chat with Ujiko. The doctor doesn't think Tamura is worthy of being his successor. FO admits Tamura has a long way to go, but he has potential, and that's what matters most in the long run. Small speech on how people always choose what's best in the moment and lose in the long run. Ujiko doesn't seem convinced. If you can't believe in him, trust in my judgment. Doctor says he'll trust in AFO, but that until Tamura grows into this potential, he doesn't want anything to do with him. Of course, you and your art will be kept far away from the conflict and heroes. Only your finished pieces will be put on display for the world to see. FO ends call. Ujiko thinks about how Izuku said he wanted to be a hero. Poor kid just wanted to help people, although perhaps it's for the best he wasn't be able to be one. If I teach him well and he learns as fast as he seems to, then he'll be a vital component to creating my magnum opus nusmus. Ujiko's giving Deku a tour of the facility. Doctor tells Izuku the Nomu are made of vat-grown human bodies. They can't think a thought on their own. Izuku asks what they'll be used for. Think Ujiko, you're a genius capable of stringing different quirks into a giant super beast. You can find a perfectly reasonable explanation for having living weapons being produced in an underground bunker, and mass. Doctor explains the Nomu are planned to be used to do menial labor, things like debris clearing, construction work, firefighting, and rescue work. Izuku starts being taught in the lab, often learning hands-on while helping operate on the Nomu. Yara gives him one of those lab mask things. Important. Don't forget. Needed later. Small time skip, 2 weeks. Bakugo notices something weird about Deku. He'd been acting really strange here recently, so Bakugo trailed him after school one day. He went home, dropped off his bag and then went to some weird but building in the rats but of FNG nowhere. This continued for a week and Bakugo decides to corner Deku and make him spill. Izuku heads to lab, gets caught out by Bakugo. Bakugo demands answers, Izuku refuses to give them. Bakugo's about to attack Izuku. Who do you think you are, you quirkless nobody, before, and who do you think you are? Ujiko comes out of nowhere. All your racket is disturbing my and my workers' research, you're on my property, now scram. Bakugo tells him to scram while using some explosions, the doctor observes this. If you really think you can intimidate me with some sparkling sweat you have another thing coming, all I have to do is drop a bottle of baby powder on your head and you'll be more useless than a lifeguard at the Olympics. If that is what the Gen of Heroes is like, then I'm glad I don't have anything to do with them. Izuku thanks Ujiko profusely. Doctor says he was just tired of all the noise. Quick flashback of people laughing at his Quirk singularity theory. Besides, I don't much care for bullies, they're just cowards too afraid to actually be a villain. Time skip. Izuku finds Ujiko working on high-end, it's my latest masterpiece. Well, it will be when it's finished. Explains its many different quirks and how difficult it is to get them all to collaborate. They have to all be in the same field of quirk. Being able to have super strength and shock absorption works because they both improve physical characteristics, but if you wanted to have him turn into a puddle and shoot lightning well, that's a lot more difficult. Helps Ujiko with high-end. What about things that aren't exactly quirks, like engineering him to have denser muscle mass, denser bones, claws, or leather skin? There are plenty of ways to make something strong without a quirk. Looked all this up, 'cause he was quirkless. Ujiko just stares at Izuku for a few moments, then goes to sit down and pinches the bridge of his nose. That would work. Why didn't I think of that before? He'd been working on my creations for decades, I was stuck on trying to string quirks together for years, and all this time I could have. Stands up, he points at Izuku, drags Izuku to an empty room with a desk, sits him down. Stay here, don't move. Comes back with a cart full of books and a tablet. There are 300 books on this cart, and another 500 on the tablet. Read them and report back to me next Monday, you're getting a raise, no scratch that, you're getting a promotion. But I've only been here for T2M months. Exactly, and you're already more competent than literally every other person I have in this building. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to set up an industry-wide meeting, where I yell at everyone for failing to realize something so simple for so long. Deck starts reading. Pulls out unsuspecting cardboard box from bottom. Contains a bunch of classified files dug up by All for One and given to Ujiko for research. Schemes past CIA files detailing the Silver Order, old quirkless extremist group, reference to other FIC. Finds a pre-quirk binder full of experimental government files from the Cold War. Starts reading up on the super soldier theory. Starts working on non-quirk boosters. Deck gets a meeting with Doc. And stop stuttering, it's pissing me off. If you're going to be a true man of science, you need to present your art to the world with a clear, confident voice. So no more stuttering. Oh, and remember, the best way to impress someone is to make your statement big, loud, and most importantly, memorable. Izuku coins idea of super soldier stuff to Ujiko with small presentation, theories, examples, speculation, etc. Now this is why I took you on. Ujiko approves of it and gives Deck a section of the lab and several assistants to work with, doesn't know he wants to use it on himself? Rehash later? Time skip to day before entrance exam. Deck holds up finished product. It's so small, but holds so much hope. Maybe add below, check how long, till deadline. Serum takes 12 hours to activate. Wakes up and feels sore but good. Taller, buffer, to the level he was in canon. Much stronger, faster reflexes, better vision, etc. Time to do this. Yara funds empty room, realizes what happened. A test of strength, not of character. Goes to take entrance exam, calls into lab saying he won't be able to go in today. Takes deep breath to calm himself. Doesn't fall over, doesn't meet you. Deck and Bach see each other? If so, Bach ignores him. Gets written exam, asks, am I missing the second part of this? Physical test starts, ignore Ida. Runs into three-pointer, has realization, I don't know how to fight. Fight thing. Hey Izuku dodging and running from the robot's attacks. Sees a hatch on back of head, jumps and gets it off, pulls out all wires. 15 minutes. Manages to hotwire rocket launcher. 10 minutes. 0 pointer pops up, only way I'm getting in is if I do something really impressive in the next 3 minutes. Remember, the best way to impress someone is to make your statement big, loud, and most importantly, memorable. Uses RL and robot generators to make a really big bomb, blows the base out of a skyscraper and drops it on ZPT. Stands on top of ZPT to make sure judges knew it was him. Feels surprisingly confident. Goes back to lab. Yara warns Ujiko, but Ujiko misses point, add comedy. So what did you do with your day off? You'll see. Fails entry exam. All Might starts talks with Nizu, give the kid another shot. Is caught up in political tape. Dek finds charity booth at mall. Meets Flora, quirkless and took entrance exam year prior. No matter what happens, you gotta keep moving forward. You'll never help anyone just by sitting still. Besides, there's still a lot of people you can help even without becoming a pro. Gives flyer to Dek about quirkless children orphanage. Izuku goes back to lab and sits at workstation, thinking about what Flora said. What are you doing, kid? Advancements aren't made by slacking off. Ujiko learns Izuku took UA entrance exam, and that he wanted to surprise him when he passed using his research. Gulps at very precarious situation, mind flying at ways he may have to remove the boy, before Izuku assures him he doesn't want to be a hero. Cheers Dek up. Let's just put it behind us. Ujiko and Deku double down working on high end. You coming, kid? Yeah, just let me do something first real quick. Sits down and writes a huge check to the orphanage. Time skip. Bakugo intermission, first day of school. Bak and Momo introduced to one another. Bicker, rivalry, etc. Bak forms rivalry with Momo, because Izuku isn't there in this timeline. Ibarba Vababab, gotta do something with her, throw at Shoto for now. No one likes talking, maybe can eventually help deal with father's expectations? But not till after tournament, for obvious reasons. Bak do be smug, what could possibly stop him now? Dr. Ujiko presents anti-AM Nomo, significantly stronger than he was in canon, to All for One, as well as his new successor, Izuku finally accepting. Izuku was ecstatic. Ever since he had accepted the doctor's offer, and officially became his successor, it had been almost as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Instead of chasing an old dream that he wasn't even sure that he wanted anymore, pushing himself to halfway dead, he was finally back to doing something he had passion for. He was back to trying to solve his question. He was researching quirks again. Well, that was what he was doing in his free time at least. Ujiko had assigned him to begin researching the interactions of quirks in Nomus. Both to see if they could find a way around quirk rejection, and to see if it was possible to give Nomu quirks after they were already made. It's the main reason this lab was built after all. Ujiko had said with a cheery smile. Given full authority over an entire wing of the lab, researching something that he had a great passion for, while also being in a constructive environment that he felt at home in. Izuku could say with full honesty that this was the first time he'd been happy, truly happy in a long time. And it was all thanks to Dr. Ujiko, the man that had helped him finally move on from his childhood. Unfortunately for the young boy, there were forces at play that he couldn't have possibly known of, and that happiness, that precious happiness, was about to be stolen before it even had a chance to truly set in. In a dark room, far beneath Tokyo, All for One contacted Dr. Ujiko, and gave him a proposition, one that the horrified doctor wasn't allowed to refuse. Rain of sins. The next day. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. The wheels on the bus go round and round, through the town. It was boring, monotonous. That was what Momo had come to expect from her past experiences on bus rides. Oh, she never rode the bus to school, mind you, but occasionally they went on school trips and offered buses if the parents were too busy to drive their kid around in the middle of the day. The few occasions that she had been on her school's buses, it had been a rather disappointing experience. Everyone got their own cushioned seat and sat in silence on their phones. There was little to no chatter, and the only thing Momo had done the entire time was stare out the window and watch the scenery pass by, singing that old children's song in her head. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Now obviously she had expected there to be some differences between the buses at her old school and this one. Partially due to her old school being a private school, and partially due to UA being, well, UA. But she hadn't imagined it would be like this. Mina and Toru were chatting back and forth about hero costumes. Jiro and Tokoyami were in a heated debate over which heavy rock band was better. Aoyama was sparkling in the corner. Or whatever it was he did. Ibra and Todoroki were having a muted discussion about hero agencies. And the bros, as they called themselves, of Kirishima and Kaminari were laughing their butts off at Mineta's attempt to be suave and stuck the girls. It was loud, it was boisterous, it was chaos. But while the logical side of her mind told her she should be affronted, she absolutely loved it. Of course she wasn't entirely sure why she liked it so much, but she was almost certain it had to do with just how alive it all felt. Of course, she couldn't say she loved all of it. You'd better be planning up some really FING good plans, because unless you pull out the same level of bullshit you did before, I'm gonna destroy you at the USJ. Momo sighed and glanced at her class vice president and self-proclaimed rival, Katsuki Bakugo. He had taken her standing up to him on the first day as some form of challenge, which to an extent it was, but he had also apparently taken it as some form of declaration of rivalry from her. Now while there wasn't anything wrong with some friendly competition, the problem was that he wouldn't let it go. Who did better on the practicals? Who got the higher score on a quiz? Who was first to class? He had gloated to her about beating her to class. And it hadn't even been a week. His sheer competitiveness was driving her up a wall. And I'd made them stay together on the F-bus. She'd just have to continue to do what she'd been doing all week, keep her composure, and respond with the dignity a lady of her stature should have. I am fully confident in my abilities, she said, staring straight ahead, and I am sure that we will all perform admirably at the USJ facility. Peace, you sure as hell didn't sound fully confident when I had to save your fat butt yesterday. Hey. Momo promptly forgot proper behavior and slapped him in the arm, blushing a deep red, partially because of his comment about her rear, and partially in embarrassment as she remembered the previous day's events. Momo was panicking. Just earlier that day they'd been having elections to see who the class president would be, and, to Bakugo's annoyance, Momo had won by a landslide. Unfortunately no one had gained enough votes to be vice president, so they decided to reconvene after lunch, but that wasn't important right now. By voting for her, her classmates had said they trusted her ability to handle situations and to represent the class to her best ability. They had said that they believed in her judgment, and believed she was the best possible choice to lead her class in any crisis situation. Well, she certainly didn't feel like the best choice right now. Smushed up against the cafeteria window, Momo had managed to identify that it was just the press, not any villains, but was unable to free herself from the crowd of panicking students. The crisis alarm had sounded, and all the students had panicked and all ran as fast as they could to the nearest exit, dragging her along with them in their rush. Please, get off me. Momo winced in pain as her leg was bent in a way it shouldn't have been able to. Please, everyone calm down. It's just the press. Please, I need to dash. But before she could finish, something grabbed around her arm tightly and yanked her backwards, pulling her roughly through the crowd until she was deposited onto a table. Spinning in anger, she came face to face with Bakugo? Hey Momo, gimme a megaphone. Waff. She stared at him in bewilderment. Megaphone? One of the really effing loud things. He snapped his fingers in her face. Give me one. Oh. Understanding dawned on her as she quickly recalled the necessary atomic makeup of the materials, and raised her shirt to activate her quirk. Etwai. Bakugo barked with a blush as he looked away, grabbing her shirt and pulling it back down. What the F are you doing? Using my quirk. She smacked his hand away and raised her shirt again to expose her belly. I have to have skin exposed so it doesn't get caught under my clothes. She huffed and, with a flash of glittery light, she tossed him a brand new megaphone. It's not a villain attack, by the way, she told him as he caught it. The press broke past the main gate and tripped the alarm. Bakugo held the device in one hand, not liking at all the fact that it was still warm. But he nodded at her words, and sneered as they registered in his head. FING extras can't even do their DMN job right. After turning the device over once or twice, he raised it to his mouth, and then raised his other hand in the air. The entire cafeteria spun around in terror as a huge F explosion shook the entire building, freezing as they saw the furious-looking blonde standing tall on a table. "Listen up, all you F idiots," he yelled through the megaphone. "I thought you were supposed to be F heroes. Stop running around like chickens with your F heads cut off. It's not even an attack, it's just the F media, so get your sheet together, or I'll kill you before any demon villain gets the chance to." Flashback in. Bakugo had been voted as vice president later that day, and had gloated that it was only a matter of time before he took her FANG job as well. A statement she had smugly noticed he'd stopped shouting when she introduced him to the wonders of paperwork. It was nice to have the doofus be put in his place every once in a while. Oh dear God, please don't tell her his stupid over-competitiveness was rubbing off on her. Shaking her head, Momo pushed those worrying thoughts from her mind, and stood from her seat as the bus arrived at its destination. Pushing past, and shutting up, a still bragging Bakugo, as she dragged him to the front to take roll as everyone exited the bus, and do other, student president, stuff. The USJ would be easy, she had to deal with Bakugo and Mineta on a daily basis. Nothing the teachers put in here could be any more psychologically challenging than that. That statement would be challenged, after literally not even 3 steps into the building. Momo stared down the stairs in front of her as Aizawa devolved into a vicious melee with the large group of villains. Luckily most of them were just 2-bit thugs, but there were a few that could hold their own for a while, most concerning of which was the leader of the small army, some guy with chopped off hands all over him. While Aizawa could have easily taken him in a one-on-one, the constant swarm of crooks and gangsters meant that the hero had to continuously be moving his quirk from person to person, which meant that he couldn't nullify the leader's quirk all the time. And while that might not be such a big deal for a normal enemy, when your opponent has a disintegration quirk, it only takes one sneaky blow to deal massive damage. That which several deep wounds on Aizawa's back could attest to. FNGBSRD. I'll kill him. Bakugo roared as he leapt forward. No! Momo shouted as she grabbed the blonde by the arm and pulled him back. Aizawa is a pro hero. He's trained to deal with situations like this. We're not. We'll just get in his way. The best thing for us to do is get back to UA and get the other teachers. It's the best way we can help. She gave him a weak smile as he stopped struggling and gave her a glare, understanding her logic, but still not liking it. An astute observation, young one. Kurogyari chuckled as he appeared behind them, causing the whole class to jump in fear. But unfortunately, you won't be going anywhere, well, not anywhere of importance at least. You're not going to lay a finger on them. Kurogyari's attention shifted from the students to their caretaker, as 13 ran forward, shielding the class behind herself. But Momo didn't manage to catch what happened next between the pro and the villain, because as soon as the mist man was distracted by 13, with his eyes off them, Bakugo took his shot and lunged for him. Unfortunately, this had the side effect of dragging Momo, who was still holding onto his arm, along with him. And unfortunately, X2, the unexpected extra weight on his right side, caused Bakugo to miss, drawing all attention to them and giving the villain an obvious opportunity to counterattack. Well, Momo tried to cheer herself up as the purple-black mist rushed at them from all sides. At least this can't get much worse. Unfortunately, X3, this was the single worst thing she could have thought to herself. Rain of sins. Izuku hummed to himself as he patted himself over one last time to make sure he had everything he needed for the trip. Dr. Ejiko had messaged him this morning about an urgent assignment, which was a bit odd since the good doctor always either gave these out face-to-face or extremely rarely by video call. He liked to see people when telling them important things. Further adding to the oddness was the overly formal vocabulary used in the text. Ujiko never called him Midoriya, it was always kid, Izuku, or occasionally imbecile, when Izuku did something really stupid, like setting a room on fire. But this just contributed to Izuku's theory that he must have just been abnormally busy today. The old scientist worked in strange ways after all. The assignment was simple: take the big Nomu that he and Izuku had been working on, and escort it to a different facility for some specialized tests. A teleporter would be arriving shortly to transport them, but Izuku needed to be there, both to keep the Nomu in line, and to provide his input during the test procedures at the lab. It would have been useful if Ujiko had told him what type of tests they would be running, so he could take exactly what he needed, instead of bogging himself down with everything he could. Well, it wasn't really himself that was bogged down. He had thrown a bunch of bags together with the really heavy stuff, and made Jeremy carry them. Yes, Jeremy. It was what he and Yuyara had jokingly taken to calling the terrifying Nomu. But don't let Ujiko know they were calling his masterpiece that. Actually, there were a lot of things they probably shouldn't tell Ujiko, like the fact they occasionally fed Jeremy table scraps, or that he really liked sugared strawberries. You ready to go, boy? Izuku asked rhetorically as he rummaged through the bag, not really expecting any real answer. Mlelm. The terrifying beast made a very not terrifying sound as its tongue flicked out and snatched another strawberry from the tray. Izuku chuckled and closed the last bag after confirming everything was in order, letting himself relax. Now all he had to do was wait, and apparently not even for that long. Mr. Kurogyri. Izuku cheered as the mist man teleported into the room. It's been so long. I almost didn't recognize you. Ah, Mr. Midoriya, the mist hummed after raking his brain for a name. It has been a while, hasn't it? It's good to see you again. Sorry for being late. I haven't been feeling very well recently, and it's been affecting my quirk. My teleportations have recently been a bit off target. Oh, don't worry, Izuku said with a laugh and a smile. What's the worst that could go wrong? Unfortunately, X4, this was, in fact, the single worst thing Izuku could have possibly said. And unknown to the young man, Kurogyri would drop him exactly on target. All Might, it's truly a pleasure to see you again. And Naitai? The deflated number 1 hero stared at his former partner in slack-jawed shock, before shaking his head and attempting to regather his composure. Of all the people he expected to run into in the UA hallways, Night Eye was not one of them. What are you doing at UA? I thought you were flooded with work. At least that's what you always said when I tried to call you. The Yakuza investigation has recently hit a bit of a stonewall, so I decided to leave my sidekicks in charge for a while I catch up on some long overdue personal things. Night Eye sighed and massaged his temple, but I could ask the same thing of you. Aren't you supposed to be at the USJ facility right now? They had a whole publicity ad in the paper about it. Yes, actually, I was supposed to teach a class there today, and I was looking forward to it as well. I've saved my time limit today and everything. All Might huffed and crossed his arms, but Niza decided to backtrack and called me for a meeting with him just as I was getting ready to leave. Niza being a cryptic pain in the butt? I guess some things never change. The two chuckled at the joke before descending into a somewhat awkward silence. Speaking of old times, how are you holding up? Night Eye questioned, and did you ever manage to find someone you think is good enough for your master's quirk? I'm holding up, but I've definitely been better. All Might sighed. It feels like my time keeps getting shorter and shorter, but the things I need to do keep increasing. As for my successor. He chuckled as he scratched the back of his neck, the image of a green-haired boy flashing in his mind. I'm actually going to be bringing that up with Nizu while I talk to him. Good for you. The two lapsed into another silence as they walked through the school's winding maze of hallways, eventually arriving in front of Nizu's office. All Might gave his old partner an awkward nod goodbye and reached for the handle, but before he could open the door, Night Eye spoke up. Say All Might. He glanced away, unable to look his friend in the eye. I know how difficult Nizu can be sometimes. Do you want me to come in to back you up? For you, old friend? Tashinori smiled, letting out tension he'd been holding, and looking relaxed for the first time since they started talking. You don't even have to ask. Rain of sins. Izuku blinked as he stared up at dark storm clouds. Wait, clouds? That wasn't right. He was supposed to be inside a lab. The ceiling was inside, the clouds wasn't inside, especially rain clouds. Clouds inside? Hee hee, that was funny, it must be dream. Got a nice d. Are they dumb? A deafening thunder crack caused him to shoot up in panic, eyes flying open, and all fogginess fleeing from his mind. He immediately cringed, his body protesting the sudden movement, and aching as if he had been hit with a sledgehammer all along his sides. It begged him to stay still, something that was difficult to do on account of the freezing rain soaking him to the bone, causing him to shiver like a popsicle. Izuku pushed himself up with a groan, almost losing his footing as the unstable ground began to give out beneath his feet. Once he was standing, he brushed his soggy hair out of his eyes, and wiped off his hands on his coat before taking stock of his situation. He seemed to be in an abandoned city of sorts. The concrete buildings were in various states of disrepair, with several of them collapsed either partially or completely, including the remains he was currently standing on. And the thing was smack dab in the middle of one of the worst storms Izuku had ever seen. Thinking back, he remembered walking into Mr. Kurogiri's portal, and then falling. The small two-story building he'd landed on must have already had a good number done to it by the storm for his weight to cause the thing to collapse. But wait, if he landed here instead of the lab, then where? You. The scientist cupped his hands to his face and screamed as loud as he could into the rain, "Jeremy! Hey, where are you?" But the only response he got was the flash of lightning and the roll of thunder. Shit. Jeremy, the highly classified and dubiously legal science experiment, was loose in public. Taking one last look around from his vantage point, Izuku jumped from the rubble to the hard concrete street, and began marching into the storm, his coat billowing behind him. Rain of sins. Sheet. Momo cursed under her breath. Hey, quit trying to copy me. I already said that. Shut up, Bakugo. Now isn't the time. Exactly. So less moping and more blasting. Bakugo punctuated his last word with a vicious explosion, sending a thug flying. The two of them had been deposited on the top of the mountain zone, and the two of them had immediately sprung into an argument. Momo was tearing into Bakugo about being reckless, and Bakugo was livid at Momo for ruining his shot at stopping the villain while he was distracted. And of course, when the two of them were distracted with one another, and couldn't be any further off their game, they were ambushed by a group of villains. Luckily, most of them were relatively weak street thugs, but the sheer number of them was quickly becoming a problem. Momo spun her steel pole, catching a crowbar on it and deflecting it to the side. But before she could follow up with the back end of her pole and knock out her newly overextended opponent, she was forced to hop backwards to avoid a bat being swung by a second criminal, and then duck to avoid the fist of a third. She trusted the tip of her staff into the jaw of her latest attacker, knocking him back and giving her room to stand again, but she quickly encountered the same problem again. Other villains forced her to back off before she could finish off the one she was engaging. Bakugo was better off in that regard. He could knock out his attackers with a well-placed explosion, or even just a sufficiently powerful one, if he didn't have time for pinpoint accuracy. But even then, he only had 2 hands to shoot explosions, and the mass of bodies was slowly pushing him back as well. Before long, the 2 students found themselves standing back to back, surrounded on all sides by attackers. Out from the crowd stepped a giant of a man, easily hitting 7 feet tall, with a bald head, a knife scar over his face, thick facial hair, and absolutely jacked with muscles. Well, little heroes, the man spoke in a deep booming voice that matched his appearance. It seems we have you quite outmatched. Why don't you just surrender and make this easier for all of us? Why don't you choke on that shitty but mustache of yours and die? Bakugo spat. The leader of the group, for who else could he be, laughed a deep bellow of a laugh. Say, I'll tell you what, kid, I like your spunk. You remind me of myself when I was your age, and you've got quite the pretty catch there with ya, so I'ma make you a deal. He held out his hand. Hand over the little princess you've got with you, and I'll let you go. Me and my boys will have some fun, and you'll be free to wander off. The villain laughed at the shocked expression on the blonde's face. Hell, Yvonne, you can stay and have a go with her. Front of the line. After me, of course. Momo froze as her brain registered the words, a form of abject horror mounting in her gut. Bakugo wasn't sure, but surely he wouldn't. PSS off a-hole. If anyone should be giving out surrender terms, it's me. Momo let out a breath of relief, her terror reducing to more manageable levels. Bakugo might have been a headache at times, but he wasn't that type of guy. An egotistical but he wouldn't stab her in the back or force himself on a woman. These gang members, on the other hand. Shame, and here I was honestly hoping you'd be smarter than I was at your age. The giant sighed and shook his head. All right, men, teach 'em who they're dealing with. But try not to rough the girlie up too much, if you can help it. He smiled cruelly. Wouldn't want to play with a broken toy after this is over, now would we? The criminals chuckled amongst themselves and began to draw closer, shrinking the circle and tightening the noose. Bakugo growled and prepared to throw himself into combat when he felt something get pushed into the palm of his hand. Put these on, Momo whispered to him. Put them on, and then blast the ground as hard as you can. Quickly! The villains charged at them, and Bakugo scowled, but didn't rush to meet them. Instead he followed Momo, quickly putting on what she'd given him, a bandana and plastic goggles? Whatever. He stretched his arms outward in front of him, tilted down, braced himself, gritted his teeth, and the explosion hurt. He hadn't put so much force in it that he genuinely injured himself. He still had to fight after all. But Momo had said she'd wanted his biggest explosion, so that was what he'd given her. He definitely had first-degree burns all over his hands, maybe even some small second-degree ones spotted on his palms. He would definitely be needing some salve after this. But his classmates' plan quickly became apparent as the force of his explosion hitting the dry, rocky ground kicked up an absolute monster of a dust cloud. The dust filled the air, obscuring vision, getting in the villains' eyes, and causing them to hack and cough as they inhaled it. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Momo, who had on goggles and bandanas, were mostly unaffected. With a nod to each other, the two rushed forward in wordless communication, Momo attacking swiftly and brutally with her pole, and Bakugo throwing himself forward in a whirlwind of explosions and striking limbs. With the villains blind and unable to coordinate with each other, they were made short work of. Within a minute and a half, the dust cloud had dissipated, and the group of 20-some-odd thugs lay unconscious on the ground. Well, that worked better than I anticipated. Momo sighed as she pulled down her bandana, letting her shoulders slump in relief now that the threat of her being, that was out of the way. Better than anticipated? Bakugo laughed as he tore off his facial gear to reveal a cocky grin. Please, that was a great FA plan. Course it was only great and even possible at all, because you had me here to carry your butt. Momo sighed at Bakugo's bragging, but smiled at the growing familiarity of it. Bakugo. Thank you for not turning me over. She smiled at him. Bakugo seemed taken aback by her sincerity, but before he could respond, he was tackled to the side by a large object. The gang leader threw himself onto Bakugo, using his weight and momentum to stab down with a large combat knife, digging the blade deep into the blonde's shoulder. The two quickly descended into a vicious grapple, with the villain trying to drag the student close enough to the cliff to toss him off the edge, and when he failed to get the last few feet, he tried to pull out his knife for a lethal bow, all the while Bakugo barraged him with close-range explosions and every punch and kick he could land. After catching a particularly brutal punch with his jaw, the giant of a man let out a livid roar before grabbing Bakugo by the hair and slamming his head into the stone. The blow dazed him long enough for the man to grab the knife handle and rip the blade free, lifting it up and over the explosion user's head. But before he could bring it down, a large net made of steel cables coiled around him, trapping his arms and zapping him with the charge of a taser. And while it wasn't enough to subdue the beast of a man, it bought enough time for Bakugo to recover. And with a vicious roar, he brought up both of his legs and slammed them into the man's chest, knocking the giant off him and tipping him over the edge of the cliff. Peeking his head over the edge, Bakugo watched the man tumble down the rocky slope before landing on a stone outcropping hard enough to crack the ground. The villain shifted, weakly struggling against his binds, but didn't move. Bakugo snorted, served him right. Turning his head at the sound of quickly approaching footsteps, he found his vision obscured by a much prettier face to look at least in comparison to the ugly mug that had been filling it for the past minute. Bakugo huffed as Momo began to panic, dropping her net launcher on the ground before using her quirk to produce bandages and trying to tend to his injuries. He sat up and grumbled, but more or less let her continue without any real resistance. "Thanks," he muttered through gritted teeth as she sprayed disinfectant on and bandaged the large bleeding gash on the back of his head, having finally finished with his shoulder. "But don't think this is some sort of standard. Just watch, I won't owe you by the end of the FNG week." "Owe me?" Momo paused her basic medical aid and gave him a confused look. "Yeah, you saved my butt." Bakugo crossed his arms. "So I owe you one. I don't like owing people, so I'll find a way to make it up to you by the end of the week." She stared at him with confusion before shaking her head and laughing softly. "You don't owe me anything, it's just what friends do." Boo dash. Besides, she shushed him. "Remember back when we were surrounded? You really saved me there, so if anything we're even." Momo stood up and offered her hand to help pull him up. "Deal?" Bakugo stared at her for a long moment, before grinning and grabbing her hand. "Deal." Rain of Sins. Izuku stared at the scene in front of him, something that looked like it had been ripped straight out of a horror movie, with wide eyes full of terror. A midnight black monster, made of what could only be physical strands of shadow, screeched a blood-curdling roar as it threw itself headfirst into a bloodbath. The unholy monstrosity, the size of a bus, absolutely massacred the villains attacking it. Real, actual villains who attacked with guns and various illegal counterfeits and lethal bastardizations of old hero gear. They rushed it from every side, attacking without mercy, but the thing didn't care, it slaughtered them. Several shadowy tendrils whipped out and struck some villains center mass, sending them flying into concrete walls. Another villain proved to be too slow, and was crushed beneath the weight of the demon's leg, while its arm ripped a nearby lamppost out of the ground and hurled it at a fleeing group of humans. The remaining villains, seeing that it wouldn't let them run away, doubled down and attacked the creature with even more vigor. The monster didn't even flinch as the second wave rushed it. Instead it responded by rearing back its head and letting loose a battle cry that challenged the storm itself, drowning out the wind, rain, and thunder with one thing: pure, unadulterated rage. Forcing his eyes shut, Izuku ducked back behind the crumbled remains of the building he was hiding behind. He tried to focus on the rain pelting him, on the howling wind and crashing thunder. He tried to lose himself in the force of nature that was the storm, trying to distract himself from the sounds of combat and cries of pain that filled the city. Except, this storm wasn't really a force of nature, was it? Slowly opening his eyes, he looked down to the street, and the large yellow arrow on it, with black words written in bold on its interior. The downpour zone. Emergency exit this way. The scientist let his eyes slide close again, and shivered, this time not because of the cold. He was in the unforeseen simulation joint facility. The USJ never used live weapons in any of their exercises, which meant this was an actual, genuine villain attack on UA, and that meant. Izuku peeked out from behind his cover and took another look at the combat. One villain, particularly brave, desperate, or stupid, it didn't matter, launched herself at the shadow demon, attempting to spear it in the eye with her weapon. But the beast's clawed hand shot up, grabbed her tight enough to cause her to cry out in pain, and then reeled back and flung her into a nearby building. The concrete wall shattered beneath the pressure, the woman flying straight through it and slamming into the floor, before the building gave out and collapsed on top of her. The other villains froze, staring in shock at the scene that just played out before them. The beast of shadow turned its head back towards them, its ghostly yellow eyes burning with wrath. Izuku ducked back behind the rubble, breathing heavily in panic. That monstrous thing was a hero in training. And he was stuck directly in the middle of everything. Rain fell from the heavens like a heavy sheet. Lighting crashed as if it were an instrument of holy rage. And Izuku ran as if his life depended on it, because in light of recent developments, that it quite possibly could. Izuku heaved as he tore his way down the ruined back alleyways of the broken city, his feet pounding on the slick concrete and splashing in the many puddles. He knocked over trash cans and dragged himself over flooded dumpsters and wet rubble, without a care for the noise he made or his own health, often cutting his hands and clothes on the sharp rocks and jagged metal. That thing had seen him. It was only for a split second, as the scientist was sneaking away from the fighting. But right before he slipped behind the last corner and completely out of sight, he had sent one last glance over his shoulder and saw that those blazing yellow eyes had locked directly onto him. And he immediately took off in a dead sprint. Finding Nomu took second priority to staying alive, so he had to get out of here, out of the USJ. Back to the lab where things were safe and made sense. In order to make that happen, he had to escape the downpour zone first. But as he rounded yet another corner in the sprawling maze of the city, following the occasional exit arrow as best he could, what awaited him wasn't the same dull grays and long shadows that he'd grown accustomed to. It was a blazing bluish-white light. Only the combination of his serum-induced leg strength, his abnormally quick mind, and his already-on-edge senses saved him. Hurling himself to the side so hard that he cracked the wall he impacted, Izuku watched in awed horror as the beam shot right through where he'd just been standing before cutting through the concrete wall behind him like a knife through hot butter, melting it almost instantly. "Plasma!" he whispered as the downpour of rain evaporated as it touched the light, giving it a ghostly haze as the steam lifted into the air around it. Plasma is one of the 4 fundamental states of matter, which can be generated by either heating a neutral gas or subjecting it to a strong electromagnetic field. Despite it being a buzzword in science fiction, plasma isn't an end-all be-all for science, but depending on temperature and density, its properties can vary immensely. With plasma on the lower end of the scale being used for neon signs and commercial TVs, while plasma on the higher end being found in lightning or the sun. I could have died. He watched as the beam slowly fizzled away. That would have melted me alive. Tracing the death ray from the direction it came from, he was met with a terrifying sight. At the end of the alleyway and blocking his way to the exit was a man standing tall in a set of full-plate armor, with a black cape flowing out behind him. Due to the rain and poor lighting, shadows obscured most of his face, but Izuku was able to make out an arrogant smirk. "Hiding? Oh please, I was doing no such thing." The man answered a question no one asked. "I was simply waiting in ambush." He laughed and struck a pose, with one hand over his chest and the other pointing at Izuku accusingly, "Waiting to ambush vile villains like you." Izuku stared at the man in shock and naked terror. This hero had almost killed him, and had been waiting in ambush to kill him. He was going to die in this dark back alley, alone in the cold rain. Forcing himself to take deep breaths to calm down, the scientist adopted a rudimentary fighting stance, and briefly closed his eyes as his mind fell into the thinking mode that he so often did. But what once was a joyous thing, fretting over the childish wonder of quirks, had become full of dangerously cold logic under Ujiko's tutelage. When he opened his eyes after a half-second, the scientist was no longer staring at a man in front of him, but at an object blocking his path. His eyes were still full of the burning fire that had defined them for so long, but it was different, tempered into a steel resolve. He would not die here. He would not allow himself to die here. And this man would not write the end of his story. It was a shame that so much of Izuku's previous childish wonder and unabashed faith in humanity had been stripped away. If he had bothered to look just a little bit closer, or if the rain was not as obstructive as it was, he would have been able to tell that the man in front of him was not actually a man at all, but just a boy. That his black cape wasn't black at all, but purple, soaked to a darker shade in the rain. That his arrogant smirk was obviously forced, and that despite his words, he was shaking in fear. And what made it truly a shame was that this event, one so easily resolved through nonviolence, was the last chance to turn back, to go live a better life, a positive life. Instead it was the first domino that would become the point of no return. Rain of sins. Koda Koji cried quietly to himself in a hidden corner of the landslide zone. After Bakugo and Momo's failed attack on the mist villain, things had quickly gone from bad to worse. 13 had been taken down when the villain routed her own quirk against her, and the team that followed 13's plan to escape and get help while she caused a distraction had been apprehended. Ida was fast, but the monster's Quirk was faster. Toru would have made it out, but had gone the long way around and had been moving slowly in order to avoid notice, so she hadn't gotten far enough and got swept up in the villain's mass teleportation. And so Koda cried. Villains were attacking, had them outnumbered, and had bested both of their pro-hero instructors. And no one was coming to save them. He leaned his head back onto a tree as tears silently fell down his face, and gripped his shirt in anger. They had all worn their hero outfits to the USJ, because that was what they were going to be doing. Hero work. They would be learning and practicing to save people, like real heroes. But sitting here, hiding in fear and crying like a child, he hated wearing this outfit. It made him feel like a fraud. A squawk caused him to open his eyes, and drew his attention to a large eagle staring down at him from the tree he was under. It tilted its head at him as if to ask, "What are you doing?" And he had to agree with the question. What was he doing? His gaze drifted past the eagle and to the large windows of the USJ dome. Glass windows. He blinked the tears away from his eyes as the gears in his brain began to turn. Using his quirk to call the eagle down to him, he raised his arm for it to perch on, before quickly turning his head to survey his surroundings. Nearby were the remnants of a house that had been destroyed by the landslide. There was a lot of rubble, and strewn among it was a couch, fragments of a TV, and an overturned desk. A desk with pens and paper strewn about it. Glancing from the pens and paper, back to the eagle, and then to the glass windows, Koda steeled his resolve. He stood up and brushed himself off with his free hand before wiping away the last of his tears. This wasn't the time to cry. He was wearing the outfit of a hero, so it was about time he started acting like one. Rain of sins. Ah! Aoyama cried as Izuku landed a solid punch to his face, before having to drop to the ground to avoid another lethal beam. The fight had only been actually in progress for a short while, but the quick and brutal nature of the fighting made it seem much longer. Izuku had managed to keep ahead, but that was something that could very quickly change if one of those beams managed to hit him. The scientist went for a follow-up attack, but was forced to roll to the side to avoid another gout of plasma, jumping behind a dumpster to avoid yet another one. A decision that was very quickly proven to be a bad idea as the beam punched through the metal like tinfoil, right above Izuku's head. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and hissed as he leaned away. Just the proximity of the beam was enough to give him light burns on the top of his head. With how willing the guy was to shoot those things, he obviously didn't have any sort of limit, or at least one he was in any danger of reaching soon, which meant that as long as he could hold Izuku at range, he was practically guaranteed to win. Which was something Izuku couldn't allow. Bracing himself between the dumpster and the building with his back pressed against the wall, Izuku planted both his feet on the dumpster and shoved with everything he had. The green box of metal screeched against the concrete as it flew forward on the slippery ground. Aoyama yelped in surprise, before clenching his gut and shooting a particularly strong beam, blasting the dumpster apart. Glaring up at the villain, the blonde squinted in confusion when he saw that his cloaked enemy was nowhere to be seen. Where? But his question was answered before he could even finish it, when something heavy impacted him from behind, and an arm looped around his neck before pressing down and cutting off his air. Izuku held on for dear life as the man bucked and trashed to get him off, but as he reached his other arm up to help pull down on the first, a steel-plated elbow impacted his temple. The impact knocked him back and caused his vision to go white. Blinking the stars out of his vision, he found himself on the cold ground, with the sound of metal footsteps approaching behind him, his opponent coughing as they regained their breath. Is that all you've got, why you fiend? The sound of metal clacking against concrete grew closer, as Izuku dragged himself a short distance towards some rubble of a building and reached his hands forward. Before freezing as the distinctive sound that he'd come to know as a plasma beam charging up, echoed from right behind him. Familiar terror filled his gut, but something strange accompanied it. A cruel smirk appeared on the scientist's face, his eyes obscured by wet bangs, the unending downpour of water soaking his hair closer to a black than its usual green. Whirling around his left arm flew forward and threw a glob at the armored hero, who cried in pain as the mixture of mud, gravel, and concrete pebbles hit his face and got in his eyes. The underhanded trick worked, and as he leased the plasma beam, it missed, causing Izuku's smirk to widen into a twisted grin as the deadly light passed not even a foot to his left. The proximity charred the left side of his lab coat, and the only reason it didn't burn outright was because of the constant rain. Lifting himself up, Izuku brought his other hand forward and hurled a fist-sized chunk of concrete at the plasma user's unarmored head, where it impacted with a loud crunch. The hero screamed in pain as he turned and toppled backward, firing off another gout of plasma in panic, the beam cutting through buildings as it did. Rushing forward, Izuku reached out and grabbed the blonde's hair, before yanking back and slamming the hero's head into a nearby wall. The scientist peeled his head back, off the wall, and slammed it back down again. And again. And again. Hauling Aoyama's bleeding and bloodied head backwards, he hooked his arm around the hero's throat in a chokehold and pressed down. Dazed, wounded, and in pain, his enemy was unable to resist as he had the first time, and his already weakened struggles slowly subsided into nothing. And all was still in the alley. Izuku breathed heavily, panting as he regained his bearings. But as his gaze fell to his arms, still clamped tight in a chokehold, he blinked as if registering something. And his eyes opened wide as he reeled back in shock, dropping his opponent, either dead or unconscious, to the hard ground, like a puppet with its strings cut. The boy stared at the man, sprawled out on the concrete, in open horror. I and no I dash. Izuku choked as he began to hyperventilate. Ichi tried to kill me. He shot first. I didn't dash. One step backwards turned into two, and two turned into a full-blown sprint down the dark alleys, as he desperately tried to get away. But he had only barely managed to get back onto a main street, before he slipped on the wet stone, and tumbled to the ground, his legs giving out from under him. Hissing in pain as he landed, he briefly attempted to push himself up, but collapsed as his hands slipped, unable to find purchase on the slick concrete and cutting his palm open. Izuku let out a choked sigh, and allowed the tension to leave his limbs, as he surrendered to gravity. He stared at the gray city around him, before allowing his eyes to drift shut. The cold stone beneath him, the frigid, unending rain falling on his back, the crashing thunder in the distance, the pain of his many injuries, the soreness in his muscles. It was refreshing. The storm in the background was unwavering, inevitable, calming. The dull pain kept him awake, it gave him focus. Focus. The perfect conditions. For the mind. A terrible noise cut through the street, interrupting Izuku's meditation. A guttural sound, similar to a knife scraping against stone. The scientist merely sighed, already knowing exactly what he'd find if he opened his eyes, so he didn't even bother. Instead he pushed himself up and climbed to his feet, the wind billowing around him. Once he was properly situated, he took a moment to brush off his coat before opening his eyes. Enormous yellow eyes, consumed with blind fury, stared into dark green gems filled with nothing but apathy and complete disdain. The dark monster reared back and roared to the sky in challenge, its shadows writhing and churning as the rain bashed against its fluid form. The scientist merely stared at the creature with a cold expression, as the heavens themselves roared for him. Lightning, thunder, and rain crashing in a symphony of terrifying beauty. His coat surged as the wind ripped around him. It was closer to the black of the beast's shadows than its original pure white, charred, stained, and smudged by the broken city. Lightning flashed, bathing the street in white. The beast charged forward. Rain of sins. Tsuyu crept forward, with her self-proclaimed partner in tow. She had been deposited near the edge of the flood zone, and had used her natural advantage in the water to take out a handful of villains that were nearby. Once that was taken care of and her immediate area was secure, she hopped out of the lake and slowly began making her way through the waterlogged trees and back towards the central hub. Mr. Aizawa was a pro, and she had no doubt he could hold his own, but he'd been in pretty bad shape when they'd been whisked away, and while she doubted she could provide a lot of help, she still wanted to give as much as she could. But as she was making her way through the flooded forest, the branches above her shook, and something fell at her from the trees. At first she thought it was a villain attack, but she quickly realized it was much worse. Out of everyone and everything she could have run into. It was Mineta. F-I-N-G Mineta. She was honestly tempted to just stick him back in the tree, but as he sobbed and cried, she realized that he would make a great meat shield, in a worst-case scenario. So it actually was slightly better than a villain attack, but still not by much. And so the two continued with Tsu's plan of sneaking back to the main area. Which led them to now. Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! Mineta Whisper yelled as he stared at the scene in front of them in horror. And for once in her life, Tsu had to agree with the pervert. They were hiding behind a large rock at the south end of the hub, and in front of them lay a virtual graveyard of unconscious bodies strewn about. Almost all of the villains they had seen when they first attacked had been knocked out, but the problem was that over in the middle, Aizawa was among them. Battered, beaten, and bruised black and blue, the hero looked half dead, propped up against a piece of rubble with blood soaking most of his uniform. The only reason Tsu could even tell he was even alive was the one open red eye that he used to glare at the world around him with as much hate as he could muster. Two thugs held down either of his arms, while the white-haired leader, the one covered in hands, paced back and forth in front of the defeated hero, swinging his arms around wildly and ranting about something Tsu couldn't hear. Ducking back behind her rock, Tsu squeezed her eyes shut and took a deep breath. She was a hero, and her teacher was in extreme danger. It was her job to save him. She would save him. Opening her eyes, now full of determination, she grabbed Mineta, and with a leap befitting her Quirk's name, the hero Froppy, jumped into combat for the first time. Rain of Sins. Izuku's legs thundered down the road, the beast screeching in fury behind him. The shadow monster wanted a fight, and Izuku was going to give it one, just not the one it wanted. There was no way in hell that he could ever beat the thing in a straight fight. It was way stronger than him. But the beast was just that, a beast. Izuku might not be stronger than it, but he was most certainly smarter. Unfortunately, with physical strength comes speed, and even despite his serum's boost to his legs, the creature was gaining ground on him. A fact proven when a tendril of shade, almost a foot thick, whipped forward and crashed into the ground where Izuku had been standing, the scientist having to jump to avoid being struck. But as he was momentarily suspended in the air, a second tendril shot forward and crashed into his back, sending him flying forward with a pained yelp. He tumbled through the air before crashing back down onto the street, skipping along the concrete before crashing into a wall. Izuku hissed in pain as he clutched his side, but his grimace turned into a pained smirk as he saw the building he'd been thrown into. It was a thin but tall, 5-story parking garage, made entirely of concrete and metal. Perfect. Pulling himself up with a wince, he sent a glance over his shoulder at the fast-approaching shadow demon, before opening the iron fire exit door and slipping inside. The monster wasn't as considerate, breaking down most of the wall as it charged through in pursuit of its prey. Briefly shaking its head from the impact, it looked up and found its prey leaning with its back against a thick concrete pillar. Izuku smiled and made a "come here" gesture with his finger. And "come here," the monster did, rushing forward with a roar that shook the building. Izuku stood still. The monster's loud foot crashes reverberated around the room, and it extended claws of shade. Izuku didn't move. The monster leapt forward, its maw opening wide to reveal ethereal fangs. Izuku narrowed his eyes, and at the last possible second, he threw himself to the side and out of the creature's path, leaving it to impact the pillar with its full force, snapping the reinforced concrete like a toothpick. The monster screeched in fury, shaking its head to dislodge the dust, and darted its eyes around wildly in search for its infuriating target. Izuku stood in the street outside, smirking cruelly at the creature through the large hole in the wall. The beast roared and charged back the way it had come, but before it could even get halfway to the exit, the damaged building, now without its main support beam, groaned and collapsed down on top of it. The greenette raised his arms to his face to protect himself from the dust, but the fierce rain caught most of it before it even reached him. The rubble shook as the creature thrashed, desperately trying to free itself, but only succeeding in uncovering its head. Pathetic. The scientist spat as he stared down at the raging beast. Absolutely pathetic. The creature of shadows roared in fury, practically shaking in anger, but the scientist stalked forward without fear. This is the future protectors of society? You are nothing more than a beast, an animal charged to police humans. This mindless, unadulterated rage would sooner kill people than save them. Izuku hissed at the beast before grimacing as an old friend flashed through his mind. And to think I used to want to be like you. To have all this power and not have to think. The creature roared again, but Izuku just sneered at it, before turning and marching away. But with his back turned to the creature, he didn't see it shift the rubble enough to free one of its arms, nor did he see the truck-sized appendage essing towards his unguarded back. Rain of Sins. Tashinori. And Onizu. All Might flung the stack of papers he'd been holding down onto the desk, as if they were toxic. Nana entrusted one for all to me. I will not let you pick my successor without my input. Please, just listen. The small mouse bear held up his hands in an attempt to defuse the situation. I've compiled all the information and all the data points T-. I don't care about your statistics. All Might boomed as he reflexively transformed into his hero just from how angry he was. And I don't care how many student files and spreadsheets you show me, I will choose my successor, not your data. Look, Nizu clenched his teeth and tried to formulate the right words, before giving up and turning to the third person in the room for assistance, only to be immediately rebuffed as the time hero turned away. But before the situation could devolve any further, and the principal dig his grave any deeper, their meeting was cut short by 3 loud plinks on the window. Looking over revealed a large eagle sitting on the window ledge. Taking the opportunity for a tactical withdrawal, Nizu hopped out of his seat and made his way to the window, before undoing the lock and opening it. Once the window was open, the bird chirped happily and flew in, dropping something from its claws onto the principal's desk, and taking a perch on All Might's head. Dealing with weirder things on a daily basis for his job, the #1 hero was unfazed by the bird on his head, and instead focused his attention on what the bird had dropped, a folded-up piece of paper. Reaching forward, he picked the note up and carefully unfolded it. The paper looked comical in between his giant hands, but as he read it, All Might's expression, previously one of anger, turned apocalyptic. All for One, the most terrifying villain in history, the man who had almost single-handedly taken over Japan during the Great Collapse, the man who had wrought untold suffering throughout the world, the man who went toe-to-toe with All Might and stood his ground. Now when someone like All for One was smiling, that was when sane people should start running, and this time was no exception. The villain hummed to himself as he watched the screens in front of him. His tone, something between fascinated, smug, and humorous. Normally watching screens would be a difficult task when you're missing both of your eyes, but All for One was All for One for a reason, and the multitude of quirks that he'd amassed over the centuries helped to compensate for his disabilities. And if he didn't have a quirk to help him with something, he just stole one. The video currently playing was the hijacked feed of the cameras in the USJ building. The video was being funneled directly to him, and whenever UA went to check the recordings, they would find them completely wiped of everything in the past 24 hours. He had originally done this so that he could monitor Tamura and cover his students' tracks, but it had come in handy for an entirely different reason. Ujiko's successor, the quirkless child, he had surpassed all of his expectations, and, dare he say, even impressed him. That was an incredibly difficult thing to achieve. Closing the feed with a wave of his hand, he used a quirk that allowed him to directly interact with computers to quickly pull up several sheets of information containing seemingly random data that didn't relate, such as hero patrols and prison occupancy. Endeavor, there you are, punctual as usual. Now let's see here, he's a bit far away, so I'll need a way to distract the heroes in this area, so then while they're distracted with that, I'll have to warp someone expendable to start a prison break. Then it's just a matter of blocking off a few roads to direct the chase, and one final dead end at the destination. Yes, that will work quite nicely. All for One snapped his fingers, causing the tabs to minimize, and his voice call software to open. He had a few calls to make if this was going to work smoothly. Impressing him was a very difficult thing to do, yes. But it was also a very dangerous thing as well. That it was time for Stage 2. Reign of Sins. Izuku groaned as consciousness came to him. Everything hurt. Why did it hurt? Izuku groaned a second time, as his memories came back to him. Stupid! 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 He muttered to himself before being interrupted by a coughing fit when a horrible pain laced up his side. He had turned his back on that bird thing, like an idiot, and it had taken advantage of that. His memories were still mostly foggy. The initial impact must have dazed him, but the vague recollection of being squeezed so hard it hurt to breath, followed by weightlessness, and then hitting something really hard, painted a clear series of events. Rolling over onto his stomach, a second set of violent coughs shook him, as he coughed up several globs of blood. Izuku winced as his side flared up again, and he tentatively brought a hand to his chest, noting that he most likely had several broken ribs. Izuku wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and spat out the blood that had gotten stuck in his mouth, before gradually pushing himself up with the help of a nearby boulder. Once he was on his feet again, albeit still leaning on the rock, he analyzed his environment. The first thing of note was that it wasn't raining anymore, which meant he wasn't in the downpour zone anymore, a theory strengthened by the fact he could actually see the DMN thing not too far away, with a small hole blown in the dome to lend credence to how he'd gotten out. The second thing of note was the giant lake he'd landed not even 5 feet from, and was big and blue, but what really caught his attention was the commotion at the center. There was what appeared to be some kind of yacht, or small cruise ship, surrounded by a bunch of villainy-esque-looking people trying to board it. But before he could make out anything else, a giant surge of lighting erupted from the boat, arching across the lake's surface in a display of horrifying beauty, flash evaporating water into huge gouts of steam that caused a large rainbow. But Izuku wasn't busy thinking about how pretty the spectacle did or did not look. Dead, 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 dead. He reeled back in shock. That zap definitely had its intended purpose. The villains wouldn't be getting on the boat anytime soon. They wouldn't be getting on anything anytime soon. They were deader than a doornail. Hell, he'd be just as dead if he'd fallen 2 feet to the left and landed in shallow water. First the shadow monster's rampage, now this? Jesus effing Christ, this wasn't just a lack of restraint, it was straight up mass murder at this point. Why the hell had he ever wanted to be in a room with these maniacs? Izuku shook his head, clearing away his thoughts. He didn't know, he didn't care right now, he just wanted to get out of here. He could think about everything later, rant until he was black and blue in the face, but he couldn't do that if he was dead. He pushed himself off the rock and began the slow trudge towards the main center of the USJ, before freezing as an idea crossed his mind. Patting the pockets of his lab coat, he muttered to himself a bit before sighing in relief when he found he hadn't lost it. He reached into the left pocket on the inside of his coat, and pulled out a small medical mask. It was beaten up, and most of the light blue coloring had been washed out on account of it being soaking wet, but it was still in one piece. It's one of those medical face masks that doctors wear. With your tendency to catch chemicals on fire, boss wanted me to give one to you. His conversation with Yuyara flashed through his mind as he slipped the medical mask on. Hopefully looking more like a medical worker, or some kind of first aid person, would make some of these maniacs pause before going straight to kill on sight. Rain of sins. Please, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. The small-time villain pleaded as he cowered against a broken wall of the ruins zone. Don't worry, child. Ibra smiled kindly down at the fallen man. You need not plead for forgiveness, for I have already forgiven you. Wadash. The thug looked up at her in confused bewilderment, before a swift vine struck him upside the head, knocking him out. Unfortunately, my word alone is not enough for the law, and you will still need to stand before the jury. She bowed slightly. Please forgive me. Forgiveness, huh? A cold voice echoed from behind her. You seem awfully willing to just throw that word around. Shoto, Ibra sighed softly as she turned around. I say it only because it is true. Standing in front of her was none other than Shoto Todoroki, staring at her with a raised eyebrow. The two had been dropped into the ruins zone together, and in the short time since the ruins had become even more ruinous, with entire blocks being frozen solid and others completely ripped apart as her vines tunneled through and overgrew them. I forgive anyone who does wrong, and I do so willingly. The Lord requests that we forgive one another, treat our neighbors as our brothers, and strive for peace. She smiled at him and tilted her head slightly. Sure, Shoto drawled. Uncertainly. But forgiving the villains that just attacked you? That doesn't sound like you're genuine. Of course I'm genuine. She huffed as if almost offended. It's easy for me to do, because I don't allow myself to hold on to anger. The Lord says we should not hate, and so I do everything I can to let mine go. Once I started doing so, I understood the Lord's mighty wisdom. Not holding on to anger has not only made me much happier as a person, but it has greatly improved my ability to heed His commandments. After all, it's much easier to forgive people if you do not feel any negative feelings towards them. Sounds like you've just never been given a good reason to hate someone. Shoto scoffed. Perhaps. She gave him an odd look before a flash of understanding dawned on her face. Or maybe you value your hate too much to let it go, she smiled sadly at him. Because it's all you have. The ice user was about to reply, with a comment as cold as his frost, but was cut off by a pained scream from the central hub of the USD. The two heroes instinctively whirled their heads to look in the direction the scream had come from, before turning back to each other, a wordless understanding passing between the two. We're continuing this conversation later. Shoto pointed at her before starting to run towards the hub. Absolutely, but first let's help our classmates, Ibris said as she took after him. Rain of sins. Ms. Midoriya hummed to herself as she vacuumed, in the middle of cleaning her apartment. Just a quick glance would tell you that she was doing a lot better than she had been just a few months prior. Her face had more color to it, she walked around humming and singing, and she had lost quite a large chunk of weight. Granted, she wasn't back to what she considered her prime, and she was still a bit chubby, but it nonetheless was a major improvement. The two main changes were a change of diet and a massive reduction in stress, although it could just be rolled into the later because less stress meant she didn't stress eat anywhere near as often. The cause of this, of course, was Izuku. Her baby boy, her precious boy, had finally found himself. Even though she had promised him full support in anything he did, even him being a hero, her boy had surprised her and instead found a nice, stable and safe job as a lab assistant. He had stopped getting in the middle of those dangerous hero fights, standing as close as he could be to the danger. He had finally grown up. And while that saddened her to no end, just as it would any parent, he just seemed so much happier in a place that he could thrive and express his talents. Granted, there had been a few scares that had caused her stress to spike right back through the roof, most notably when her boy had taken experimental steroids to try the UA exam. But he had assured her that there weren't any negative side effects to his serum and that he hadn't gotten into UA. He later claimed he wasn't trying to get in at all, but used it as a way to personally test his technology. But the occasional scare aside, all in all things were looking up, and she couldn't be prouder of her little boy. Inko hummed a happy tune as she finished vacuuming, putting away the clunky machine and pulling out a good old duster. But before she could do anything with it, she was interrupted by a knock on the door. Blinking in confusion, she put the duster down and wandered her way over to the door, opening it to be greeted by a bundle of familiar long mint green hair. Hey Ms. M. How's it going? Yara. Inko clapped in surprise. It's been so long, how have you been? Oh, where are my manners? Come in. Can I offer you anything to drink? A little tired from work, but other than that I've been fine. Yuyara smirked, leaning against the door frame. And I'd love to take you up on that, but I'm unfortunately not here for a visit. She held up a large leather bag, half open to reveal a stack of books and papers. Izuku was busy today, so he asked if I could drop these off here for him. The two had wound up running into each other a while back due to their frequent proximity to Izuku, and had unexpectedly gotten along surprisingly well, with Inko happy to finally meet a friend of her son's, and Yuyara having an extreme weak spot for anything directed at her with a family vibe. Something Inko's motherly nature definitely counted for. Oh, thank you, I'll be sure to put them in his room. Inko gratefully took the bag. But are you sure you don't want to come inside for a drink? Nah, Yuyara waved a gloved hand dismissively. I already have to deal with enough coffee on a daily basis as is. If I drink any more, it'll give me a heart attack. You know coffee isn't the only drink in the world, right? I also have tea and some grape juice. Ugh, Yara cringed. You can keep your grass water, I'll stick with my coffee. More tea for me then, Inko hummed. But I didn't hear a no to the grape juice. Meh, the scientist shrugged. Honestly, I would if I could, but the boss has me running ragged today, I just don't got the time. I'm here to drop off those papers for the kid, and even staying to chat is probably pushing it if I'm gonna get everything done today. Strange that you're putting so much emphasis on being busy today. Inko smiled one of those patented mother smiles, the one that said she knew something. Heh, you got me. Yara smirked as she turned and started walking away. I'll make sure to stop by later in the week, if only to give Green a hard time. Feel free to drop by anytime, my door is always open for a friend of Izuku's. Ms. Midoriya smiled warmly, before her head shot up as she remembered something. Oh wait, I almost forgot. Please wait just 2 seconds. Inko ducked back inside for a short while, heading over to the kitchen, before emerging with 2 paper bags. Here, she handed them to Yara, and answered her question before they could ask. Their lunches. Izuku was in such a rush this morning that he forgot to eat breakfast, so he's bound to be hungry and I decided to whip him up something special. Okay, yeah, I get that. The mint-haired girl held up the second bag, one with Ijiko's name written on it, but why is there one for the boss? Inko sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. That silly old man is just like Izuku, he'll get so wrapped up in his work that he forgets to eat. She frowned and poked the bag. Also, tell him that he needs to come over for dinner sometime, so that we can talk about what all he has Izuku getting up to in that lab. I don't want my son doing anything too dangerous. Didn't I already do that for you though? Like twice? Well yes, Inko puffed out a cheek and pouted. But he distracted me the whole time with his stories and interesting conversations. Whatever you say, Ms. M. Yara laughed and dodged a playful swat as she made her way towards the stairs, waving over her shoulder as she left. Inko huffed, but smiled as she let out a sigh and closed the door. She really shouldn't worry so much about Izuku. He had stopped trying to throw himself in front of danger, but she couldn't help it, he was still her baby boy. She shook her head and lightly slapped her cheeks. Izuku was fine. It wasn't like he was fighting villains or anything. Reign of sins. What the hell? Izuku thought to himself in panic as he huddled behind a large rock, unknowingly the exact same rock that Sue and Mineta had been hiding behind just a few minutes prior. In the middle of the hub laid a myriad of, hopefully, unconscious villains. Almost 40 of the poor men and women, beaten and strewn about like used children's toys. But what really caught Izuku's attention was the pro-hero eraser head in the center of it all, beaten, bloodied, and thoroughly defeated. Also in the center was a bluish-white-haired villain covered in hands, with 2 heroes in training laid out around his feet. One was a green-costumed girl, who was curled up, clutching a wound on her right side that Izuku couldn't see. And the other was a purple midget, standing protectively in front of the girl with tears of fright streaming down his face. But what also caught Izuku's attention was the open staircase to his left, and the large, completely unguarded and oh-so-beautiful doors at the top, that promised an escape from this madness. Izuku looked from the villain, to the doors, then back to the villain, and then back to the doors, while biting his lip. Now there was a decision here, one of those finicky moral questions that would have stumped a lesser man. Fortunately, Izuku was a man of science, of logic. And some basic deduction and logical thinking made it obvious that, even though the purple grape diaper boy didn't look all that impressive, he was still accepted into UA, which meant that he was able to pass the combat trial. And if he could destroy tens of giant robots, surely he could handle one lowly thug. But almost as if in direct response to his reasoning, another large group of villains emerged from the landslide area and entered the main hub. Sheet. Izuku was torn. That feeling, that burning desire in his heart, the one that he had blindly followed for so long, was back with a vengeance, stronger than it had ever been before. Hammering against his chest, flaring up in a blazing inferno and screaming at him to run out there and do something, to save someone. His mind clamped down on it, the cold logic that had been drummed into him over the past months telling him to stop standing around like an idiot, to use the distraction for all it was worth, to run out those doors and never look back. He needed to get out there and save them. No, that would just get him killed. He needed to get out of this death trap and notify the proper authorities. He couldn't leave an innocent person to die. Yeah, just as innocent as that shadow thing, which attempted to kill him. This is my chance to be a hero. Shut up. I gave up on that just like they gave up on me. Izuku grit his teeth and clenched his hands, gripping the stones so hard that small cracks began to form. But with his head down, he missed the villain's hand shooting forward. But he couldn't miss the bone-chilling scream that followed. The scientist's head shot up, and he watched in abject horror as the small boy's face seemed to dissolve like something out of a horror movie. Using his arms as leverage, Izuku vaulted over the rock, his eyes darting back and forth from the villain and the doors, still torn on what to do. But before he could do anything, his choice was made for him. With the force of a hurricane and the wind force to match it, the doors of the USA, his escape, were blasted open, along with a decent segment of the wall around them. A large dust cloud ballooned around the entrance, but even that couldn't completely obscure the huge figure stomping forward. You don't need to fear anymore. For I am here. But fear was the only thing Izuku felt at that moment. All Might, the strongest man in the world, took one step forward, and then blurred. A huge gust of wind blasted through the area, as the mere speed at which All Might was moving displaced the air with so much force that Izuku had to hold an arm up to shield his face. Squinting through the wind, he could see the effects of All Might, but not the man himself. A scream here, a villain sent flying there. Izuku whipped his head back and forth trying to keep up, but he was always seemingly just a split second too late, and only the aftermath was there. To his left. To his right. Behind him. Izuku whipped his head around and began hyperventilating as villain after villain was struck down around him, and the students seemingly just disappeared when he looked away. Even with everything his serum had given him, he couldn't keep up. But why? Where was he? Where was All Mig? But then the wind stopped, and a shadow materialized in front of him. For a scant few milliseconds he worried that the shadow beast had caught up with him, but he quickly realized it was much, much worse. It was an absolute titan of a man, one who towered so high over Izuku that he obscured the lights above them as he leaned over. It was All Might, with his arm ped back for one of his smashes, and his signature grin missing, replaced with an angry snarl. Izuku, even with all his work, with his serum and unfathomable hours of analyzing, Izuku did the only thing he could do in this situation. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Momojiko, I'm so sorry." The fist connected, and produced such a powerful shock wave that it blasted away the rubble and vaporized the rock that Izuku had been hiding behind before. I'm not dead. Izuku carefully peeled one of his eyes open to see that a different shade of black obscuring his vision, not one of shadows, but of black, leathery scales. He stumbled backwards, gasping heavily, eyes wide, and tears of relief beginning to form. All Might gawked in open shock at the monster that had just seemingly appeared out of thin air, and took one of his strongest attacks without so much as flinching. And Nomu, Jeremy, actually growled at the man who dared attack his master. The number one hero blinked and took a moment to compose himself after being overextended, but Jeremy decided that he wasn't feeling that courteous, and returned the favor with a blistering right hook of his own. One that caught All Might square in the jaw and sent him careening backwards. The pro quickly collected himself and twisted in the air to land on his feet. He rubbed his cheek and eyed his opponent warily, choosing to ignore the villain in the coat scampering away, in favor of the bigger threat. All Might scowled. Nomu growled. And the two rushed forward. Perhaps if All Might had been in worse shape, if he had already used up his 3 hours, and had begun funneling the flames of his quirk to a successor, the Nomu's numerous enhancements would have made this a one-sided battle. And the same was true in reverse. If Nomu had not been made into Jeremy, had not received such an immense upgrade that brought the beast to another level entirely, it would have floundered against an All Might in top shape. But as it was, with All Might battle ready, and the Nomu enhanced well beyond its limits, well, it was a clash of titans. The unconscious bodies of the numerous villains were blown away by the force of the two giants clashing. Each impact of their fists caused the ground beneath them to crack and shatter. Truly it was a battle for the ages. All Might and Jeremy traded blows, dodging, weaving, and finding with no small amount of surprise that no matter how hard they slugged the other guy, he just didn't go down. But when the Nomu threw a bit too much into an attack, All Might took his shot. Sidestepping the punch with the same absurd speed he'd showcased earlier, All Might reared his right arm back. Texas smash. But instead of quickly ending the fight, like he'd thought would happen, Nomu jerked its head to the side at the last second, causing All Might's fist to sail over its shoulder harmlessly. All Might's eyes widened. Now he'd overextended. Nomu grabbed the hero's arm with both its hands, sinking its claws deep into flesh, before using the momentum of the hero's own attack to pivot and throw All Might across the clearing, and straight towards a stone outcropping. Keeping his composure, All Might swept his arm out and used the force from it to not only avoid the rock, but also spin himself midair, reorienting himself upright. He grunted as he impacted the floor hard enough to crack the reinforced cement, but those cracks only lasted a millisecond, as All Might turned them into a full-fledged crater the next, when he took off at max speed. In the fraction of a second that it took him to travel back to the Nomu, he was surprised to see that its eyes were keeping track of him without any problem, but thinking about it, he really shouldn't have been, considering it had been able to match him in most everything else so far. All Might reared back his right arm as he rocketed towards the creature, and just as he anticipated, it moved to the left to avoid it, falling for the very obvious feint. His first was far too high up for an effective punch, but because the Nomu had moved out of the way, it allowed him to use his momentum to swing behind the beast, where his other hand joined the first for a downward strike. He couldn't help but grin at the surprise on the Nomu's face, and that smile widened as his overhead strike smashed down into the back of the beast's neck with the force of a freight train. But that smile quickly turned into a pained gasp as absolute agony erupted in his abdomen. A fierce jab to the face stunned the Nomu for a brief moment, allowing him to jump backwards and away from the creature, and once he had some distance, it became clear what had happened. The Nomu shook its head as it recovered from the unexpected attacks, its tail flicking angrily behind it, a tail with a foot-long bone spike on the end, one that was currently covered in blood. With the pain in his gut, and the feeling of something warm and wet soaking both the front and back of his uniform, he didn't need a doctor to tell him that the DMN thing had just speared him all the way through. But meh, it was just his intestines. He didn't exactly have much of a digestive tract left to damage anyway. He coughed, wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve, and stepped back forward to face his opponent. He ducked under a vicious claw swipe and used the opening for 2 lightning-quick jabs. He deflected a punch, knocking the arm to the side, before grabbing the wrist, pulling back, and bringing his other fist down with a blow that snapped the bone in 2. But apparently the thing didn't care about things as silly as broken bones, because it didn't so much as flinch, instead roaring and throwing itself into yet another frenzy of attacks. All Might grunted as a fist made it past his defense, crashing into his chest and driving the wind from his lungs. He rode the force of the attack, hopping backwards to try to give himself space, but was denied as the Nomu lunged at him, forcing the hero to dodge an attack from the arm that he'd just broken. Seeing that its attack wouldn't let up anytime soon, and that dodging wouldn't get him anywhere, he lowered himself slightly and raised his left arm to tank a blow. He clenched his teeth as it impacted, the blow rattling his bones, but used the opening to deliver an uppercut with so much force that the blow to the beast's jaw lifted the entire thing a good 10 feet off the ground. The thing roared in either pain or anger, and tried to imitate what All Might had done before, bringing both its hands down on him in an overhead swing as it came down, but it was far too choreographed, allowing All Might to quickly sidestep and avoid it. But the Noma had more than just its arms, it also had that DMN tail. The brutal spike was flying towards his head from the side, just far enough that he wouldn't have seen it coming if he hadn't been looking for it. It was already far too close and moving way too fast to dodge, but All Might was the number 1 for a reason, and it would take more than a surprise attack to best him. Gritting his teeth, All Might stepped into the swing, grunting as the meat of the tail hit him with enough force to dent titanium. He looped his arms around the impromptu battering ram and pulled. The hero forced his smile to stay on his face, and ignored the scorching pain in his shoulders as the Nomu sunk its claws into him.